Taking out the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, he used it in accordance with the instructions given to him by Feng Qingyu. He made contact with Feng Qingyu's stepfather and streamed the video over to him. Treasure Identifier Elder, Mr. Qingyu's signal is off. What do we do? The video we have is about to run out, and every station is waiting for more. If there is no more content, we won't earn a penny. Our money will be gone, and we will have to pay fines for breaking the contract. Cold sweat was gathering on Kevin's forehead. Looking like an ant being held over boiling water, he looked over to the Treasure Identifier Elder. This plan was secret. They couldn't reveal the content. They signed a contract with different media platforms of the various high races, purchasing airtime for their video footage. Those media sources had rigid requirements for the content they put out, however. If the Thousand Treasures group couldn't put out the content in time, they were going to lose money. The Treasure Identifier Elder's phone was ringing constantly. There was no need for him to look at it, because he already knew that it was his business partners that were calling. The plan had failed. He would lose his savings, which was an acceptable loss, but there were many other people that were going to go bankrupt with him. And that wasn't even what he was worried about the most. Qingyu must know how important it is to keep the video running, but the communication has come to an end. Is he? The Treasure Identifier Elder's face was shifting through a variety of emotions. Suddenly, the Wanjia Rubik's Cube lit up. A new video was being streamed from Feng Qingyu's Rubik's Cube. There he is, and there's the fight. Quick! Record all of this footage and get it processed immediately. Kevin was so excited that he was screaming the instructions. This video is... How is he filming from that perspective? The Treasure Identifier Elder stared at the video with wide eyes. The video showed the fight with the demon spirit, but it seemed to be filmed from a first-person perspective. It was like the person filming was the same person who was fighting the demon spirit. Every detail was crystal clear. Normal people couldn't have made any sense of the raw footage. To them, it would only have looked like blurring shapes and blinding flashes of light. The video stream of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube was recorded by special equipment, and the Thousand Treasures team edited it carefully before releasing it through their media sources. They slowed it down by an order of magnitude, otherwise, most people wouldn't have had any idea what was going on. Only someone like the Treasure Identifier Elder himself could watch the raw footage and understand what was actually happening. That Hansen has bad luck. He hid inside the Tianxia system and kidnapped a few people to pull his boat. Then, he met a guy with a Wanjia Rubik's Cube. Now, the Extreme King knows where he is, and he won't be able to escape. They ran into a group of cloud beasts. Why did the video shut off? It's back now. What the hell? The Extreme King are fighting the cloud beasts. Holy sh*t. That's the Sea Demon car. The Sea Demon car is opening. Oh, d*mn. Why is it gone? All the media channels were playing the videos the Treasure Identifier Elder was producing, all at the same time. The display drew the attention of many viewers. Because equipment inside the Tianxia system was usually affected by the magnetic storms, most films that came from the system were basically unwatchable. Capturing the Sea Demon car on film would be even more difficult. Every race was drawn by this new showcase, and viewership figures skyrocketed. Many different races populated the Geno universe, and most races had at least 1 billion members. Some of the bigger races had tens of billions. The viewership figures ascended to a frightening sum in a very short amount of time. But the moment that the Sea Demon car opened, the video went dark. All of the viewers watching became furious at the tease, and it made them want to smash their viewing devices. Because the video had been cut off before, though, they hoped it would come back and they could continue to watch. But then, some words appeared on the blank screen. This content is now only accessible on a paid channel. Please enter the paid channel to view the secrets of the Sea Demon car and the fate of the Extreme King. This is being streamed live from a massive battle in the Tianxia system. And this program is brought to you by The Hammer. Use the xenogenic treasures of the hammer to live a good life. Motherf * king hammer. Those money-hungry *stards. Everyone across the Geno universe was upset about being baited into purchasing a paid channel, but still, many nobles accepted it. They paid to watch the video and immediately switched to the new channel. They didn't want to miss a single second of the action. This was the first time the sea demon car had been shown in such clarity and detail. Many people would have spent vast amounts of money for any scrap of information they could find on the elusive xenogenic, but now they only had to spend a small amount for an entire video focused on the creature. It was worth it. It was way too worth it. Real elites couldn't care less about the cost of a single inexpensive video. Even ordinary people could afford to watch. The paid channel cost about as much as a pack of cigarettes. When they entered the paid mode, they saw the demon spirit exit the sea demon car. Then the creature blew up the Black Beetle ship and engaged Bao-Qin directly. Holy *T. The demon spirit is strong. Overwhelming. It is scary. So that's what the creature inside the sea demon car looks like. It isn't very physically large, but it's still quite scary to watch. Huh? What's going on? This perspective makes it look like someone is filming and fighting the demon spirit at the same time. Is Bao-Qin filming this? It must be Bao-Qin. Who else could film from such a perspective? Are the Extreme King in some sort of economic crisis? He is a deified elite of the Extreme King, and he needs to earn money by streaming? And he added some Motherf * king sponsor and advert. How desperately do they want to earn money? Don't say that. It isn't easy to become a deified elite. While they are strong, they still require resources. Conversations about the video raged everywhere, and most people seemed to be complaining about Bao-Qin's behavior. The Extreme King themselves were quite shocked, and they weren't sure about what was going on either. They didn't know why Bao-Qin would stream this video of a battle and allow the media of all the different races to broadcast it. A first-person perspective fight was incredibly exciting for viewers. Their blood boiled as they watched. This was a deified fight, which wasn't something that usually allowed spectators. If they had been anywhere near this fight in real life, they would have run away. They wouldn't have the guts to stay and watch two godly beings fight. And even if they were ballsy enough to stay and watch, they wouldn't have been able to see much anyway. These videos had been edited by professionals, allowing ordinary people to understand what was going on. It also let them see just how powerful deified beings could be. Han Sen was watching the fight through Bao-Qin's eyes. And to him, it looked even crazier. The demon spirit was like dust on the wind. Its body was very light, and even Bao-Qin's eyes and speed could barely keep track of the xenogenic. Bao-Qin struck repeatedly, but he only hit the places where the demon spirit had just been. If not for the harp in Bao-Qin's hand, he would have already been killed by the demon spirit's fist. Luckily for him, his harp was able to weaken the demon spirit's speed and power. Bao-Qin's long fingers strummed the harp in his hands, and the notes he played were like waves of substance chains. They spread out through the clouds, and the sea of blue clouds moved and vibrated with the rhythm of the harp's music. The clouds weren't the only things responding to the music either. Every substance, including sets of armor, weaponry, and xenogenic treasures, began to physically twist and warp under the spell of the harp's song. They became as limp as cooked noodles, waving along with the melody of the harp. The large bodies of the giant cloud dragons were deformed by the music, and with every new, twisting note, more of their bones shattered. Before long, the great dragons had been reduced to boneless meat sticks. The sight made Han Sen's scalp prickle. He didn't know what sort of sonic substance chain power Bao-Qin was wielding, but it was crushing every single thing in sight. It was way too scary. Even with that power, Bao-Qin was far from having the upper hand. That black form of the demon spirit kept flashing between the sonic forces. Han Sen couldn't see what sort of area it had employed, but the creature's powers seemed to be protecting it against Bao-Qin's deforming power. However, Bao Qing's attacks were slowly reducing the demon spirit's speed and power. The demon spirit's eyes were like those of a ghost, and they stared unblinkingly at Bao Qing. Bao Qing met the gaze of the demon spirit many times, but Han Sen didn't dare use his new beast soul to jump into the demon spirit's eyes. Han Sen didn't know how strong the blood-eye evil god's power truly was, and he didn't know what sort of powers were able to restrict it. That demon spirit had demonstrated frightening abilities so far, and so Han Sen gave up on the idea of entering its eyes. As the fight went on, Han Sen quickly realized something depressing: Bao Qing wasn't the demon spirit's equal. The monster was slowly boxing him in. Bao Qing made many attempts to escape, but try as he might, he couldn't shake off the demon spirit. The situation was growing increasingly dangerous for the Extreme King. Han Sen was hoping that Bao Qing and the demon spirit would end up injuring each other equally, so that Han Sen could swoop in and finish them both. But it had become evident that there was too much of a power gap between the two fighters. Bao Qing didn't stand a chance of even injuring the demon spirit. If Bao Qing was killed, the protection that his eyes offered Han Sen would be destroyed. Han Sen would have to make a getaway. When that happened, the demon spirit would probably target him. Even if Han Sen wanted to make an escape now, his opportunities to do so had mostly disappeared. All the Cloud Beast xenogeniacs had either died or run away. Bao Qing wasn't going to be meeting the eyes of another creature anytime soon, and so Han Sen couldn't escape using his blood-eye evil god beast soul. That beast soul could only interact with the eyes of others. It didn't have mirror powers like the ones that Miss Mirror used. If Han Sen wanted to escape unseen, he needed his host to make eye contact with another. Pang! The demon spirit landed a blow across Bao Qing's chest, tearing his armor. The godly muscles of Bao Qing's jade-like chest were shredded, and blood welled within the wound. But the godly blood didn't spill out. The blood became black, smoky dust that rose like steam. It billowed up into a small, rather unsettling cloud. Seeing the smoky, dust-like god blood, the demon spirit licked its lips hungrily and teleported over to Bao Qing. Ding! One of the strings of Bao Qing's harp broke, and a new burst of blood turned into smoke and opened like a flower amidst the clouds. Bao Qing isn't going to survive this, Han Sen made his decision. He turned off the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, and when the injured Bao Qing met the gaze of the demon spirit, he jumped into the demon spirit's eyes. Please let this work, Han Sen prayed desperately. The eyes of the demon spirit were like the soulless eyes of a shark. They were red like fire. They looked rather transparent. Han Sen didn't know if the blood-eye evil god beast soul could find refuge within them. In the next second, Han Sen realized that his vision had indeed changed. When he realized that he was looking directly at the injured Bao Qing, happiness and relief flooded through him. He knew he was now residing inside the eyes of the demon spirit. Looking out from the demon spirit's eyes was different than Han Sen had initially imagined it would be. Because the demon's eyes were so red, Han Sen had thought that looking through them would provide a view that was tinted and murky. But instead, the view from the demon's eyes was actually entirely black and white. Everything Han Sen could see was a blur of various shades of gray. It took Han Sen only a moment to realize that his eyes couldn't keep up with the eyes of the demon spirit. He used his purple-eyed butterfly to lessen the disparity between his vision and the demon spirit's, and the images before him quickly resolved. Unless he had the purple-eyed butterfly active, it was like looking out of a high-speed train with an extremely narrow field of view. Everything he saw on the outside zoomed by at incredible speed, and objects became blurry and difficult to make out. With the purple-eyed butterfly, though, Han Sen could see everything. The demon spirit hovered in front of Bao Qing. Every string on the man's harp was broken, and the demon spirit's ghost-like hands then went through the harp to pierce right into Bao Qing's chest. The smoke from Bao Qing's deified blood was spreading. Bao Qing gritted his teeth, and his body released a very bright light. The man's fingers reached for the stringless harp. Then, some invisible strings appeared beneath his fingers. Every string released a weird sonic power that tore through space to create a giant space vortex. The vortex pulled in the nearby clouds, and then it began to pull on the demon spirit and Baoqin himself. In order to resist the force of the vortex, the demon spirit had to teleport away. Baoqin's body, on the other hand, was sucked into the space vortex. After a short amount of time, the space vortex disappeared. The demon spirit grunted coldly. It turned around and returned to its sea demon car. The giant cloud dragons were all dead, so the carriage was simply hanging in place. The demon spirit waved its hand, and the cloud sea began to roll. The clouds became tornadoes that drew in and consumed even more clouds. Soon, the tornadoes transformed into new cloud dragons that flew over to the sea demon car. Hansen was frozen. The powers and techniques of this demon spirit were crazy. It was difficult for Hansen to comprehend the power it must have taken to summon so many cloud dragons so quickly. I cannot let him find me. Even blinding him wouldn't be enough to let me escape successfully, Hansen believed. The demon spirit was back inside the sea demon car. The carriage turned and headed for the deep sea of the clouds. The xenogeniacs and cloud beasts all around were now dead. All that remained was the carriage that the demon spirit traveled in. The sea demon car had remained undamaged through the entire fight. Hansen couldn't imagine what material it must have been made of. Hansen wanted to use the eyes of the cloud dragons to leave, but the cloud dragons didn't dare to look directly at the demon spirit. The demon spirit didn't look at them either, and so Hansen couldn't find the opportunity he needed. There is no need to worry. As long as the demon spirit doesn't notice me, he will eventually look into the eyes of another creature. Sooner or later, I will be able to escape. As the demon spirit continued to remain oblivious to Hansen's presence, Hansen finally began to relax. Inside the stone carriage, the demon spirit stared forward without closing its eyes. Perhaps the creature's eyes simply couldn't be closed. As he looked through the eyes of the demon spirit, Hansen could see the interior of the stone carriage. Words were written across the stone walls. Because the demon spirit's vision was completely black and white, Hansen couldn't tell what the true colors of the words were. Most things that Hansen looked at were represented by gray tones. The words had been written in a tiny script, and each letter was no bigger than a fly. But when Hansen looked closer, he realized that the words were all ancient and strong. It was like there was an infinite, amazing universe residing within them. Hansen was happy. He assumed it was some high-class Geno art, but it was written in the common language of the universe. Since it was written in a language he knew, it would be easy for him to remember. But when he looked a little closer, he realized the words weren't a Geno art. In fact, their content was confusing, almost nonsensical. Hansen couldn't see where the writing began. The writing seemed to run across multiple walls of the carriage, but because the demon spirit was turning his head, Hansen could only see the wall that was directly in front of him. Getting my wish by using your love. I'm so sorry. I could then make the wish again, to bring love back to life, but I would accept grand suffering. That is the reason I turned into a demon, and I was unable to continue with the relationship. I want to end this life, but it is very difficult. Hansen read it all out, stopping when he reached the end of what he could see. Did the person who wrote this down make a wish to a god, then regret that wish? Who is the person making wishes? I cannot believe he tried to make a wish twice. Normal people only make one wish and suffer as a result, but this guy made 2 wishes. A wish to become a demon. Is the demon spirit the one who wrote this? Hansen was confused. It was almost unthinkable, but based on what Hansen knew, it seemed most likely that the demon spirit had been the one who wrote on the walls. Who else could have written something on the interior of the sea demon car? It's a shame I cannot see the full contents. If I could, I would be able to understand the cause and the consequences. If this demon spirit really is the person that the text mentions, then he must have been someone awesome before he became the demon that he is today. As Hansen kept thinking to himself, the demon spirit's vision moved. The demon spirit glanced to his left, and Hansen followed its gaze. There was something carved on that wall as well, but the demon spirit's vision didn't linger on the words. It looked away quickly, and Hansen didn't have time to read the words. When the demon spirit turned in a different direction, though, Hansen made out the image of a woman. The picture was very simple. It was only a few lines, but it was enough to draw out the figure of a long-haired woman. There was no face, but the figure alone was enough to let Hansen know that she had been beautiful. The demon spirit looked upon the image of the woman carved into the stone. He slowly reached out and touched the stone, but his hands were like dust. When he touched the stone, his fingers spread out like smoke. The demon spirit continued to reach for the woman's image, but every time he touched it, his hand disappeared in a puff of dust. And when he pulled his hands away from the stone tablet, his dust-scattered hands coalesced again. For some reason, Hansen felt a knot form in his throat. The scene moved him more than he had expected. The demon spirit reached out many times, trying in vain to brush his fingers over the picture, but he eventually gave up. Instead, he just stared at the picture of the woman on the stone wall. He spaced out looking at it. Hansen could see there were a few small words next to that picture of a woman. When he focused, he could read what was written. "I will not age for 300 million years, but even so, I will never be able to touch your face again." As Hansen read that line of words, the sickening feeling sank deeper and deeper in his stomach. He wasn't a fan of tragedies. But just seeing those words allowed him to understand what sort of tragedy he was looking at. The demon spirit tipped his head to the side so he could just stare at the woman's picture. He didn't move, and time flowed by unnoticed. At least an hour passed in this motionless state, and the sea demon car continued to more steadily forward the whole time, pulled by the giant cloud dragons that the demon spirit had summoned from the clouds. Even if Hansen wanted to escape, there was no way he could right now. He had no choice but to wait. "Fortunately, I sent the little red bird with Bauer. If the little red bird was trapped here with me, Bauer would be in danger," Hansen thought to himself. Hansen didn't know when the demon spirit would exit the sea demon car again. Hansen noticed that nothing he did in the demon spirit's eyes seemed to draw its attention. So, he summoned Warner, who he had placed inside Destiny's tower. Warner had been in a coma all this time, and she hadn't woken up. Hansen couldn't hold her in his arms all day every day, and so, he had placed her inside Destiny's tower. Hansen's Sea of Soul hosted Destiny's tower, and Warner hadn't turned blonde the entire time she was inside. "If I cannot find a chance to escape, I might need Warner's power." Hansen checked her status, and he noticed that she had recovered somewhat. Although her body was still rather weak, it wasn't abhorrently faint like it had been. There was no chance of her suddenly giving up the ghost. It really was the blonde hair mode that brought her so close to death. She recovers as long as her hair stays black, but she's healing so slowly. If this keeps going, who knows how long it might take for her to return to normal again. Hansen tried to send his power into her, but it didn't seem to work. He could put his power into Warner's body, but her body didn't absorb the energy. It was like pouring water into a cup full of holes. No matter how much power he put in, it would just leak out. There was nothing he could do, so he put Warner back inside Destiny's tower. He used the Wanjia Rubik's Cube to contact the treasure identifier elder. When the video transmission stopped for the final time, it hadn't affected the treasure identifier elder too much. They had already earned the money they needed to. Their profits might not have been maximized, but their earnings were still substantial. Many creatures had wanted the video to keep going, but the treasure identifier elder had no more footage, so they had stopped the stream. When Hansen contacted the treasure identifier elder again, the treasure identifier elder was alone in his room. When the old man saw that it wasn't Feng Qingyu contacting him via the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, he frowned and asked, "Where is Qingyu?" "Don't worry, treasure identifier elder. Qingyu is fine, but I was separated from him." Is there a way for me to contact him and the others? This was why Hansen was contacting the treasure identifier elder. The Wanjia Rubik's Cube is an important possession of the 1,000 treasures. Only elder members are allowed to have them. Qingyu's Wanjia Rubik's Cube is mine, and he only has one. If you have the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, there is no way to contact them while they remain in the Tianxia system. The treasure identifier elder paused and asked, "Do you know where they are? I can send people to the Tianxia system to extract them." Hansen didn't say anything. If he had been with Fang Qingyu, he would have given their location to the treasure identifier elder. But Bauer and the others were with him, and Hansen didn't trust this man with their safety. The treasure identifier elder was smart. He knew what Hansen was worried about. After a moment of thought, he said, "Actually, even if we went out to find them, I doubt that we could. The Extreme King elites and many others wish to capture you and haul you back to the Extreme King. They should be in the Tianxia system already. It is too late for a traditional search and rescue party. If you want your friends and Qingyu to be saved, there is one other way." "You're saying that I should use the Wanjia Rubik's Cube to leak my location?" Hansen immediately understood what the treasure identifier elder was implying. The treasure identifier elder nodded and said, "Yes. The Extreme King have come looking for you, not your companions. If you keep letting them know where you are, they won't have any reason to conduct a general search that might endanger Qingyu and the others." "I'll think about it." Hansen turned off the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. What would be the point of using the Rubik's Cube now? He was inside the eyes of the spirit demon. If he began streaming video, people would only see the interior of the stone carriage. That wouldn't be very helpful for anyone. Hansen needed to wait for a moment when a video stream would tell the Extreme King exactly where he was. Only then would it be worth turning the Rubik's Cube back on. "I really hope that the demon spirit is planning to leave the sea demon car soon. If he decides to stay in here for a few hundred years, that will be bad," Hansen thought morosely. Luckily, Hansen's worries didn't jinx his situation. Despite the time he spent envisioning the worst-case scenario, it didn't come to pass. After another half-day of travel, the sea demon car came to a stop. The spirit demon finally turned its eyes away from the wall of the carriage. The creature pushed the door open and slid out. "He's finally out." Hansen was filled with happiness, but when he saw what was outside the carriage, he froze. Before he entered the Tianxia system, Hansen had done a lot of research about the place. He had learned that the system was filled with clouds and fog, but no planets were known to exist within it. But as the demon spirit moved out of the carriage, Hansen saw a giant island hanging in the clouds. The clouds surrounding them were pure white now, unlike the blue clouds that Hansen had seen last. These fluffy white clouds looked like they belonged in an ordinary sky. The demon spirit dropped onto the grass of the island. The fresh green grass turned to dust the moment that the demon spirit touched it. The dust rose and danced around the feet of the spirit demon, like ashes rising from a disturbed grave. When he fought, the demon spirit moved so quickly that it looked like he was teleporting. In this place, though, he walked forward as slowly as a normal person would, heading for a mountain at the center of the island. The small mountain wasn't high, probably only reaching 400 meters at its peak. Hansen could have jumped over such a small mountain in a single leap. The demon spirit could probably have done the same with only a thought. But instead, the demon spirit was walking up the mountain, step by step. He moved patiently, almost methodically. What is he trying to do? Hansen wondered curiously. Although he wanted to flee, there were no creatures whose eyes he could jump into. The island was covered in grass and dotted with strange flowers, but there were no creatures to be seen. The demon spirit left the sea demon car behind without so much as a backward glance at the cloud dragons. Because of that, Hansen couldn't even escape by jumping into the eyes of a cloud dragon. Since he couldn't run, Hansen spent his time trying to guess what the demon spirit would do on the mountain. He had too little information to come up with any truly plausible theories, though. When the demon spirit reached the mountain's peak, Hansen realized that the mountaintop was flat. It was about the size of a basketball court, and there was a building standing at its center. The building had 2 floors, and it appeared to have been constructed out of a beautiful variety of wood. The building was surrounded by ornately fenced gardens. The gardens were full of greenery, but they weren't beautiful or well kept. They were quite ugly, and only the walls that enclosed them were nice. A wooden gate provided an opening in the fence. As they approached the gate, Hansen saw a plank of wood stuck in the earth. 3 words were written down on it: "No Love House." No Love House? What does that mean? Hansen wondered. The demon spirit drifted to a stop just outside the fence. The wooden door wasn't locked, but he seemed to have decided against going into the yard. He stood outside the fence, looking toward the window on the 2nd floor. Hansen thought the demon spirit might do something interesting, but he just stood there for about an hour. He didn't move an inch. "Purple Fight, what are you doing here?" "I don't want to see you," said a woman's voice from the 2nd floor. Her tone was hard and distant. The demon spirit stayed where he was. He didn't move, and his eyes remained locked on the 2nd floor window. The woman inside the wooden house pushed open the window and looked at the demon spirit angrily. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Get lost. I don't want to see you again, either grant me that wish or just kill me." Hansen, hearing the name Purple Fight, thought it sounded very familiar. After he searched his memory, he placed the name. His eyes and mouth opened wide in shock. "This name is like a clap of thunder in my ear." One of the 10 generals of Sacred was the invincible General Purple Fight. Hansen had spent a lot of time researching Sacred. After his fight with the purple-eye butterfly, he carefully researched each of the 10 generals. Ultimately, however, he wasn't able to learn much about them. But from the little information he had gathered, this General Purple Fight had struck him as being quite impressive. He was invincible even when fighting alone, which earned him the nickname the Invincible Solo. The name perfectly captured how frightening General Purple Fight was. There was a legend that said before Purple Fight became a general, he was an enemy of Sacred Leader. At one point, Sacred Leader himself lost in a one-on-one fight against Purple Fight. That was why Purple Fight earned the title Invincible Solo. After that, Sacred Leader used some sort of trick to beat Purple Fight and claim ownership over him. Purple Fight became the strongest of Sacred's 10 generals. Is this demon spirit General Purple Fight? Hansen found it hard to believe. Out of the 10 generals, General Ghost Bone was the best when it came to leading armies, and Purple Eye Butterfly was the leader of intelligence gathering. But when it came to fighting alone, Purple Fight was the greatest. In a one-on-one deathmatch, the leaders of the 3 highest races of the universe couldn't defeat him. The demon spirit saw the woman looking down on him, but he didn't say a word. He merely returned her gaze. Hansen hesitated. He didn't know if he should stay in the demon spirit's eyes or make the jump into the woman's eyes. The woman continued to send a string of blistering invectives and insults toward Purple Fight. But the demon spirit merely looked at her without moving. He didn't react to her words, and it was almost as if he wasn't getting scolded at all. That made Hansen wonder if the demon spirit wasn't actually the Purple Fight the woman mentioned. When that woman grew tired of yelling, the demon spirit brought out an item. It appeared in the demon spirit's shadowy hand out of nowhere, and he carried it to the gate. He didn't touch the wood or the fence. When Hansen saw the item that the demon spirit had set on the ground, his eyes brightened. It was a book. The book was made of stone, and there were 7 words written upon the cover: "Shocking World Record of the Extreme King. Holy sh*T. That is the Extreme King's exclusive Geno art." How did the demon spirit get a hold of it? Right, he must have gotten it from Baochin. Baochin must have had it somewhere on his person when he fought the demon spirit, Hansen thought. When the woman saw the shocking world record of the Extreme King, she looked even more distraught. She screamed, "Purple fight, what is the point of you bringing me all the Geno arts in the world? They are meaningless to me. Either kill me or let me go." Hansen was hesitant. He didn't know if he should stay in the demon spirit's eyes or jump to the eyes of this woman. From what the woman had said, he could guess that she had been imprisoned in this house by the demon spirit. If Hansen leaped into her eyes, even if she never discovered his presence, there was a chance he might never leave that place. But if he stayed inside the eyes of the demon spirit, who knew how long he would have to remain inside the sea demon car? Twiddling his thumbs in the sea demon car for a few hundred years would be a pretty miserable fate. The woman should be easier to deal with than the demon spirit. Even if I'm discovered, it won't be as difficult to escape. Hansen could feel that the demon spirit was on the precipice of leaving. Putting away his hesitation, Hansen reflected himself into the eyes of the woman before the demon spirit had a chance to break eye contact. With the woman's curses still echoing around him, the demon spirit walked back down the hill away from the house. As he watched the demon spirits receding back, Hansen felt rather glum. Finally, back to normal. With the woman's vision, Hansen could finally see colors again. It was a relief to have normal vision after being stuck in the monochromatic eyes of the demon spirit. When the woman saw that the demon spirit had finally left, she stopped swearing. Then, she turned away from the window. The woman glanced around, and as she did, Hansen followed her gaze. The interior of the house was packed with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were all lined with books. The woman's eyes moved too quickly, however, which kept Hansen from being able to read the titles on the books. The woman walked downstairs and left the house. Despite her earlier anger, the woman walked over to the book that the demon spirit had left on the grass and picked it up. When she returned to the house, the woman threw the shocking world record of the Extreme King on the floor. She stomped on it many times, discharging some of her leftover anger. A while later, the woman picked up the shocking world record of the Extreme King. She used a cloth to clean it, then placed it on a bookshelf. The woman grew restless after that. She stood up and moved back to that same bookshelf, repositioning the shocking world record slightly. Does this woman have OCD? Hansen thought that the woman was a bit weird. There were no other creatures on this mountain, only this one woman living alone in a wooden house. Hansen wanted to escape her eyes, but it appeared as if doing so would be impossible. I don't know what this woman is capable of. If her power is average, I can just wait until I'm sure that the demon spirit is gone. Then I can race out of her eyes to make an escape. In preparation for that eventuality, Hansen paid careful attention to the woman. The woman was definitely strange. When she was done fiddling with the book, she went to sit at the window and peer outside. Hansen realized that the clouds outside the island weren't white anymore. They were light yellow like butter. Hansen was happy. He brought out his Wanjia Rubik's Cube and filmed what could be seen from the window. He then sent it to the treasure identifier elder. Didn't you want to capture me and claim the bounty on my head? Come and try it, Hansen said to the Rubik's Cube after he made the film. After the treasure identifier elder received the footage from Hansen, he edited the clip and began streaming it. Hansen didn't know what effect this play might have, but for now, it was all he could do. Thankfully, the wooden house didn't have any mirrors or swords. Otherwise, if she looked into a mirror and noticed that her left eye was red, she'd realize there was a problem. The woman sat in front of the window for a long time. Hansen didn't know what she was thinking about, and he was starting to believe that she'd never move again. But after a while, the woman finally moved. The woman sighed deeply. She stood up and moved toward a desk. The desk was laden with stacks of books and documents. There were no tools that required electricity, but perhaps that was due to the magnetic storms that plagued the Tianxia system. Electric instruments probably wouldn't work here anyway. The woman's room was organized with the same fastidious attention to detail as the rest of the house. The items on the table were arranged tidily, and her books and notebooks were all lined up perfectly. All the pens were in the pen cup. The woman had serious OCD issues. When she sat down in front of the desk, she picked up the top notebook. She opened the notebook and flipped to an empty page. After a moment of thought, the woman wrote something down on the empty book. She assembled words, numbers, and symbols into a variety of formulas that Han-sen was unable to comprehend. Han-sen didn't know what the woman was doing. The woman wrote with repeated breaks for thought. Before long, she picked up a book from the bookshelf. She flipped through it quickly, apparently trying to find something specific. Phenomenon? Isn't that the Geno art that is similar to Sky Palace's textless book? Han-sen thought in surprise. Phenomenon was a secret skill of Sky Palace, as well. What happened next surprised Han-sen even more. The woman kept pulling down and perusing different books, and those books were of the top Geno arts exclusive to a variety of different races. Many of them were guarded with the utmost secrecy. Han-sen saw the Destroyed Geno art 3 bodies in 1, Destroyed Chaos Godlight and the Dragon's Evil Breaker Dragon Presence. Many other famous Geno arts that were known across the Geno universe were there, as well. There were also many names that Han-sen had never even heard before. Who is this woman? And why does she have so many secret Geno arts here? Surely the spirit demon didn't steal them all just for her, right? That should be impossible. Those races wouldn't hand out their secrets for free. How many elites would really bring their secret Geno arts to Tianxia system just to get mugged? Han-sen couldn't make sense of the situation. But as he watched, Han-sen soon realized what she was doing. She was obviously researching the Geno arts. Because he didn't know what she was writing, though, he couldn't understand the research she was doing. It was like when normal people made use of computer software. Although people might use a program every single day, if they saw a coder working on that same program, they wouldn't have a clue what they were seeing. Unless Han-sen could see the Geno arts she was researching, he wouldn't have a single clue to figure out what he was seeing. The symbols and formulas weren't enough for him to tell what she was working on. No, this won't work. If I keep it complete, no creature will be able to reach the required fitness level. Lowering the fitness requirements will dismantle the skill, so that would be useless. How do I keep it complete and also lower the fitness requirements for practice? The woman mumbled to herself. She was putting an almost painful level of focus into the problem, but she couldn't seem to come up with any solutions. She grappled with the problem for a while longer, but she still couldn't figure it out. She walked over to the bookshelf, pulled down the shocking world record, and began reading through it. The shocking world record of the Extreme King. In the beginning of the Extreme King, the sky and ground welcomed this race, the woman said, reading the prologue in a smooth voice. She broke off, and a scornful chuckle rolled out of her throat. Very presumptuous. He was just a slave of Sacred Leader, so how dare he say that? It seems as if this woman is connected to the Sacred Leader somehow. It also looks like the Extreme King's alpha once belonged to Sacred, maybe as a low-level servant? Han-sen thought in surprise. The woman continued to read the shocking world record, and after a while, she started to look annoyed. I thought this would be something special, but it's just a half-asterisk said version of Sacred Leader's blood spirit body. And this guy has the nerve to call it a king body? Very funny. Han-sen's eyes widened even further. No way. The Extreme King's king bodies were invented by the Sacred Leader? The woman looked at the book in her hands with distaste, but she continued to read it all the way through. As her eyes moved along the pages, Han-sen read the entirety of the shocking world record with her. Although this manuscript wasn't the original copy, it still had the exact same contents as the original shocking world record. It was a very powerful and multifaceted Geno art. It had everything a person could want in it. If a member of the Extreme King had a king body of their own, they could find a skill to learn within the shocking world record. This slave stole my Geno world speech. He was kind of smart, honestly. He combined the Geno world speech with a blood spirit body. But the Geno world speech and the blood spirit body were each only half finished. No matter how they are combined, they won't reach the final stage. The woman had lost her interest in the shocking world record of the Extreme King. She placed it back on the shelf. Hansen was frozen, and he thought, this woman doesn't look too old, but she speaks as if she was alive in Sacred Leader's day. Is such a thing possible? How has she survived for such a long time? Can't blame the slave, the woman said with a sigh. He couldn't bring himself up to the super gene level. Even the Sacred Leader and I failed continually, and he was just a slave with a slightly abnormal amount of intelligence. His achievements were respectable, all things considered. She proceeded to sit down on a chair. Hansen's heart shook. What the hell? Is the super gene she mentioned related to the sanctuaries somehow? The woman glanced through her notebook in boredom. She closed it and put it back. Then she sighed again. There are no clues to follow. I can't figure out why the story of genes can't be practiced, but lowering the practice requirements will make it impossible to generate a super gene. What am I supposed to do? Hansen's throat had tightened into a knot, and he wanted to scream. The story of genes. She's researching the story of genes? Who is this woman? Maybe the Sacred Leader was correct. It's simply impossible to determine the faults in some geno arts. We need to find a way for creatures' genes to evolve more quickly. If we can hasten the speed at which genes evolve. But in that case, why would we need the story of genes? That way won't work. The woman shook her head tiredly. Hansen's heart was like a sea tossed by a violent storm. It was full of scary waves and rattling winds. If what the woman said was true, she might have been the person who actually created the story of genes. She might have had a direct connection to the Sacred Leader, and maybe she even knew him personally. Hansen wanted to run far away from this terrifying woman, but he wanted to find out her secrets even more. But he couldn't tell what level the woman might have been. If Hansen could, he would have liked to tie the woman up and interrogate her until he had extracted every last bit of info she had to give. But considering that the woman might have hailed from the same era as the Sacred Leader, he shut that thought away before it led him into doing something rash. There were too many unknowns here, but the bits and pieces he was putting together told him that if he challenged this woman, he could be in grave danger. If she had conducted research alongside Sacred Leader and considered the Extreme King as little more than servants, her power had to be substantial. Perhaps she wasn't as strong as Purple Fight, but there was a high chance of her being a top-class deified. Hansen wasn't confident that he could take on someone like that. If he revealed himself, he might be the one getting interrogated. Hansen had to be patient. If the woman continued to talk to herself, she might reveal more secrets out loud. But she didn't talk to herself every day. Sometimes, she wouldn't say a single word, but whenever the demon spirit paid a visit, she seemed to blow a fuse. After screaming and cursing at the demon spirit until he left, she would talk to herself for the rest of the day while she cooled off. But she didn't voice any more secrets. The woman spent most of her time researching the story of genes. She used any geno art she was able to get her hands on to test and modify it. She tried many different methods, but none of them seemed to stick. As the woman worked in her notebook, Hansen could see the story of genes. After a brief examination, he confirmed that it was truly the same geno art that he possessed. There were some differences, though. Because this woman's The Story of Genes had some modifications, some parts of the geno art were more advanced than Hansen's version. But there weren't many differences. Clearly, The Story of Genes had been completed a long time ago. But since practicing The Story of Genes in its original form was simply unfeasible, modifications had been required. In addition to the original version, the woman had experimented with hundreds of altered variants of the geno art. The woman had made each version unique in some way, hoping to find a new form of the geno art that was superior to the original. None of the attempts succeeded, though. All the variants were, at the end of the day, failed experiments. Hansen himself had practiced the story of genes. When he first started attempting to use the Geno art, his fitness level had been far too low to actually practice the skill. But with the help of the black crystal armor, he was eventually able to perform the story of genes. Hansen had spoken to Professor Baishan about the Geno art. No ordinary being could practice with the story of genes because the fitness requirements were too dizzying to comprehend. The only way it could be learned, supposedly, was to have a body as perfect as a god's. Normal people had flaws in their bodies, and even minuscule flaws would make the Geno art unlearnable. Hansen watched the woman conduct research every day. Although she wasn't making any progress, Hansen started to gain a much deeper understanding of the story of genes. There were many things he had never fully understood in the past, but now, they had become clear. While Hansen was enjoying his newfound knowledge, the woman walked out of the wooden house. She went to a pool in the garden. She crouched down, and it appeared as if she was going to take a sip of the water. But when she saw her reflection, she froze. Oh no! Hansen got a shock suddenly. The woman looked into her reflection in the pool. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. She can see me. Hansen knew this was very bad, but he had already considered this eventuality. If the being Hansen inhabited was close to a reflective surface, Hansen knew his presence would be exposed sooner or later. So, he didn't panic. When the woman saw the strange appearance of her eye, she didn't panic either. She smiled and said, "Interesting. You dared to use an eye trick on someone like me? You are brave." After that, the woman released a burning golden light in her eyes. It started in her pupils and spread across her irises, slowly fighting back the red and transforming it into gold. Hansen's chest tightened. He didn't know what sort of power that woman had employed, but after the gold light consumed her eyes, the woman put away her power. As soon as she released her power, the gold color extinguished and the red reappeared. My golden eye didn't work. This is tricky, the woman said with a pleased smile. The color of her eye changed again. This time a deep black swept over her irises. The black rolled over the entirety of her eyeballs, overwhelming the red. Once her eyes had fallen completely into darkness, the woman stopped feeding power into the technique she had used. Once again, as soon as she released the technique, the red returned to her eyes. Darkness eye didn't work either. Fascinating. The woman proceeded to try many different eye talents as she attempted to expunge Hansen, but they only succeeded in making his vision go funny. Nothing seemed to affect the power of the blood eye evil god beast soul, though. Hansen was delighted with the performance of his beast soul. So this is the power of a mutant deified beast soul. Even this woman cannot do anything against me. How interesting. The woman was now smiling widely. Rather than being upset at her repeated failures, she looked thrilled. After that, the woman didn't use any more eye skills. She raised her fingertips and gathered up some sort of light. Wisps of spiritual light rose from her fingertips, turning into a mirror that hovered before her face. The mirror hung before the woman's eye, but there was no human reflection inside it. A weird light swirled around the surface of the silver mirror, and eventually, it turned a deep red color and began to coil in tighter and tighter swirls. In moments, the red color had changed to depict the face of the Blood Eye Evil God. Ah, it is Blood Eye Evil God. No wonder my eye skills didn't work. When the woman saw the image of Blood Eye Evil God, she smiled in sudden understanding. She raised her finger and pressed it to her forehead just above her eyes. More spiritual light went into her. The woman's eyes shattered like glass. The shadowy space that Hansen inhabited collapsed, and he was forced to come out. He fell onto the ground and immediately tried to leap away from the house. What's this? That isn't Blood Eye Evil God, the woman murmured in surprise. Her eyes healed immediately, and her hands never stopped moving. She raised one hand, and a crystal ball flew toward Hansen to trap him. Hansen moved to evade the crystal ball, but the woman shifted the position of her hand and cast a few lights that struck Han Sen with pinpoint precision. Han Sen's body became much heavier, and his speed dropped drastically. A deep ache sank into his back, and he felt as if he had ejaculated prematurely and then become impotent. He was suddenly struck with the pain of a woman's period, and his eyesight became blurry. Pain and nausea swept through him. God only knew how many Geno arts the woman had cast to give him such a wretched series of debilitations. Han Sen used his jade skin area, which transformed his body into jade-like ice. The woman's debilitating Geno arts no longer worked on Han Sen, allowing him to dodge the second crystal attack. Then, he leaped out the window. The woman's face looked like the face of a cat in pursuit of a mouse. It was as if she had made a fascinating discovery. She ran out of the wooden house, too. Han Sen wanted to fly away and escape the island, but as soon as he moved, he saw the crystal ball racing toward him. Han Sen evaded it, but the crystal ball exploded. It transformed into a giant crystal net that covered the entire island. Han Sen had nowhere to run. Han Sen's fingers wriggled like mad, casting sword silks as he attempted to lift the net of crystal. He kept the net from falling on him, and his mind raced to find a way out of this predicament. After a few of her attacks, though, Han Sen noticed that the woman wasn't as strong as he initially believed her to be. She had the power of a king-class being at the most, he wagered. But she possessed such a variety of Geno arts that she could do almost anything. She had an infinite supply of surprises up her sleeve, that was for sure. When she saw that her crystal net couldn't trap Han Sen, the woman changed her approach. Her fingers became like blades, and she used all sorts of Geno arts to attack. Han Sen had a hard time dealing with her. Han Sen had encountered many powerful opponents in his time, and some of them had learned many skills, but this woman could use literally anything. She could fuse a dozen skills into a single attack. He had never seen anything like this before. Her attack might start out as fire powers, but when they got close to Han Sen, they might transform into gold or water powers. An attack might rage toward him, but then become as soft as a kiss when it landed. Her fingers, palms, knives, and swords didn't allow Han Sen a moment to breathe. This wasn't a fight. It was like the woman was conducting an artistic performance of many tricks. Han Sen fought to defend himself, but he couldn't win. And with the crystal net in place over the island, Han Sen knew that he couldn't escape. The woman looked shocked, too, though. Han Sen's attacks were very familiar to her in some ways, but they were also quite different than she expected. Sky Palace's textless book isn't completely the same, but it is just. And the breaking power is not the same. Fascinating, the woman was captivated by Han Sen's skills. The woman knew too many Geno arts. Han Sen used skills that he thought would take advantage of the woman's weaknesses. But she always used another unexpected Geno art to escape every crisis, and Han Sen found himself fighting for his life instead. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I came here purely by happenstance. I mean you no harm, so please forgive me," Han Sen pleaded, as he continued to fight. "Use a few more Geno arts." "I have seen these before," the woman commanded, not actually responding to Han Sen's plight. Han Sen knew many Geno arts, but he didn't think that this situation called for them. Instead, he stuck with skills that he knew could counter her attacks. The woman, seeing that Han Sen was only using a few skills to break all of her Geno arts, looked profoundly annoyed. "Down." The woman waved her hand, and the crystal net snapped Han Sen's sword silks and fell toward him. Many substance chains now writhed within the crystal net. "She's deified." Han Sen realized that the woman had been playing with him. She hadn't used her real powers up until now. Han Sen had the strong urge to use his super god spirit power to escape the falling net, but ultimately, he chose not to. Instead, he allowed himself to be captured by the crystal net. "Who are you? How are you using abilities that should belong only to the blood-eye evil god?" the woman asked Han Sen, who was now trapped on the ground like a fish in a net. I am Prince 16 of the Extreme King. My name is Bai. I gained the blood evil eye powers by accident. Before Hansen could finish, the woman's face hardened. She tightened the crystal net that snared him, dragging Hansen up into the air. How dare you lie to me? You are a crystallizer that has disguised themselves as one of the Extreme King. Blood evil eye is blood eye evil god's geno art. It should be impossible to wield unless you have the blood eye evil god's genes. Do you think I'm stupid? The woman demanded. She gestured furiously at Hansen. A substance chain appeared, and it lashed Hansenator. The whip cut so deeply into Hansen's flesh that bone was visible through the wound. If you already knew I was a crystallizer, why didn't you just say so? Hansen thought, grinding his teeth. Out loud, he said, I'm a crystallizer, but I'm a mixed breed. My body has a little of the Extreme King's blood in it, and I also have some of the blood eye evil god's blood. Whoosh. Before Hansen could finish, the woman lashed him again. Her eyes looked like they were trying to bore holes into Hans Sr. Mixed, my *SS. Is being a crystallizer not good enough for you? Why would you submit yourself to that slave race? And blood eye evil god's blood? Tell me, how did that work out? The woman was so angry that she kept whipping Hansen's body. Hansen swore to himself that he would never provoke another female researcher. Her temper was really bad. But Hansen realized something. When he saw how angry the woman had become because he pretended to be an Extreme King, he hastily said, Lady, you are a crystallizer too, yes? Do you know Left Crazy? Left Crazy and I are best friends. You know Left Crazy? The woman was both surprised and confused, and both emotions showed clearly on her face. I know him. And we are very close. I learned a geno art from him, Hansen said hurriedly when he confirmed that Left Crazy's name carried some weight with this woman. The woman wasn't interested in what Hansen was saying, though. She looked at him with disdain. Left Crazy is too nice. You are a crystallizer. Even if you were his enemy, he would still be willing to teach you if you were willing to learn. Learning geno arts from him doesn't mean that you're actually close to him. Although she said that, the woman still relented and put away her crystal net. She freed Hansen from his bindings. What is your name, lady? Do you know Left Crazy, as well? Hansen asked the woman as he stood up and brushed the dust off of himself. The woman really was a crystallizer, which surprised Hansenator. According to what Hansen had learned thus far, the crystallizers appeared sometime after Sacred had been destroyed. The crystallizers never had a deified in their ranks either. That woman had conducted research alongside Sacred Leader, though. That must have meant she was a powerful figure in the era of Sacred's reign. The woman ignored Hansen's inquiry. She looked at him and said, You are of the crystallizer blood, but how are your body's genes able to evolve so fast? My genes are fast? Hansen asked, feigning ignorance. The woman looked at Hansen with a frown. She said to herself, This shouldn't be. My crystallizers finished their tests as a failure. Their fitness was weak, and only their intelligence was at a passable level. How could this one have evolved so fast? When Hansen heard that, he was surprised. He looked at the woman and asked, You created the crystallizers? The woman shook her head. Not exactly. The crystallizers already existed, but I used Sacred's resources to modify the genes of the crystallizers. I sped up the progress of their evolution. It was not much of a success, but it worked out better than I had expected. Their fitness and evolution progress were bad, but they were very intelligent. They made perfect assistants for my work. And Left Crazy was one of them. After that, the woman walked back toward the wooden house. Because the woman had stopped threatening Hansen, he no longer wanted to leave. He wanted to learn as many secrets as he could, straight from this horse's mouth. Based on the woman's story, it was clear she had once been a prestigious person in Sacred. She must have been the head of a research department or something like that. She must have known a lot. That means you created the story of genes? Hansen asked as he reached the door. Half of it. Sacred Leader and I built the story of genes together, but it failed. The woman looked at Hansen and went on to say, Left Crazy showed you the story of genes? Hansen nodded. But he didn't tell her that he practiced the story of genes. If she found out that he had studied the story of genes, he was worried that she might decide she needed to dissect him and analyze the pieces. Stop there, the woman said sternly as Hansen was about to step into the house. You stand outside. Don't track dirt into my house, the woman continued, sending a cold glance toward Hansen. Hansen knew that the woman meant no harm. She was just a very hygienic woman with a bad case of OCD. He didn't mind her brusqueness. He stood outside the door and said, What did you do during your time researching the story of genes with Sacred Leader? I have heard that it is related to super gene. The woman went into the house and grabbed a shovel. She came out and started to fix the ground where Hansen had disturbed the grass while fighting. You start floating. Don't touch anything here, the woman said. She then sprayed Hansen with a perfume. Hansen made himself float as the woman commanded. He wanted to learn about the relationship between the story of genes and super gene, and also their relation to the sanctuaries. The woman kept cleaning where Hansen had walked, and she said, We researched the story of genes so that creatures could learn to use super gene. Did Left Crazy not teach you that? No. He only told me that the requirements of the story of genes hadn't been fulfilled, and thus, there were limits to what he could investigate. Hansen kept trying to get her to tell him more. The woman really didn't mind the bean spilling, so she went on to say, I cannot believe Left Crazy is still researching the story of genes. He was right, though. There are requirements for the story of genes that were never fulfilled. Even now, it is a failed research project. What is super gene? What is super gene used for? Hansen asked, trying not to let his voice betray how badly he wanted this answer. The woman looked at Hansen with an odd expression. As she stared, she asked, Do you believe God exists? Why am I being asked this crappy question again? Hansen wondered, annoyed. This was a question he couldn't care less about answering. Hansen sighed and said, I've met a couple of guys who called themselves gods. But I don't know if they were real gods. Those gods you met, did they claim to be able to fulfill your wishes? The woman squinted at Hansen. Hansen's heart jumped. He had gotten to the crux of the issue already, and so he quickly answered, yes. The woman quirked her lips into a smile. Running her hand through her hair, she said, Becoming super gene means killing these guys who call themselves God. Why are you trying to do that? Hansen was shocked. He knew how scary those beings were. But luckily, they couldn't directly attack the beings of the universe. Their powers were much stronger than any creature within the Geno universe. Not even deified beings could be compared to them. The woman and Sacred Leader had wanted to kill these self-proclaimed gods. And Hansen shared their insane desire. He just wasn't strong enough right now, so he didn't know how he would eventually bring the gods down. Because of this, Hansen had no plans to kill a god just yet. When he had been inside Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King, he had only seen the statue of a god. If the black crystal armor hadn't helped him, he would have been incapable of defeating the thing. He couldn't imagine how scary things might have been if he faced a real god. I don't know why Sacred Leader was pursuing this goal, but I know I had my reasons, the woman obviously not wanting to share her actual reason. Having a super gene can allow a person to kill those gods? Hansen asked. According to my research, yes. That is correct. The woman nodded, speaking with certainty. But then the woman shook her head, smiling wryly. But our research still failed. We discovered a method that could turn a body into a super gene, but there was no creature in this universe that could use this method. It was like we were holding a candle, and we knew we could light it, but we didn't have a single match to do so. We were so close to dispelling the darkness, but we couldn't. That was the difficulty we faced. The thing that we lacked to complete the story of genes seemed like an insurmountable barrier. It made all of our efforts seem fairly pointless. Is the story of genes that difficult to practice? There really wasn't anyone across the entire universe who could use it. Hansen asked in confusion. After all, he had already learned the story of genes. The woman thought for a moment, then said, "This problem is very complicated, and explaining it fully would take some time. Let me use an analogy instead. A horse needs to eat plants for energy, so it can stay alive and run. However, a car requires fuel in order to operate. You cannot give the horse fuel, and you cannot give the car grass." This description isn't perfect, but it sort of gets across what I mean. The story of genes has many requirements, and there is no creature in the universe that can satisfy every one of them. You cannot lack in any department. Hansen pretended to understand, but he actually rather confused. He started to ask another question, but he just didn't know how to explain what he didn't understand. Who are those people that call themselves gods? Why can only those with a super gene kill them? Hansen returned the conversation to the initial question. That question is also complicated. To put it simply, these gods are creatures, but they exist in a different way than we do. It's like the difference between corporeal life forms and spirits. But the reality is more complicated, especially when one tries to understand how they interact with our universe. The woman paused, and then she went on to say, "And you asked why those with a super gene can kill those who claim to be gods? It all began with a test conducted by the sacred leader." "What test?" Hansen asked. The woman didn't answer Hansen. She stood up and said, "Okay, the garden's clean now. Don't you dare make this place dirty again. If you do, I'll turn you into a pig." Hansen still hung in the air, not daring to touch the ground. He was worried she really would do what she claimed. Considering the woman's power, she probably had a stronger gene-altering skill than Burning Lamp Alpha did. "You still haven't told me what sort of test the sacred leader conducted," Hansen said to the woman as he hovered in the air. The woman turned around and looked at Hans Sr. "Why do I have to tell you?" Hansen didn't know how to respond. She had no connection to him, and she didn't owe him anything. There really was no reason for her to tell him. Pang! While Hansen's mind raced for an answer, the woman returned to the house and slammed the door. Should I tell this woman I have practiced the story of genes? If I tell her, I might learn more secrets from her. But she also might catch me and use me as some sort of lab rat. That would be bad. Hansen found it to be quite the dilemma, and he was torn on what to do. The woman had said Hansen wasn't allowed to touch her stuff. Hansen didn't want to upset her cleanliness and OCD, so he flew over the fence and landed on the ground outside. He sat there, looking up at the yellow clouds. He pulled out the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and sent a video to the Treasure Identifier Elder. When the Treasure Identifier Elder had played Hansen's last video, it had drawn the focus of all the other races. That light yellow clouds became the focus of many elites. When this new video came out, many factions were able to confirm Hansen's location based on the changes in the cloud patterns. But because the demon spirit was probably close by, no one dared to go. The Extreme King wasn't very concerned about it, though. Bao Qin had retreated after he was injured, but the Extreme King had hurriedly sent out more deified elites to prowl through the Tianxia system. Hansen sat on the island for hours, trying to decide whether or not he should tell the woman that he had practiced the story of genes. Suddenly, the sea of clouds rumbled. Many giant cloud dragons came roaring out of the veil, pulling the sea demon car to the island. The demon spirit is here. Hansen was shocked, and he hastily decided to run. The woman hadn't killed him, but that didn't mean that the demon spirit would spare him. "You come in," said the woman. He looked up to see her head poking out a window. Hansen answered by running into the garden. "Feet." The woman frowned. Hansen quickly jumped into the air. He flew through the garden, then floated into the house, being careful not to touch anything. He hung in the center of the building, as far away from all of the house's contents as he could get. "Don't say anything, and don't make a noise," the woman advised him with a frown. Hansen nodded but made no further answer. "Good boy." The woman smiled, pleased with Hansen's performance. Just like the previous 2 times that Hansen had seen, the demon spirit stood outside the fence and stared up at the window. The woman ignored him for half the day, becoming grumpier with every second that passed. In the end, she couldn't help but open the window and shout at him. When the woman grew tired of yelling and subsided into silence, the demon spirit left. It was as if he had come there just so the woman could shout at him. Whatever was going on between the two of them, they obviously had a lot of history. Hansen was curious about the relationship between the woman and the demon spirit, but he knew it would be best not to ask the woman just yet. He could see the anger and scorn still etched deeply into her face. "Do you want to know who that is?" the woman asked. She turned around, her intense eyes landing on Hansen like physical weights. No, Hansen shook his head without thinking. He felt fear when she asked him, and he knew nothing good would come from that particular answer. The woman was shocked, but she laughed. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she examined Hans Sr. "Do you want to know what sort of test Sacred Leader conducted?" Hansen looked at the woman, his expression carefully veiled. He wanted to know, but the woman obviously wanted something in return. He would need to know what she wanted before he agreed to some sort of bargain. The woman smiled at him. "I will tell you, but you will have to help me with something first." "Do it, and I will explain everything." "You are so strong. If there's something that you can't do yourself, how will I be able to accomplish it?" Hansen asked hesitantly. The woman smiled and said, "Don't worry, the task isn't dangerous. I simply can't leave this island, so I need your help to get it done." Hansen remained silent, but he didn't think this would be a trivial task. The woman paused, then pointed in a particular direction. "Once you leave this island, keep going that way. Before long, you will see some light. You must follow that light. Then, you will find an island that is identical to this one. That island doesn't have a wooden house on it, though. You must go and cut off the top of that mountain, just like this. That is all you have to do." "Is there a creature over there or something?" Hansen asked. The woman shook her head. "No, but you must remember one thing, once you see the light, you cannot speak. As long as you don't talk, you should be fine. If you say anything, even if it is just a single word, you will be dead." "What is the light?" Hansen asked. "I don't know what it is, but it is still up to you if you want to go or not." "I won't force you to go if you don't want to," the woman said. Then, she turned away from Hansen and carried on with her research. "Can I see those Geno arts?" Hansen pointed to the books lined up on the shelves. They were the best Geno arts of all the races. Even if Hansen didn't practice them, it would be useful for him to be able to remember them all. "If you are willing to go, you can read as much as you like." "Okay, you can leave my house now," the woman said, without raising her head. Hansen flew out the window, and he landed outside the yard. The woman was way too clean, and she had a serious case of OCD. If Hansen wasn't working for her, she would never agree to let him touch her things. Hansen decided to go to the place the woman had described to him. The woman had nothing to gain by hiding any dangers in the task. If Hansen died halfway through the task, then sending him would have been pointless. Even if it is dangerous, I can only suppose the danger will arise after completing the mission. Hansen knew that the woman probably wanted him to free her from her prison. Hansen turned and looked back through the window. "I'm willing to go, but first, can you tell me what kind of test the Sacred Leader conducted?" Hansen asked. "I will tell you when you get back," the woman's voice responded from someplace inside the wooden house. "I'm afraid that when I get back, you will not be here," Hansen said. The woman went silent for a while, and Hansen wasn't sure what that meant. When he was just about to say something more, something flew out the window. Hansen caught the item, and he noticed it was a stone book. He tried to open it, but it seemed to have been sealed by some sort of power. Everything you need to know is within that book. When you have finished what I've asked you to do, the locks on that book will be removed. Now, it is again up to you to decide if you want to go or not, the woman said. Hansen looked at the stone book. He wasn't sure if what the woman was saying was true, but he was out of options. He had no choice but to believe her. Otherwise, he'd never know the truth. D*****. Still holding the stone book, Hansen gnashed his teeth and asked, in the legends, Sacred had a xenogenic space called the Sanctuaries. Do you know that place? That is the place Sacred Leader researched the immortal spirits. I've never been there myself, though. So, I don't know, the woman said. The fact that the woman didn't know about the sanctuaries was quite disappointing to Hansen. Hansen wanted to know the answers to a few more questions, but the woman said, I will not answer any more questions of yours if you aren't going. You have to tell me what the light looks like, Hansen said. You will know it when you see it, the woman said coldly. Hansen shrugged and then flew in the direction that the woman had told him to go. As he was surrounded by the yellow clouds, there was a limit to how much Hansen could see. So, he made use of his Dongxian area to try to detect nearby objects and energies. There was nothing notable about the direction in which he was flying. As far as he could tell, there were just more clouds. One thing that might have been different from other places within the Tianxia system, however, was the distinct lack of xenogenics. Hansen continued flying in the direction the woman had instructed him to go, and he didn't deviate. And lo and behold, after 3 or 4 hours, he saw a light ahead. The light was like the sun in the twilight hours. It was a deep red, and it looked like a big lantern on the horizon. Just as the woman said, he knew it when he saw it. When Hansen found the light, it was as if the light had found him, too. It flew over towards Hansen, enveloping him in its glow. Hansen remembered what the woman said, and he didn't make a peep. The light spun around him for a while, but eventually lost interest. A few minutes later, it flew away. Hansen felt some modicum of relief. He caught up to the light, though, and he followed it from behind. The light was pretty slow, but it also drifted back and forth. It didn't stick to a fixed trajectory or direction. It went left, right, forward, and back. Hansen was confused, but he still followed it. Luckily, the wandering light didn't seem to be leading him into danger. As he flew, he still didn't notice any nearby xenogenics. After following the light for half a day, he suddenly saw a giant shadow ahead. When he peered at it a little more intently, he noticed that the shadow was actually another island. That made him happy. When Hansen got a bit closer, he noticed that the island was indeed the same as the woman's island. Even all the plant life was identical. The light went to the island and settled down upon the grass like it was sleeping. Hansen came down to the island, as well. As he came close, the heavy gravity dragged him down to the surface. He certainly couldn't fly on this version of the island. That mattered little to Hansen, though. He walked towards the mountain at the island's center, and it wasn't long before he came before its foothills. There were some stone stairs carved into the familiar rocks, and so Hansen walked all the way up them. There was no wooden house or garden on the small peak. A weird black symbol was carved into the side of the peak. He couldn't tell what it was. Hansen guessed that might have been the restriction of the island. If he destroyed it, then the woman might be freed. Hansen had no reason to hesitate. The Geno universe was messy enough, and the woman was just one of the many beings that lived there. It didn't matter if she was good or bad. Hansen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and used it to swipe the mountaintop. He wanted to cut through it. But when the teeth power hit the mountain, that symbol glowed with a deep light. The teeth power vanished. The blade of the ghost teeth knife still struck the mountain, however, carving a mark across the stone. Hansen slashed a few more times, and aside from the physical strikes of the weapon, no other powers could damage the stone. The symbol carved into the mountain seemed to just consume any powers that came against it. If I have to keep slashing and slashing like this, how long is this going to take? Hansen thought gloomily. He tried to cut through the symbol on the mountain first to see if he could remove it. But when he tried to strike the symbol, it seemed to sink down into the stone, rather than remaining on the surface. He couldn't tell how deep it might have sunk beneath the surface. Hansen didn't know what to do, so he just kept striking the peak of the mountain. Luckily, no dangerous creatures had appeared to harass him. Despite all the loud noises ringing from the stone mountain, no hidden xenogeniacs were waking up from their slumber to come and see the commotion. The light was still resting on the grass, too. It didn't seem to care what Hansen did. Hansen kept digging, and before long, he became really sweaty. He felt like a senile old man as he hacked away at the side of the mountain. Luckily, the peak was pretty small. Hansen guessed it might take another 2 days for him to cut all the way through it. After digging for 10 hours straight, Hansen's hard work had opened the peak a little. Nothing happened, though, which reinforced Hansen's feeling of security. Dong! Hansen struck again. But when he raised his knife, he saw that blood was leaking from the stone where his knife had just landed. What? Why is the mountain bleeding? Hansen's heart jumped. He took a step back and fell into a defensive position himself. Hansen didn't like the fact that the mountain was bleeding, especially after his time in Do God City. That place had made him afraid of bleeding rocks. Hansen wasn't afraid of having a real fight, but he was unsettled by tricky monsters that messed with people's heads. Ningyu's little green sword had come from a bleeding rock. Hansen still wouldn't dare go close to that terrible thing. As he watched the blood trickle from the rock, Hansen's scalp felt numb. He wasn't frightened, exactly, but he felt very uncomfortable. Hansen waited a while, and he noted that only a small volume of blood had trickled out. And no other weird things seemed to be happening. He waved his hand and brushed the blood away from the wall to look at the knife mark. What he saw next chilled him. In the deepest part of the knife mark, Hansen could see flesh. He didn't know what creature this might have been, but he had cut a wound into it that was a few centimeters long. The blood had been coming out of that wound. Hansen looked at the wound that had now stopped bleeding, his lips pressed into a tight, bloodless line. He didn't know what the creature inside the mountain was. If it had been dead, it shouldn't have been bleeding. If it was alive, how could that be? It had been buried under an entire mountain. Just the mere thought of that was scary. The wound he had cut into the creature was the only place that Hansen could see its flesh. He hesitated a bit, but he eventually decided to resume digging. He had already come this far, so he couldn't just give up now. That wasn't his style. Even if the creature was still alive, that didn't matter to him. If it couldn't get out of a mountain, it couldn't have been too horrifyingly strong. Hansen used his knife to keep digging around the flesh. If he could dig away the rocks that covered it, he might be able to get a better view of the creature. Hansen dug for a while more, and slowly, the excavation site expanded. Eventually, he uncovered a scrap of yellow cloth. The body part Hansen had wounded was actually a leg. Hansen could tell that the leg belonged to a woman. The pants certainly appeared girly. Hansen frowned, and he kept on digging. More and more parts of the being were starting to be revealed, and soon, Hansen was able to confirm that it was indeed a woman. He carved carefully into the rock, revealing the woman's white feet. She was wearing yellow pants, and she had very long legs. Her upper body was still inside the mountain, so he couldn't yet tell what she looked like. But he couldn't detect a life force from her body. She was like a corpse. But when Hansen checked out the wound on her leg again, the cut appeared to have closed. And earlier, she had been bleeding. At this point, Hansen had no idea if the woman was alive or dead. Hansen had a sudden and disturbing thought. He used all his strength to dig away the rest of the mountain. More and more parts of the woman became visible. When Hansen dug her head out and got a look at her face, his eyes opened wide. This woman looked exactly the same as the woman in the wooden house. Even a twin wouldn't look this similar. What's going on? Why is this woman buried here? If this woman is alive, then who is that woman in the wooden house? Hansen shivered as he thought of all this. But when Hansen removed the last of the rock that had held the woman in place, she showed no sign of moving. It really did look like she was dead. She wasn't breathing, and she had no heartbeat. But when he glanced at her face, she looked more at peace than anything. She looked as if she was softly asleep. Hansen examined the woman, but she didn't look sick. She just didn't seem to have a life force. Hansen placed his power into her, but that quickly proved pointless. He couldn't kickstart her life force. The locks on the stone book were still present, as well. So, Hansen set the woman aside and resumed digging. Hansen dug steadily through the stone, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through. His hands were getting pretty sore, and he could hardly hold his knife anymore. Xie King is far better suited for this sort of work. With his power, and him yelling "Alu alu alu," it would get done much faster, Hansen thought as he continued digging. Suddenly, Hansen heard someone call his name. He was about to answer, but when he opened his mouth, his face paled slightly. He quickly closed it. The woman told him that if he spoke a word, he would die. There was no one here, anyway, so who could have possibly called him? Is it the body of the woman? Still keeping his jaw firmly shut, Hansen turned around to observe that woman's body. When he was halfway through his turn, he froze. The woman's body had vanished. Hansen, the voice called out Hansen's name again. This time it was right next to his ear, too. He even felt a soft wind tickle his cheek. Hansen didn't speak. He quickly turned around and activated his area. Hansen caught his breath. The woman was standing not too far behind Hansen, and she was smiling. Her life force was very strong now, and as far as he could tell, it was identical to that of the woman in the wooden house. He could barely believe that this was the body that had been lying on the ground only moments before. What? We parted ways such a short time ago, and you've already forgotten me? The woman smiled. Hansen opened his mouth to ask if the woman before him was a human or a ghost, but then he remembered that the other woman had told him that under no circumstances should he speak. He still didn't understand what was up with this other woman, but he didn't talk. He simply looked at her. The woman laughed and said, "You are being careful. I told you that you couldn't talk when you were in the presence of the light, but now that I'm free, you can go ahead and speak." Hansen still didn't say a word. He just stared at the woman, stunned by how similar the two were. Aside from wearing different clothes, they looked precisely the same. Hansen really wanted to ask her what was going on, but he didn't dare speak. He thought about it some more, and he decided to write down some words with his ghost teeth knife. "Why are you here? You are being very careful." The woman chuckled darkly. "This is my real body. It was trapped here. What you met earlier was just a doll with my spirit inside it. How else do you think I have managed to live so long? Not many beings from the era of sacred are still alive. Anyone that has survived this long is most likely making use of forbidden skills." Hansen carved more words into the ground. "You suppressed your body here?" The woman lifted her lips. "I didn't want to hurt myself, so why would I bind myself here? Someone else did this to me, and so my real body was trapped here. But because of that suppression, my body didn't age. It still looks the same as it did back then. Why didn't you find anyone else to dig up your body before me?" Hansen asked by carving more words. "Are you done yet? If you don't want to go, that's fine. But I'm leaving," the woman said. She proceeded to walk down the mountain, ignoring Hansen. Hansen had almost broken through the entire mountaintop, but the woman was descending quickly from the mountain. She obviously intended to leave the island. He didn't know if he should finish digging or chase after her. Hansen gritted his teeth and ignored the woman who was leaving the island. He continued digging into the mountain. That woman walked toward the light, and when she reached out to it, the light flew into her hands. Grabbing that light, the woman moved away from the island. Hansen was shocked. The light had brought him here, and if the woman left with the light, Hansen didn't know if he would still be able to leave. Hansen wasn't a saint, and he wasn't close to the woman in the wooden house. He wouldn't give his life up for her. Gritting his teeth, Hansen went after the departing woman. Hansen shook his head but didn't speak. He looked at the woman's hand, and he saw that she was still holding the light she had stolen. Hansen moved a bit closer, and he noticed that the light was actually a red lantern. The woman held the red lantern before her as she traveled through the clouds. She was wearing yellow clothing, but her feet were bare. With the red light shining across her as she flew, she looked very weird. Hansen followed her from behind, but still, he didn't speak. The woman clutched the lantern, continuing to move forward. She was moving much more smoothly than Hansen. But just as Hansen was wondering if the woman knew where they were going, something bright appeared in front of him. They moved out of the clouds and approached an island. Since he couldn't see the peak, Hansen didn't know which island he was seeing. So, he didn't speak. The woman made her way up the mountain, and Hansen followed her silently. When they were halfway up, Hansen could feel that the mountain would have no peak. He felt as if there would be a wooden house and a garden. Are we really back here? Hansen thought to himself. He walked all the way to the mountaintop and confirmed his suspicion. The woman walked into the garden, heading for the wooden house. Hansen followed the woman into the house. Hansen thought something was amiss. The woman in the wooden house loved to clean, and she had a severe case of OCD. He wasn't allowed to walk in her garden, let alone her house. But Hansen had followed this woman all the way into the wooden house. She hadn't said a word, and that made Hansen suspicious. Is she really not that woman? Is this a fake version of the island, then? Hansen frowned as he looked around the wooden house. From the first floor to the second floor, there was no one else except for the woman holding the lantern. Hansen picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. "Where's your clone doll?" He watched her intently to see what her reaction might suggest. Hansen didn't really need an answer to this question, but he wanted to see her reaction to him messing with her things. The woman looked at the paper and said, "My real self is free. So, my clone is now gone." That sounds untrue, Hansen thought. The woman hadn't been bothered by Hansen's use of her pen and paper. That made him really suspicious. Hansen looked at the stone book and found that it was still locked tightly shut. He hesitated to do so, but he held the book out in front of her. He wrote on the paper, "Can you take a look at this book and help me break these bindings?" "Why would I want to help you?" the woman asked with a raised eyebrow. She didn't accept the book. Hansen now knew that this version of the woman was fake. The woman had personally given him the stone book. If this woman wearing yellow clothes was real, she would have recognized this book, and she wouldn't have said something like that. What to do? Hansen frowned. He knew that this woman was fake, but the wooden house was the same. Hansen wasn't sure how to proceed. Hansen didn't really care who this woman was. Real or fake, it didn't matter to him. But he didn't want to just leave things like this. There were secrets right in front of his nose, and yet he couldn't uncover them. As Hansen tried to figure out what to do, he suddenly heard the roar of a big dragon. A giant purple dragon soared through the sky above the island. Atop the giant dragon was a man from the Extreme King. This is really the place. The dragon was too big to land on the island, so it circled overhead. The Extreme King man stood atop the head of the dragon, peering down at the island. Hansen was shocked, and he thought to himself, the Extreme King have gotten here so quickly? Hansen didn't recognize this Extreme King man, but he immediately identified the giant dragon beneath the man's feet. Han Sen had never seen it before, but he knew its name. It was the famous extreme purple demon dragon. It was deified, and it was a mount for the king's brother Meng Lai. Meng Lai was King Bai's biological brother, and he had become deified a long time ago. He was one of the top 10 elites of the Extreme King. If even the likes of Meng Lai had come to the Tianxia system to hunt down Han Sen, that showed just how much they wanted him dead. But Han Sen couldn't blame the Extreme King. The king's son had been murdered. If Han Sen didn't pay for what he had done, then the dignity and pride of the Extreme King and King Bai would be forever tarnished. Han Sen. I know you are here. Do you want to come out by your own volition, or do you want me to come down there and drag you out? Meng Lai boomed from the air, staring down at the wooden house. Han Sen's heart began to pound. He knew the Extreme King would come after he sent the video, but he hadn't thought they would arrive so quickly. Han Sen had expected the demon spirit to be nearby when the Extreme King arrived, so they would have to deal with him before they could focus on Han Senator, but in a surprising turn of events, the demon spirit had yet to appear. 2 deifieds have come looking for you. It seems as if you're in over your head. The woman looked at Han Sen with interest. Before Han Sen could answer, the extreme purple demon dragon beneath Meng Lai gathered up a sphere of dragon power. It turned itself into a being of purple fire. It was going to smite the island and turn it to ash. The woman's face hardened, and the light of the red lantern she was holding grew brighter. The red light covered the whole island, intercepting the purple fireball. The dragon's attack was unable to penetrate the light. The purple fire burned fiercely and the red light wavered, but it still managed to shield the island from the power of the fire. The purple fire was incredibly wild, but it couldn't make it past the shield. The extreme purple demon dragon became incredibly angry. It spat out more of that purple fire, but try as it might, it couldn't displace the red light. The woman was unshaken. She raised her lantern and put her hand inside it. When she pulled her hand back out of it, Han Sen saw there was a little flame flickering atop her fingers. The woman flicked it at the extreme purple demon dragon that hovered in the sky. That small flame shot upward, rising until it hit the dragon. Boom! Han Sen watched what looked like a nuclear bomb going off. The giant body of the extreme purple demon dragon was engulfed by a bright red sea of fire. The monster was transformed into a big, burning fireball. It squealed in pain, and its wings flapped madly as it tried to put out the fire that was ravaging it. But the more it flapped, the more the fire burned. Han Sen was frozen. As a fire-aligned deified xenogeniac, the extreme purple demon dragon should have been able to eat fire for breakfast. Instead, it was burning in intense pain. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying that tiny flame must have been. The woman stood as calmly as if nothing spectacular had happened. She continued to hold the big red lantern, and she stood in front of the window, looking up at the extreme purple demon dragon and Meng Lai. Suddenly, Han Sen saw Meng Lai roll up his sleeves. Then it was like the man turned into a black hole. The red fire on the extreme purple demon dragon was sucked into that black hole, and it all disappeared. There wasn't even a whiff of smoke remaining. Meng Lai is very powerful, Han Sen thought to himself. Who are you? Why are you protecting a fugitive like Han Sen? Meng Lai stood atop the head of the extreme purple demon dragon's head, looking down at the woman near the window. He frowned. This is my house, the woman said simply. You cannot just come here and attempt to burn it down, killing as you please. Meng Lai looked at the woman in the same way. Han Sen has a deep grudge with the Extreme King. The Extreme King will make him pay with his blood. If you would grant me access to your abode, we will greatly appreciate it. And what if I don't? The woman wasn't pleased by Meng Lai's tone. Meng Lai had asked her to stay out of the way, but it had sounded more like a command. There was no room for maneuvering or negotiation. Then I will forge my own path. The Extreme King are here now, and no one can stop me, Meng Lai said imperiously. Hearing Meng Lai say that, Hansen almost burst out laughing. The Extreme King had enough power to suppress many races. And all of the top 10 deifieds of the Extreme King were a serious threat. But Meng Lai had just condescended to the wrong person. This woman had come from the era of the Sacred Leader. The Extreme King's alpha had been merely a servant to a woman like this, once upon a time. And now, an heir of the Extreme King was talking down to her in such a manner. Hansen knew what she was going to do, just judging from the man's disrespectful tone of voice. The Extreme King must be really powerful. I am keen to see how you, a scion of the Extreme King, will build a path that cuts right through me, the woman said, her voice dripping with contempt. Meng Lai frowned. The Extreme King were one of the most famous races in the universe, and they had been for a very long time. Furthermore, Meng Lai was the brother of the king. Aside from those of the very high or the ancient god, no one ever dared to speak to them in such a way. Meng Lai flipped his hands out and started to push toward the island. The hand became a big print that suddenly covered the whole shield. A hellish godlight burned from the print. It turned into an old word that read king, and it was infused with powers for crushing the sky and the ground. The clouds of the Tianxia system shook because of that word. The clouds nearby were all rolling, and space was tearing and coming undone under the force of the large print. The whole area had become a dangerous maelstrom of destructive power. In Hansen's eyes, it was like the whole world was being flattened by that unstoppable word. The island was going to get crushed like an egg. You stole the world print, and now you have the gall to show it off here? The woman looked up with disdain. She raised her hands, and a small print appeared on her fingers. She threw it at the big print that was coming down toward the island. The small print and the big print collided. Weird symbols flashed across the smaller print. Hansen couldn't tell what the symbols meant, but the sight of them was disconcerting. It was like the universe's destiny now resided in that little print. Boom! The small print hit the big print. Then, the scary big print shattered. It couldn't repel the small print. How is that possible? Meng Lai's face changed. His king print could suppress the sky and earth, and no race should have been able to stop it. But now, a much smaller print had been able to crush it. It was a sight that beggared belief. Hansen had used his purple-eyed butterfly to observe the conflict. The woman's small print had a similar structure to the big print, but the smaller variant's power was much denser. They looked roughly the same, but when they ran into each other, but it was like refined steel going up against baked clay. The world-shocking king print shattered. It couldn't compare to the woman's world print. The small print broke the world-shocking king print. And after that, it continued on its course towards Meng Lai. The print didn't become any bigger, but it did seem like the world was becoming smaller instead, shrinking under the twisted power of the print. The influence of the print seemed to spread over everything around them. Meng Lai's jaw tightened. Several gold substance chains flew from his body, assembling themselves into a big hand that was poised to strike back against the little print. But the big hand broke when it came into contact with that print. All the substance chains snapped, too. It was impossible to repel the power of that small print. Seeing that the little print was about to suppress him, Meng Lai shouted. Golden light burst from him. His body turned gold as his muscles expanded, and his armor buckled and broke as his body grew too large for it to contain. In the next second, Meng Lai's hand gripped the extreme purple demon dragon's head. The gold of his body affected the extreme purple demon dragon, and the dragon began turning gold as well. Meng Lai roared. He was holding the extreme purple demon dragon up. He lifted it, like a dancing ant holding up an elephant. Meng Lai heaved the dragon toward the small world print that was headed his way, and when the dragon left his hands, it became a draconic lance. It struck the small world print, and it managed to knock the small world print away. Hansen was shocked by this, and he wondered, what kind of power is this? A deified xenogeneic turned into a lance? The woman looked at Meng Lai in surprise. The weapon part of Geno World speech used in conjunction with bloodline spirit body metal element. They can be combined? It looks like these slaves have something decent in them, after all. What are you talking about? This is my Extreme King's Golden Soldier King body. Geno World speech? You are full of crap, Meng Lai snarled. Then he swung the gold dragon lance at the woman. The gold dragon lance was burning with purple dragon fire. The dragon lance's metal slid forward, ripping the fabric of space as it appeared in front of the woman. The woman looked at the gold dragon lance with interest. She summoned a small world print in front of her to block the gold dragon lance. The print was small, but as far as the lance was concerned, the print might as well have been as big as a planet. No matter how scary the lance's dragon fire was, it was drawn magnetically to the print. The attack couldn't go past the woman's shield. Meng Lai kept his grip on the heart of the gold dragon. He continued to roar and sprint forward with the gold dragon lance, thrusting it into the little world print. The lance's dragon fire power kept being driven into the small print spell. Get lost. When Meng Lai roared, the gold dragon lance finally pierced through the small print. It exploded, and then space cracked. The gold dragon lance roared with Meng Lai, and it shot forward toward the woman's eyebrow. The woman looked shocked, and she didn't move. The raging dragon fire of the gold lance punched a hole straight through her skull. But her body simply exploded. And then, the body of another woman appeared behind Meng Lai. Moon doppelganger and teleportation? Han Sen was frozen by the sight. This was the first time he had seen another person fight like this. The woman's moon doppelganger was a little different from Han Sen's, but it was based on the same concept. However, the woman's moon doppelganger was clearer, and her teleportation didn't cause a ripple in space. It wasn't like when Han Sen used his dragon wings and gathered up power. The woman's enemies would have no warning that she was about to teleport. Not until she appeared behind them, at least. What a scary woman. If I could teleport like that, I would have a much higher chance of success when fighting strong enemies. It had been a long time since Han Sen had made use of break space flash with his dragon wings. It was still teleportation, but its range was too short and it took too long to cast. It wasn't suitable for king-class fights. After all, the dragon wings were a mutant Marquis xenogenic gene. It couldn't keep up with the needs of a king-class battle. Meng Lai reacted quickly. He flipped the gold dragon lance, and the lance fire was like a roaring gold dragon as it headed for the woman behind him. Pang! The woman's body broke again, but she appeared next to Meng Lai, muttering to herself, I underestimated this race of slaves. This gold soldier king body is quite interesting. Meng Lai's eyes were on fire. He couldn't bear listening to her. He looked like some deranged demon god as he swung the gold dragon lance. Anything the lance touched was incinerated by the fire it carried. The sea of clouds was vaporized, and substance chains of gold dragon fire roared across the sky. These deified elites are too strong. Meng Lai is forcing another deified creature to be his weapon. He's wielding it like any other weapon. And the woman is practically fighting two deified elites. Han Sen felt lust rise inside him as he watched the display of power. If he could gain that power and a group of deified creatures at his disposal, no one could defeat him. Against the rampaging gold dragon lance, the woman could only use clones and her ability of teleportation to fight. But Han Sen could still tell that the woman had some extra tricks up her sleeve. She wasn't trying to escape, more than anything, it looked as if she was admiring his gold soldier king body. Meng Lai noticed this, too. In his fury, he sped up his attacks even more. The substance chains were like dragon fire chewing up the sky and the daytime. He wanted to grind the woman into dust. But his efforts were futile. The woman's teleportation capabilities were so good, it was like she had a frameshift drive installed. She shifted position so fast that it seemed like she was everywhere at once. It didn't matter how strong Meng Lai was because he couldn't touch a single hair upon her head. Meng Lai was unable to touch the woman. His eyes opened wide, and he began thrusting the gold dragon lance toward the island. The lance fire became a roaring gold dragon that came for the island. It looked like one bite was all it would take to devour the entire island. The lantern was still on the island, and it was glowing red. It protected the island, but the red light couldn't withstand the lance's power forever. The lance's fire broke the red light, and the dragon fire covered the sky and the earth. Hansen suddenly felt very anxious. This was the power of two deified beings doing battle. Perhaps the island could withstand it, but Hansen and the wooden house wouldn't be able to. The wooden house held many Geno arts, too, and they were at risk of being destroyed. Hansen wasn't overly concerned about them, though. Having a bunch of great Geno arts would be useless if he died. He turned around and started to leave the house, but the dragon fire suddenly disappeared. He raised his head. The gold dragon lance had stopped moving. It was hanging over the island, and the woman's bare, pale feet rested lightly atop the weapon. Nice timing. Meng Lai had been unable to hit the woman, and so he had decided to strike the island instead. Now that the woman was where he wished her to be, the gold substance chains danced. The gold dragon lance was imbued with gold fire. It roared like a giant dragon, and it prepared to lash out at her. Gold soldier king body, huh? Now I understand. The woman still stood upon the lance. She smiled faintly. As the lance's gold dragon fire exploded, a white light surrounded her feet. The light was contagious, and it infected the gold dragon lance. The gold dragon lance changed color, transforming into a white metal dragon lance. Pang! The woman's bare feet stood firmly upon the lance, and then, the white dragon lance exploded with a dragon light. It blasted Meng Lai, and he let go of the weapon. The white dragon lance flew away from him, then spun and landed in the woman's hands. Impossible. How do you have the gold soldier king body? Meng Lai stared at the woman who was holding the dragon lance. It was like he had seen a ghost. The woman held the white dragon lance loosely in one hand. She swung it almost casually, sending it to strike Meng Lai. The dragon fire of the lance was just like the fire Meng Lai himself had been employing. Meng Lai's face paled. He didn't dare fight the wrathful power of that dragon lance. He stumbled back and cast some gold substance chains, creating a gold shield in front of himself. But the power of that dragon lance was too scary. It pierced right through the shield, and it was headed for Meng Lai. Hansen wasn't surprised that the woman could use these abilities, though. He had heard about this before when he saw the woman read the shocking world record of the Extreme King. The Extreme King had stolen her Geno world speech and combined portions of it with the blood pulse spirit body. Even the Extreme King's basic shocking world record had been stolen from the woman. It was not weird that she was able to employ the gold soldier king body. But the proficiency with which the woman wielded the extreme purple demon dragon was intimidating. Meng Lai was considered quite strong among the deified elites, but upon meeting a monster like this woman, he lost his cool. After losing his lance, he stopped fighting. When he found a chance to flee, he took it. He didn't dare to continue fighting the woman. He wasn't going to get the extreme purple demon dragon back, either. Why did you let him run? Hansen asked quickly when he saw that the woman hadn't stopped Meng Lai from escaping. As soon as the words left his mouth, he clamped his jaw shut. He had been watching the fight so intently, he had forgotten about the fact that he wasn't supposed to be talking. But nothing bad happened after Hansen spoke. The woman landed in the garden, and she said smoothly, "My body has just been freed, and I'm still very weak. If he kept fighting, I doubt I would have been able to kill him." "So, this is you in a weak state?" Hansen was frozen. Weird. I spoke out loud, and yet nothing has happened. Is this the real woman? Why didn't she recognize the stone book? And what happened to her OCD? Hansen looked at the woman. Try as he might, he couldn't determine if she was real or fake. There was something else Hansen was wondering about, too. The fight had been conducted on a mind-blowing scale, and Hansen was still feeling the aftershocks. But despite that, the demon spirit hadn't appeared. Why didn't it show up? The woman returned to the wooden house and placed a crystal shield over it. Hansen had seen the woman use this skill several times, but as he watched her use it now, he realized that he had underestimated its utility. The crystal shield enveloped the wooden house, and then it became smaller. The wooden house shrank, as well. A few seconds later, the crystal had become an egg-sized ball resting in the woman's hand. The wooden house was inside it, safe and sound. "Let's go," the woman said, lifting her lantern and speaking to Han Senator. She turned to leave the island. Such a ruckus. Why didn't the demon spirit show up? Hansen asked, casually, as he followed the woman. "I am free. He won't dare show himself to me now," the woman said, flatly. Hansen couldn't be certain if she was telling the truth, so he asked her directly, "Why were you freed so easily? Was this the first time you asked someone to help you?" The woman's hands moved, and the dragon lance turned into a white dragon boat. She sat on the dragon boat and said, "You think Two World Mountain can be accessed by just anyone? I don't know how you gained access, but if other people could do what you did, I would have been released long ago. You don't know how I got here?" Hansen looked at the woman strangely. The woman smiled and said, "Is that odd? Two World Mountain is between two worlds. Although the other woman was my clone, I was unable to interact with her while I was bound. I don't have her memories. And when I was freed, she should have become a doll whose strings were cut. I cannot recollect her memories." "How did you know it was me who saved you, then?" As soon as Hansen asked that, he realized that the question was stupid. The woman still answered. "If it wasn't for my clone, how would you have known that you needed to follow my two-world lantern? And how would you have known not to talk on the two-world path? You really would have died, otherwise. The two-world mountain restrictions had broken, which was what allowed you and the extreme keen guy to gain access to two-world mountain." Hansen eyed the woman, trying to see if she was telling the truth. Her story did sound rather plausible. He went silent for a while, and then he brought out the stone book. "Your clone said that if I saved her, the bindings of this stone book would be broken. Why is it still closed, then?" The woman looked at the stone book and said, "The book has a world print, so it wouldn't open automatically. Even if the book was destroyed, no one could open it. No one aside from me, that is." "Then, can you open it?" Hansen didn't understand what she was saying, but if she knew how to unlock the book, then that would be great. Without speaking, the woman casually cast a small world print. A stamp appeared on the stone book's cover. A mysterious symbol glowed briefly, and then the stone book's invisible power was broken. The book could now be opened. Hansen couldn't wait to open the stone book. The words inside the book jumped around as if they were alive. They looked like fairies, and they flew towards the woman's forehead. They all vanished into her eyebrows. When the woman saw the fairy-like symbols, she appeared surprised. And then, she understood. She sat upon the boat, allowing all the words to flow into her forehead. "Oh, **T. I have been tricked." Hansen suddenly understood. After the stone book's words all flew out, the stone book crumbled into sand that slipped through Hansen's fingers. The woman absorbed all the words and then smiled at Hans Sr. "Thank you for bringing me my clone's memories. You want to know what test the sacred leader conducted, right?" Hansen nodded. The stone book hadn't contained his answer, it was filled with the memories of the clone. The woman was sitting at the front of the boat. She put a hand under her chin and looked up to the sky. The sacred leader was very powerful, but his lifespan was quite short. He would only live a few hundred years. It couldn't be compared to those that could live for 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 1,000,000,000 years. He tried his hardest to find a way to live forever, even forcing himself through multiple rebirths. But eventually, he still reached his life's end. Trying to stay alive, the sacred leader conducted many tests. Then one day, a man who called himself God came to sacred leader. Sacred leader made a wish? Hansen looked at the woman with shock. The woman shook her head. No. Sacred leader was a very self-confident person. If he wanted to achieve immortality, he would find it by himself. He wouldn't make a wish to another creature. Hansen didn't speak. He listened to the woman, hanging on every word. After so long spent searching, he was finally touching the center of this mystery. The woman sighed and said, Sacred leader didn't want to make a wish. Instead, he wanted to kill God. But no matter what power he tried to use, he couldn't damage God. He couldn't even ruffle that being's clothing. You can't imagine how shocked sacred leader was. He ruled practically the entire universe, and yet, he couldn't deal a speck of damage to this creature claiming to be God. But this self-proclaimed God was also restricted by some sort of power. He couldn't kill sacred leader either. But after that encounter, sacred leader poured all his strength into finding out what sort of creature that God was. Many things happened, and in the end, sacred leader did manage to kill one. What? Sacred leader killed a god? Hansen asked, his voice going hoarse as his throat tightened. The woman shook her head. It wasn't really a god. It was more of a statue. It was like a statue that was controlled by God. Hansen thought about that god inside Destiny's tower. It was a statue, more of a representation than an actual god like King June. After destroying the statue, sacred leader conducted some tests. He discovered, to his shock, that his lifespan had increased when he absorbed some power from the statue. Sacred leader became incredibly excited. And he thought, if killing a statue of God added that much to my lifespan, what would happen if I killed a real one? The woman smiled. And so sacred leader continued researching how he might kill God. But after his statue was destroyed, that God hated him and wanted him dead. Sacred leader was unable to kill God, but God was also unable to kill sacred leader. They were fighting indirectly, so to speak. When the time came for sacred leader to actually battle God, all of us were incredibly excited. And yet, at the same time, that began the period of our greatest suffering. Saying this, the woman sighed. Not all the members of Sacred shared sacred leader's vision. When he fought with God, sacred leader's family, friends, subordinates, and even spouses, all betrayed him for God. And they put sacred leader in a difficult position. Sacred leader's research of the story of genes was at a dead end. No one could practice the story of genes, so there was no super gene that could threaten God. And by then, sacred leader's lifespan had come to an end. And then God destroyed sacred and killed sacred leader? Hansen asked. The woman shook her head. I don't know. Before that happened, I was already entombed in Two World Mountain. By that time, sacred leader had lost everyone. Sacred was unable to hold itself together, so its collapse was only a matter of time. When Hansen heard this, he sighed. Sacred leader was so strong, but not even he could defeat God? That isn't quite accurate. But, at the very least, he let us know that God can be resisted, the woman said. Right. So, why were you sealed inside Two World Mountain? Hansen actually wanted to ask if she had also been tempted by God and made a wish, but he quickly decided not to. The woman's face changed. With a stony face, she said, That's none of your business. I've paid my debt in full now. I've told you everything, so you can leave. Hansen's heart jumped, and he thought, this woman was encased in the stone of Two World Mountain. It must have something to do with the demon spirit. That woman carved into the sea demon car has to be her. Hansen had these ideas rattling in his head, but he didn't try to confirm them. He told her, I have known you for so long, but I don't know your name. The woman looked at Hans Sr., What are you hanging around for? Get lost. There was nothing Hansen could say to that, so he left the dragon boat. When he turned around to look at the woman, the dragon boat had soared into space and disappeared. Where she went, he had no idea. Even in sacred leaders, people were already fighting against these things claiming to be God. But it does seem as if God wins every time. Hansen closed his eyes and continued to think, when sacred was destroyed, did sacred leader die? The sanctuaries were a place for the sacred leader to research immortal spirits. The crystallizers later adopted the realm. Why didn't any other races take over the sanctuaries? Why were the crystallizers the only ones who could? Did the crystallizers know the secrets of the sanctuaries? Maybe. The woman said that the crystallizers were tests and that they were very smart. They must have known a few of sacred secrets, for sure. Hansen thought about this, and then, his eyes brightened. That should mean that the crystallizers continued sacred leaders' research. But what exactly was it that the sacred leader researched? Spirits, beast souls, xenogeneics? The crystallizers didn't seem to know exactly what they were doing. Their bodies were too weak, so they probably wanted to use the sanctuaries to make their bodies stronger. But sacred leaders' research couldn't have been for such a simple purpose. I have learned so much. I now know the beginning and the end of the story. All I am missing are some of the details regarding the middle. And I also know more about the story of genes now, so that should come in handy for my practice. Hansen felt a lot of relief, and he thought he was close to getting all the answers he needed. Hansen looked around until he figured out where he was, and then he started heading back to the White Whale. He had to get back to Bauer. Hansen soon realized the Tianxia system was way too big. Sticking to one direction was nearly impossible, and there were clouds everywhere he looked. He couldn't even see where he was going. While he was trying to decide which way to head, he saw the shape of a few shadows. Several king-class people were flying through the clouds. Bar. Hansen was shocked when he saw the shadow. It was Bar. But Bar wasn't with Dia Robber this time. There were people of many different races with him. Hansen. When Bar saw Hansen, he looked ecstatic. Everyone sped up to reach Hansen. Seeing their faces, Hansen immediately knew they were coming after him. There was a 90% chance they were after him for the Extreme King's bounty. Hansen hesitated. He activated his Wanjia Rubik's Cube and connected his video stream with the treasure identifier elder. Hansen, I have been looking for you for so long. Bar rushed towards Hansen, pulled out his knife, and slashed. Although Bar was a hybrid of the destroyed, his talents were scarier than most of the full-blooded destroyed. On top of that, he was practically immortal. As long as his cells were not completely eradicated, he could be reborn through his remaining genes. And each time his body was obliterated, he came back stronger. He was sort of like a cockroach that never died. Bar had already killed many half-deified people who were stronger than him on paper. Hansen had battled him once before, but he was unable to finish the maniac off. After the treasure identifier elder received the video, the stream was distributed across all media stations. He played the video for all to see. It wasn't a live stream, though. It had been modified by treasure identifier elder and his team before it was played across all the broadcasting networks. There was a bit of a delay so it could be processed, but most people considered it a live stream anyway. Considering the content that the 1,000 Treasures had delivered with their 2 most recent broadcasts, most of the broadcasting networks gave the treasure identifier elder airtime immediately. There had been amazing viewership numbers for the past 2 broadcasts, so this video didn't need to go through the normal approval process. In moments, the broadcast was playing on screens throughout the Geno universe. Tego Geno Fluid, it makes you strong like the Tego. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first broadcasting station in the Tianxia system. Here is the video of Hansen's capture. The show that was on air suddenly stopped. Many people were angry, but when they saw what was playing now, their eyes widened and locked on the screen. Isn't that Bar from the Destroyed? And Shadow from the Storm? And look, there is Thunder from Thundersnake. They've surrounded Han Sr. He deserves it. He was streaming with the Wanjia Rubik's Cube when he fled. He deserves to die. Bar is going up to him, so powerful. No wonder Bar is so famous. The power in his strikes can destroy small planets. What do you know? That's called the destroyed godlight. If you get caught in a beam of that light, you or any other creature would just die. You guys don't know *T. The destroyed godlight isn't Bar's strongest move. The amazing thing about Bar is his immortal body. He can't be killed. Even if Hansen does defeat Bar, Bar won't stop coming. Plus, other elites are there as well. Hansen won't get away today. Everyone was watching and discussing the content. Bar was the most famous member of the hunting party, but the other kings were very good too. Especially Shadow and Thunder. They belonged to some of the less famous higher races. Still, as individuals, they weren't weak. They could easily compete with the best geniuses of most races. Plus, Shadow and Thunder were half deified. That was one step greater than Bar, so in terms of power, they exceeded him. While everyone watched this, Bar's bone knife suddenly lunged towards Hansen's head. A scary destroyed knife light shot forward to strike Hansen. Hansen jerked to the side, dodging the thrust of the bone knife and throwing a punch into Bar's chest. Good hit. Bar shouted. He then threw his left fist collide with Hansen's. Pang! Two fists struck each other, releasing a powerful shockwave. The clouds rose and washed away, as if they had transformed into a tsunami. Hansen didn't budge, but Bar was sent flying. When he came to a stop 10 meters away, his face changed. Some sort of ice was spreading over his fist, and it moved up his arms to cover his entire body. Bar opened his mouth to shout, but his body became a block of ice before he had the chance. Inside the ice, Bar was in that angry, roaring position. He could make no noise, though. Hansen shot past Bar, not even sparing a glance at his frozen opponents. He went after the other kings. Shadow, who was of the storm race, came at Hansen first. Her body was like a typhoon as she surged toward Hansen. He couldn't even make out her body within the chaos. A scary storm was coming for Hansen's body. The wind of that storm was like a flurry of sharp weapons that could shred the fabric of space. Hansen's body was cut to pieces within seconds. Is that all it took to bring Hansen down? Shadow emerged from her artificial typhoon, and after seeing Hansen's body in bloody bits, she laughed darkly. The next second, though, Shadow froze. Hansen's shattered body disappeared into thin air. Shadow knew that was bad, but the realization came too late. Hansen's face appeared in front of her, and he threw a punch into her belly. Pang! The punch that slammed into Shadow's stomach sent her soaring through the air. Although she had the protection of wind, she was still frozen solid by Hansen's ice. Before her descent was complete, she was an ice sculpture. Thunder's jaw went slack when he saw what had happened, but he didn't slow his approach. When he got close enough to Hansen, he used his king area. Thunder and lightning boomed and struck in the immediate proximity, covering all corners of the area. Hansen was suddenly surrounded by a furious storm, and his body was drowning amidst the thunder. Pure attacking areas were the easiest to deal with, but they were also the hardest to deal with. Pure physical attacks were easy enough if you could block them, but if they were used against someone who was weak to their element, they could be extremely deadly. There was no middle ground against something like this. Inside the radius of that area, there was nowhere to run. Hansen could only use his own body to fight back what came his way. That thunder area isn't the strongest I've seen, but Thunder himself is half deified. Hansen, on the other hand, has only just become a king. He can't have moved beyond the first or second tiers. Hansen won't last long within an area that powerful, a king said, as he watched the video. After he said that, though, a hole was torn straight through the thunder area. Hansen came out from that ocean of electricity with lightning snapping and crackling all around him. It didn't touch his body. Hansen was holding a spike of lightning. He ran in front of Thunder and tried to stab him with the spike. Thunder was holding a spiral of electricity. He lifted the bolt of pure lightning to collide with Hansen, but when the lightning touched Hansen, it looked as if the lightning itself had actually been electrified. He almost dropped the lightning spiral. Pang! Hansen's left hand punched Thunder in the chest. Thunder was immediately sent flying. His body quickly became another icy statue like the others. In minutes, Bar, Shadow, and Thunder, 3 king elites, had been frozen stiff by Hansen. They were all shocked. The 2 other kings who had come after Hansen were shocked, as well. They were 8th or 9th tier kings. They weren't as talented as Bar, or half-deified like Shadow and Thunder. If those 3 powerful people had already been frozen by Hansen, they wouldn't dare compound their mistake by trying to fight Hansen themselves. They turned around to run, but it was too late. Hansen flashed by them. Both of the areas emitted by those kings were broken, and they were turned into ice statues just like Bar and the others. While it might have taken some time to describe, in reality, the fight was over in moments. Hansen managed to freeze 2 half-deifieds and 3 kings in a few steps. Am I seeing this right? Thunder and Shadow, both of whom are half-deified, were frozen? Bar is still frozen, too. Are crystallizers really this strong? This is too cool. 1 punch, 1 person. He beat 2 half-deified people and 3 kings. No wonder he was able to murder a prince of the extreme king. Since when have the bodies of crystallizers evolved with such speed? Weren't the crystallizers heavily reliant on technology? It doesn't seem like a pure, cold power, though. If it was so simple, Bar and Thunder wouldn't be completely sealed in the way they are. The whole universe was shocked by what Hansen had done. Sealing 5 powerful kings in mere moments was an impressive feat. No one had seen that coming. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. I've got to get better myself, Lin Feng said, upon seeing Hansen's fight on his phone. His eyes were sparkling as he walked toward a xenogeniac-infested mountain. Wang Yuhang had a Ghana woman in his arms at the time, and he was enjoying himself with scrumptious foods and fine wines. Back during the Geno Scroll fights, he had bet all his money on Dollar being victorious. That gamble had an enormous payoff, so now he was able to afford many of the things he wanted. That really sees me off. Out of all of us, why is Hansen the only one who's so famous? No. I need to do a live stream of myself. I want the rednecks of this Geno universe to see how great I am by comparison, Wang Yuhang said, as he watched Hansen seal Bar and 4 other people. The girls around him were also watching Hansen's fight, screaming in glee with every new attack. It soured Wang Yuhang's mood even further. Not bad. He's almost entered my league. If he keeps on working hard, he might reach 30% of my power, Xie Qing King said. He was wearing dark sunglasses, and he had a bottle of beer in his hand. He was focused on flying his expensive aircraft, but he also had a pen and paper next to him. As he flew, a person's image suddenly appeared on the ship's monitor. It was a worker from the Thousand Treasures Alliance. After seeing Xie Qing King, he smiled and said, "Boss Xie Qing King, did you finish your 3rd comic yet? The whole universe is waiting for the threequel to your overbearing president Love Luo saga." Arg, hey, Arg, what are you? Oh, the signal is bad, Arg, magnetic storm, oh no, Xie Qing King said. Then he slammed his phone closed. What kind of artist would hit a deadline and hand their work in on time? Xie Qing King took a sip of his drink and returned to watching Hansen fight. In the Extreme King, a ghost-like body was emerging from an empty mountain. It walked into the underworld, traveled through King's Kingdom, and headed for the Tianxia system. I don't care if you are Bai Yi or Han Senator, I'm going to beat you this time. Bai Wuchang said to himself excitedly as he traversed the depths of space. After Hansen froze Bar and the other 4, he intended to steal any good items they were carrying. A wave of unease washed through him, though. The smile left his face, and he hurled the Wanjia Rubik's Cube away from him. The moment Hansen threw the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, a needle-like blade materialized from the image display of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. The thin blade flew right past Hansen's cheek. A black shadow followed that blade coming from the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. A person grabbed the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and gave Hansen a toothy grin. "Who are you?" Hansen asked the weird creature that had emerged from the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. A frown furrowed his brow. The creature had the body of a human but the head of a sheep. Bat-like wings spread from his back. He had scales, and their black color glistened. "I'm Shadow Ghost," the weird creature said, playing with the Wanjia Rubik's Cube as he spoke. The Wanjia Rubik's Cube was still active, and many of the viewers froze in their seats when they heard Shadow Ghost's name. Shadow Ghost came from the pirates. Although he was only half deified, his name struck fear into the hearts of many. Even many deified elites were wary of this being. Shadow Ghost came from a rare race, but his talents were deadly enough to strike fear into many people of the higher races. As long as a video was being filmed in a real place, Shadow Ghost could enter that video and travel to wherever it was being filmed. That was what he did when he came out of the recording Wanjia Rubik's Cube. But that wasn't the scariest thing about him. Once Shadow Ghost entered a video, he could reveal himself at any time without warning. Imagine talking to your good friend or flirting with your lover, and then suddenly, a sword came out of the video chat and skewered you. Not many people could react to the threat swiftly enough to save themselves. God only knew how many kings or half-deifieds had been killed in such a way by Shadow Ghost. Many people were never even aware of how they died. It was pretty hard to prevent. Shadow Ghost is on to him. Hansen is in danger. No way. How did Hansen react so quickly earlier? He was holding his Wanjia Rubik's Cube close to his body, but he still somehow avoided Shadow Ghost's sneak attack. Yeah. Hansen just froze 5 powerful enemies. After that, he should have been relaxed and off guard. But he actually avoided the strike. Did he dodge out of instinct, or did he somehow know what was coming? Either way, it's pretty scary. Shadow Ghost spun the Wanjia Rubik's Cube in his palm as he stared at Hansen. He chuckled grimly. "There's no grudge between us, and no one has directly hired me to kill you. However, the bounty being offered by the Extreme King is far too tempting. Today, I will have to trouble myself to kill you." Hansen had never heard of Shadow Ghost, so he didn't know who he was. But seeing him emerge from the video of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, Hansen knew what sort of powers he had. "You were unable to kill me earlier. What makes you think you can take me on now?" Hansen asked, raising an eyebrow. "You think that was all the power I have? Let me show you my real shadow area." After that, Shadow Ghost pulled out another camera with his free hand. There was a loud clicking noise as the camera flashed. Hansen tried to dodge, but he didn't know where the power was coming from, so he had no idea which direction to move in. After the flash, Hansen's body simply disappeared. The Shadow Ghost camera displayed an image of Hansen. But in the picture, Hansen was able to move and talk. It was like a laptop. The flash had made Hansen feel as if things were all dreamy, and that he was drifting in space. Everything around him was gray, and there was a shadow in front of him that he could barely see. That shadow was Shadow Ghost. "Hansen, look where you are." Shadow Ghost raised the Wanjia Rubik's Cube that was in his hand. The stream from the Rubik's Cube was still running. Hansen could see the video, which showed him caught in the screen of Shadow Ghost's camera. Hansen's heart leaped at the sight, and so he quickly tried to fly out of the camera's frame. He kept an eye on the Rubik's Cube stream as he flew, but he soon realized that no matter what direction he flew, there would be no escape from that place. The video stream showed that he was always dead center of the camera screen. "It is useless. In my shadow area, you are just an image. And if I rip this image, your body will be torn just like it," Shadow Ghost boasted. Then he damaged a corner of the image that showed a bit of Hansen's hair. The moment the image of Han Sen's hair was damaged, Han Sen's actual hair was given a trim. He didn't know how it had happened, but there was nothing he could do to prevent it. The people that were watching the stream felt a chill. They knew Shadow Ghost could enter virtual images, but they didn't know he had a power like this. Everyone felt a chill. If Shadow Ghost trapped them in a picture, killing them would be as simple as damaging a camera. Some of the deified elites who were watching the video nodded in approval. They were impressed with Shadow Ghost's might. "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you." Another creepy smile crossed Shadow Ghost's face. "You're worth more alive. I'm going to take you with me to the Extreme King. You might be my best chance of becoming deified." Han Sen was looking at Shadow Ghost, who was outside the image, with an expressionless face. He said, "Do you really think you can capture me this way?" Shadow Ghost replied with confidence, saying, "My area has no limiting range. Furthermore, you are just a king. Even if you were deified, you couldn't escape the boundaries of my area." "Really?" Han Sen said. His left eye then flashed with a red light, and his body turned into a red shadow. "Where is he?" Shadow Ghost's face changed. Han Sen had disappeared from the picture. "Where is he?" The people who were watching the stream were shocked, too. They hadn't seen how Han Sen had managed to get out of the picture's frame. "Arg!" Shadow Ghost's sudden scream drew everyone's attention back to him. One of Shadow Ghost's eyes was bleeding. It seemed as if some scary power had penetrated his eye and sent a jolt of pain straight to his brain. Han Sen was standing behind Shadow Ghost. His Thunder God spike was dripping with blood. "Next time you want to kill me, don't talk so much crap." Han Sen swung the Thunder God spike, flicking away the blood. He took the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and flew away without looking back. Shadow Ghost's body fell through the emptiness of space. It appeared like he had been killed. Every noble watching the video stared in mute silence. Shadow Ghost was a nightmarish enemy, but he had been one-hit killed. The viewers were having difficulty wrapping their heads around the idea. Most of the kings, dukes, and nobles were unable to discern just how Han Sen had managed to kill Shadow Ghost, though. That was what scared the audience the most. Someone who had just become a king had managed to kill a half-deified warrior as quickly as they might kill a chicken or a cow. It was hard to believe. The video stream suddenly went black. The spectacle was over. Many of the viewers were still reeling from the shock, though. They hadn't yet figured out how to react. Han Sen turned off the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and flew forward. He wanted to take a look at the items Shadow Ghost and Bar had been carrying, but he didn't have time. A scary presence was coming this way. Han Sen could sense that if it wasn't a deified elite coming for him, then it was a very terrifying half-deified being. It was most likely someone that he couldn't compete with on his own. Of course, not long after Han Sen flew away, a shadow appeared where Han Sen had been. That person looked at the dead Shadow Ghost and the frozen Bar. He waved his hand, bringing out a sword light. He used it to break Han Sen's ice, freeing Bar and the others. Once Bar and Thunder were freed, they caught sight of the new man and began to tremble. "Lando!" Shadow, from the Race of the Storm, screamed. He looked frightened. "Were you guys fighting Han Sen?" the person called Lando asked, his voice stern. "Yes," Shadow answered. He was very scared of Lando, but he still answered truthfully. After hearing Shadow's answer, Lando chased after Han Sen, his body moving so fast that the space around him seemed to groan. "I can't believe Lando is here. No matter how strong Han Sen is, that is one opponent that he won't be able to escape." Thunder finished his statement with a very long sigh. The traitor that the dragons hate the most. The inverse dragon Lando might not be deified, but he has killed enough of them. And they were deified dragons, of all things. A guy like him can't be dealt with by a king. Shadow's mood had mellowed somewhat. There are many elites in this universe, and there are many half-deified elites. But the scariest half-deified in existence has to be Lando, Thunder said. After a moment of thought, he went on to say, although the half-deifieds of the Extreme King are powerful, this guy could fight an entire generation of them. If I had to pick an enemy, I would prefer to choose a half-deified of the Extreme King over Lando. Lando is just too evil. Even Bar looked shaken. He wasn't scared of anything, and he would go anywhere. But aside from deified elites, there were two people he feared, the inverse dragon Lando and Yu Shanqin of Sky Palace. If it was anyone else, he'd chase them down to the ends of the universe. Either that or he'd kill the person right where they were. But after seeing Lando, Bar had yet to say a single word. He just watched Lando go after Han Senator he didn't dare follow. Han Sen is dead, Bar said to himself. Then, he flew out of the Tianxia system. He no longer planned to chase Han Sen. Han Sen flew through the clouds at full speed. He kept changing direction, and he erased his scent and trail as he fled. But still, he couldn't shake the entity chasing him from behind. Han Sen could also feel that whatever was pursuing him was gaining. The gap between them was closing. When Han Sen finally reached the edge of the purple clouds, he saw someone emerge from the clouds behind it. The being was coming his way, and it was coming fast. One of the dragon? Han Sen murmured. The man's dragon horns were particularly large, but he didn't have wings. He looked like a dragon hybrid. Han Sen was unable to shake the dragon's pursuit, so he stopped running. Lando came to a stop directly in front of Han Senator. Instead of striking, he just looked at Han Sen and asked, "You are the Han Sen that the Extreme King want? Would you believe me if I said no?" Han Sen smiled. Lando nodded. "Then come with me." "I could certainly come with you, but could you at least give me a reason that I should follow you?" Han Sen said without moving. Lando laughed. "I'm Lando. That should be reason enough." "You are Lando?" Han Sen was shocked to hear this name. Because the factions of the Geno universe were so competitive, many people had been bribed by their enemies to betray their race. Some would become proper traitors, whereas others would merely become spies who carried information. Lando was the most famous traitor in the past few decades. When others became traitors, they usually just sold classified information. But Lando had the gall to cut off the head of his master, who was a deified dragon. He gave it to the ruler of the destroyed, who used it as a chair. Inverse Dragon Lando's name was known across the universe. When dragon culture was discussed, his name always came up. His actions were a shameful stain on the honor of the dragons. The dragons had wanted to kill Lando for a long time, but Lando might have been the greatest half-deified to ever exist. And he always worked with extreme caution. The king of the destroyed protected him as well. So far, the dragons hadn't been able to touch him. Knowing this story, Han Sen looked at Lando's back. The man had no draconic wings. Lando was a pure dragon, but when he killed his teacher, the dying man had managed to tear off his dragon wings. They had never grown back. "Will you come with me now?" Lando asked in a gravelly voice. "I'm not sure if I believe all the legends about you, but no matter who you are or how strong you are, I have to test your mettle for myself," Han Sen said. "Right. If I was you, I wouldn't believe the stories about me, either. It's a shame that the Extreme King want you alive. If they didn't, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble," Lando said. And then, he moved. He tried to grab Han Sen by his head. Han Sen didn't retreat. He sent his full power into Jade Skin. His body became like ice, and he threw his own palm against the hand that Lando had extended. The dragon's clutching fingers tore through the fabric of space, but Han Sen and Lando's hands were both bounced backward. Jade Skin's ice power hadn't been able to seal Lando. All dragons had a high resistance to every element, and of course, Lando was no exception to this rule. The next second, their fists collided once more. The bodies of the two had become deadly weapons. Their fingers, palms, fists, arms, elbows, legs, and knees moved too fast to track. Neither of them would take a step back. Rather than releasing their power, the fighters exchanged blows of raw physical power. Even that was enough to strain and stretch the fabric of space. Catcha! The bones in Hansen's fingers were unable to withstand that next scary hit. They broke. Hansen's eyes widened. His jade skin made his body very strong, and although it was only at the first tier, his body was as sturdy as a half-deified's. Lando, however, had been able to break his fingers with a random punch. That was a disturbing amount of power. Lando's fists kept coming without reprieve. His eyes were perfectly calm as he unleashed his attacks, but his fists flew like a raging fire. Every punch took Hansen's full attention. Hansen's jade skin let out a groaning sound. His arm bones cracked under the next hit, and still, Lando did not relent. The dragon wasn't attacking Hansen's weak spots, though. He was making sure to only strike Hansen's arms and legs. Is this guy going to break all my limbs to drag me back alive? Hansen looked at Lando's face, and he became certain that he had guessed correctly. F***CKU. You're so cruel. Hansen knew that his jade skin was too low level. If he had an 8th or 9th tier jade skin, he might have been able to fight against Lando. But right now, he was too weak. If this continued, Lando would completely shatter his arms and legs. The bodies of the dragons are so scary, but their true talent lies in using evil breaker powers, right? Lando is so strong, perhaps the tales are true. Hansen's chest was growing tight with tension. He used movement abilities to fight with Lando. Guys like Lando, who favored raw aggression and violence, usually didn't develop a very sophisticated movement set. Lando had a very powerful body and amazing strength, and he could usually beat his enemies outright. He wouldn't have to study his enemies before engaging them in combat. But when Hansen started to use his movement abilities, he noticed that they didn't benefit him much against Lando. It turned out that Lando could also move pretty well, and in that high-speed magical fight, Hansen didn't have a single advantage. He had to fight Lando on even footing. After a few more hits, his arms felt as if they were about to break. Pang! Lando's fists came down on Hansen's arms like hammers. His jade-covered arms had sustained too much damage, and cracks spread across them. When the final blow landed, they were completely broken. Lando's unstoppable fists flew forward to clobber Hansen's chest. Hansen's chest exploded like water, but the splashing water drew itself back together and reformed. His wounds recovered very quickly. The original Water King body wasn't as strong as Jade Skin, but its recovery speed was much better. It was quite useful, after all. Lando didn't keep attacking. He looked at Hansen and said, "You either come with me now, or I turn you into a cripple. You live up to your reputation, Lando, but that doesn't mean I want to go home with you." Hansen blinked and said, "How about this? Your body is so strong, yes? If you can withstand 3 of my blows without falling, I will stop fighting and let you take me back. Even if people come to save me, I will not run." "Sure." Lando agreed to the proposition without a second thought. "You're a very determined man." Hansen gave him a thumbs up. "Go ahead, then," Lando said coldly. "My 3 hits require some time to prepare, but in the meantime, I can't deal with your constant attacks." "We have a deal. If you fight me before I finish my 3 attacks, then you lose," Hansen said. "Strike," Lando said in an emotionless voice. His face was wholly unmoving. "That means you are agreeing." "Take my first hit, then," Hansen said. Then, he gathered up power in his fist. Jadeskin was running at full power, and he used the yin-yang blast method to strike Lando's chest. Lando remained where he was. He didn't dodge, and he didn't run. He allowed Hansen's punch to fall on his chest. The punch was silent, but Hansen had woven his scary ice-sealing power with the yin force. It drilled right into Lando's chest to freeze his organs. 2 more hits. Lando said, plumes of icy air flowing over his lips. He behaved as if nothing had happened at all. This guy is really scary, but I have only unlocked the first tier of jade skin. If I was also half deified, he wouldn't be acting so cocky. Hansen took 2 steps back and frowned. After pausing, Hansen had an idea. He gathered up power in his fist once more. But this time, he didn't punch Lando once. He cast a continuous punch, but the power was unleashed at an extremely slow speed. It was as if it was crawling like a snail. All of a sudden, Hansen cast countless punches. The power of each punch was like a wave, and as they swept forward, they gathered together to become a terrifying force. As Hansen kept attacking, the waves built up. The scary powers were multiplied. It was like a tsunami was now headed for Lando. The sea of clouds all around was shoved out of the way by Hansen's waves. They created a large vacuum zone. The scary power coming for Lando was like the wind blowing through the galaxy. Lando's muscles tightened up. The muscles in his body were moaning with the groans of the dragon. He didn't attempt to avoid it. He simply endured the power unleashed by Hansen, power that had been multiplied several times. Pang! Hansen's power came down on Lando's body, annihilating his armor. That multiplied force of the attack was mind-blowing. Lando's king-class armor was turned to dust, and the remaining fragments were scattered everywhere. They glittered around him like a cloud of tiny stars. But when the scary power came crashing against Lando's muscles, the blood vessels were highlighted so well that they looked like tattoos. The shockwave-like attack struck Lando's muscles, and the attack crumbled. Lando's body remained uninjured. What a powerful body! Hansen looked at Lando in shock. Although Hansen hadn't expected to defeat Lando with that hit, he expected it to send the man staggering back. He didn't even twitch, though. That made Hansen feel afraid. You only have 1 strike remaining. Lando's body was completely naked. His strong chest was emblazoned with a tattoo of a dragon. His face was impassive as he spoke. Hansen went silent for a bit, and then he pulled out his Thunder God spike. In that case, it's time to bring out the big guns. I hope you don't blame me later for what's about to happen. The Thunder God spike wasn't a very destructive tool, but its paralytic power was difficult to withstand. Even a deified being would feel a blow from this weapon. No matter how strong Lando was, he couldn't be any stronger than a deified. Thinking of all this, Hansen placed his power into the Thunder God spike. Power crackled across the Thunder God spike, bursting into waving colors like the northern lights. You really aren't going to dodge this thing? Hansen asked, lifting the Thunder God spike and looking at Lando. Lando didn't respond, but there was an obvious, albeit unspoken desire for Hansen to just hurry up and get on with things. Hansen was fine with that. He lifted his Thunder God spike, aiming it to strike Lando in the head. He knew he would be unable to crack the man's head open, but the sheer amount of power that the spike could deliver should be enough to make Lando move. Pang! The lightning crackling all around the Thunder God spike connected with the side of Lando's head, and the streaks of silver power went straight into his skull. Lando's head jerked back. Hansen was so happy about this, and he thought this was sure to be the one. But Lando only moved his head. His entire body didn't move. Silver light streaked over Lando's head, and white smoke streamed from his hair, but he didn't seem to react to the hit. He straightened his neck out, and while lightning still flashed across the Thunder God spike, it didn't seem to bother him. Hansen was frozen. He couldn't summon words to speak. His body was strong too, but even he couldn't have endured the hit he had just dished out. Lando's complete lack of reaction was stunning. Lando used his fingers to touch the Thunder God spike. He pushed it aside and said, "My body is already destroyed. There is no sensation within me. Pain, numbness, and dizziness don't exist in my body. The numbing effect brought on by lightning is ineffective against someone like me. All that did was give me a tiny buzz of electricity." "I see." No wonder the thunder god spike didn't work on you, Hansen said with a wry smile. Let's go. Lando turned around to leave. Hansen hesitated a moment, but he did follow. He had no plans to escape. You plan to keep your promise? Lando looked at Hansen. Not really. But I knew trying to escape from you would be futile. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. You are an honest man, Lando said with surprise. Hansen didn't say anything, but inside, he thought to himself, I can't even tell which direction we are headed. I don't even know where Bauer is. Running around the Tianxia system won't solve anything. There must be many people like Lando after me. It's best to follow him now. If I run into any trouble up ahead, he will protect me. This isn't a bad idea for the time being. Hansen followed Lando. Since the dragon noticed that Hansen didn't seem likely to run off, he didn't tie Hansen up. They flew through the clouds in a direction that Hansen decided to call up, and after a while, they saw a group of people in front of them. Lando, the people screamed upon seeing Lando. And when they saw Hansen, they were even more shocked. Lando, why are you with Hansen? The king class leader asked Lando. Lando ignored him and kept flying. The king's face reddened with the snub, but he didn't complain to Lando. The people that were in Lando's way all backed off. They formed a path for him, with not one person trying to stand in his way. They knew better than that. But Hansen wasn't so lucky. He tried to follow Lando, but the people circled around him, blocking his way forward. They clearly intended to take Hansen down together. Lando, why are you going so fast? Come and deal with these guys. They're starting to annoy me, Hansen said with disdain. The people had been preparing to beat Hansen up, but when they heard him say this, they seemed shocked. They glanced between Hansen and Lando. Hansen had just spoken as if Lando was his subordinate. Don't get in his way. Lando commanded without even turning his head. For the first time, Hansen started to realize how much fear Lando inspired in the people of the Geno universe. The moment he spoke, all the others backed away from Hansen. Hansen just flew by 100 kings. They all just watched him go, not doing anything to him. What should we do? Why is Hansen with Lando? One of the kings asked their leader with confusion. Huh? No matter how strong Lando is he stronger than a true deified? With all the people that have come to the Tianxia system, there must be someone who is stronger than Lando. If we release this nugget of news, we might be able to take advantage of the ruckus. The leader laughed darkly. Hansen followed Lando through the sea of clouds. They encountered many elites who had come in search of Hansen, but whenever those elites saw Lando, they gave him a wide berth. No one would dare to go against Lando, especially face to face. But Hansen could still feel the weight of many eyes resting on him. And that sensation gradually increased as time went by. Technological gadgets were of no use in the Tianxia system, but that didn't mean that the various bounty hunters had no way of tracking him. Many people with eyes and video powers, especially the kings with such talents, could watch Lando and Hansen from tens of thousands of miles away. Lando simply flew forward, but he eventually came to a sudden stop. Hansen could sense something odd ahead of them. As he looked forward, some shadows started to emerge from behind the green clouds. The figures all looked the same. Butterfly wings adorned with luscious patterns spread from their backs. Their bald heads each had 2 antennae dangling from them, and their bodies were clad in a black bug armor. There were 6 of these people. They flapped their wings and flew over to Lando. Hansen observed the 6 of them, but he couldn't distinguish one from another. They all looked the same, and in their identical armor, they looked like sextuplets. Hansen wasn't foolish enough to underestimate them based on their odd appearance, however. They were all 8th or 9th tier kings. Some of them might have even been half-deified. It was made obvious that they were uniquely powerful by the way they dared to stand in front of Lando. Ordinary kings wouldn't dare bar his path. Lando, please do a favor for the 6 brothers. We would appreciate it, said the strange man leading them. Who are you guys? Lando asked lazily, not raising his eyes. You, the strange man in front hissed in anger. Fine, Lando. We were going to show respect to the king of the destroyed, but if you really have a death wish, the butterfly fairy 6 kings can help you fulfill it. After that, the 6 strange people flapped their wings and flew toward Lando. You find a safe place and sit tight. Wait for me there a little, Lando said calmly. Hansen heard the order, and so he flew far away from that portion of the sea of clouds. The butterfly fairy 6 kings watched Hansen leave, but they didn't give chase, because Lando was watching them. So, they decided to surround Lando and deal with him before going after Hansen. Hansen kept flying without looking back. The butterfly fairy 6 kings used an area, and the butterfly wings on their backs glowed with 6 different colors. When the 6 areas and 6 colors came together across them all, it became a 6-color area. It locked Lando within its radius. Pang! Lando punched the 6-color area, but his blow had no effect. Hansen was shocked as he glanced over his shoulder. All 6 of the butterfly fairies were half deified, there was no longer any doubt about that. Now that the 6 of them had combined their areas into one, the potency of their individual areas must have multiplied by that number, as well. If Lando's power wasn't enough to break that area, it was no wonder they had dared to threaten him to capture Hansen for themselves. From afar, Hansen heard one of the butterfly fairies say, Lando, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you have fallen into our butterfly fairy 6 king 6 fairy area. It will stop you from moving in any direction. Lando ignored their words and just started throwing punches around himself. The 6 fairy area trembled a little, but it didn't buckle and break. Upon seeing the situation, Hansen turned and flew even faster. He was thinking to himself, it looks like Lando might not be able to kill those guys for some time. This is the perfect chance for me to escape. Wait for you? I'm too smart to sit around and wait for you to recapture me. Ignoring the situation behind him, Hansen focused on trying to escape. He wanted to get as far away from Lando as possible. He had followed Lando for long enough to grasp where he was in the system. Although he could not determine exactly where Bauer was, he had a rough idea of which direction she had probably headed. Hansen didn't head straight in Bauer's direction, though. He took the scenic route and went the long way around. He wanted to shake the beings that he knew were lurking in the clouds, watching his every move. But despite traveling so fast and so far, Hansen wasn't stopped by anyone. He switched directions a few times as he made his escape, but still, no one tried to stop him. Weird. Why is no one coming after me? Hansen wondered to himself. Then he finally figured it out. The people watching him were still scared of Lando. Because of that, they weren't going to capture Hansen until he had escaped far enough from Lando. Upon this realization, Hansen stopped trying to throw off his tails. Heading in a straight line, he sped up to leave Lando's region. Of course, when Hansen had gotten a fair distance from Lando, there were some creatures that just couldn't resist the temptation of jumping out to ambush him. There were a few dozen kings that hailed from several different races. They were a very disorganized and eclectic group. None of them thought that they could defeat Hansen individually, so they had formed a temporary alliance. Hansen looked at them, and he noticed they weren't the same kings he encountered earlier. The group of kings from earlier were just a few yahoos. They just had numbers, around 100, and nothing else. There were only 20 or 30 people in this group. 3 of them were half deified, and it seemed as if they were the leaders of the temporary alliance. Hansen, you should just surrender yourself. Don't make us hurt you, one of the half-deified leaders said to Hansen. Hansen didn't say a word. Instead, he replied by sending a quick punch toward them. He was thinking to himself, who do you think you are? King Lando? You're afraid you might hurt me? First, you need to have what it takes to hurt me. Seeing Hansen move, the half-deified suddenly shouted, "Boss, there you go." Hansen felt weird. He didn't know what the guy meant. He stopped moving and looked at another half-deified. This half-deified looked like a black tiger. He heard the call and roared, unleashing a black area. It looked to be attuned with the element of water. Hansen wasn't afraid of a water element area due to the fact he had the original Water King body. He could use the water to his advantage. The water wouldn't hurt him. Before Hansen's punch reached the half-deified's face, the black area settled around him. The other 30 kings used their own areas, as well. They had all kinds of areas, but when they overlapped the black tiger's area, the black area consumed them. The black area grew darker, and it suddenly made Hansen feel as if he had fallen into an endless pit. He reached out with his hands, but he could no longer see his fingers. Not a water area? Hansen was surprised. The dark area consumed the areas of the other kings, and then, it became a giant black object that looked like an egg. When the black tiger gathered up its power, that black object shrank, growing smaller and smaller. The darkness within it became thicker and thicker, however. The darkness started to feel like a liquid as it pressed against Hansen. His body could move through it, but when the darkness became deeper, something started to resist his motion. It was like he was inside cement that was becoming solid. Soon after, his body was stuck and he could no longer move. Under the black tiger's area power, a 3-meter-tall, egg-like object formed and trapped Hansen. Hansen tried to deploy his jade skin and break the black area, but he noticed that the darkness encasing him was as solid as it was terrifying. He couldn't move at all. What is this area? Hansen felt strange, but he wasn't worried. The area seemed to consume the areas of others to empower its own, but it didn't actually deal any damage. All it seemed to do was trap him in the dark. If Hansen really wanted to leave, he could use his super god spirit body to flee from the darkness. No matter how solid that darkness was, it couldn't bind him permanently. What's wrong, Hansen? Not so cocky now? The kings all laughed loudly in unison. The dark area might have been solid, but it wasn't insulated against sound. Hansen could hear what they were saying clearly. This area isn't bad. What is its name? Hansen asked. The kings heard his question, and the half-deified that Hansen conversed with earlier said, "This is Big Sky King's Black Big Sky King area. It has consumed 20 of our king area powers to trap you inside. And it doesn't just work on you, either. Even if Lando was here, we'd have shut him in there with you. If that was true, why didn't you try to capture me when Lando was around?" Hansen asked with amusement. "We didn't want to offend the ruler of the destroyed," the king answered. "We don't need to talk to him. Let's take him to the extreme king so we can collect the bounty," another half-deified said, cutting off the conversation. Hansen felt the darkness start to move. He knew that the kings were moving through the Tianxia system, pulling the dark area along with them. Hansen tried to use the Dongxian area to get a better view of the dark area. He noticed that the substances composing the dark area were tightly woven, almost like a substance chain. This is a very powerful area. It is showing the signs of creating a substance chain. Maybe this black tiger is on the verge of becoming deified, Hansen thought to himself. The black area absorbed the areas of others to become very hard. Hansen used super spank, but he still couldn't break it. He decided to take a bit of a break. He was going to recover his energy before giving it another try. The kings were very excited. They pulled the egg-like area toward the edge of the Tianxia system. But not long after, Hansen heard a scream from outside his prison. That scream was the half-deified who had conversed with Hansen earlier. After that scream, Hansen heard something that sounded like space ripping. And then, everything grew quiet. Hansen kept listening, but he couldn't hear any other sounds. Aside from that initial scream, there was no other sound to be heard. It was as if all the kings and half-deified people had suddenly run for the hills. Weird. Even if they saw an enemy, they should have said something. Why was there only one scream and then silence? Were they all killed before they could make a sound? Hansen thought to himself. Catcha. As Hansen was considering what might have happened, he suddenly heard a sound like rocks breaking. Then, a beam of light broke through the darkness that surrounded him. The giant egg cracked, and a webwork of light spread across its surface. It eventually shattered completely, freeing Hansen. What Hansen saw next shocked him, though. Lando was hovering there, looking at him calmly. Hansen coughed awkwardly into his hand. I was afraid you would be unable to beat the butterfly fairy 6 kings, so I may have run farther than I should have. I was caught by these people and brought to where you are now. Hansen had wanted to be taken by those people because he hoped they would take him farther away from Lando. But it seemed as if that plan hadn't worked out the way he'd hoped. Let's go. Lando said nothing more. He turned around and started to fly away. Hansen fell into place behind Lando again, but as they flew, he thought to himself, how was he able to find me so quickly? Even if he was able to defeat the butterfly fairy 6 kings with ease, I intentionally took a route that would have been difficult to follow. And this Tianxia system is pretty much a maze. How was he able to tell where I was in such a short amount of time? Hansen knew that he was missing something important. He immediately used the Dongxian aura to check his body. It wasn't long before he felt something out of place in one of his fingers. The skin on his fingers was fine, but on a bone in one of the fingers in his left hand, there was a tadpole-shaped mark. That mark was tiny, and it didn't even release any power. Hansen hadn't even noticed its presence until that moment. If he hadn't grown suspicious and used the Dongxian aura to scan his body, he wouldn't have found that weird, gray symbol on one of his bones. Hansen remembered that Lando had struck and cracked a few of his fingers. The mark must have been placed during that strike. That's why he feels so safe without physically binding me. It's because he already has a tracker on me. Something about the idea of being tracked everywhere he went made Hansen deeply uncomfortable. But that gray mark wouldn't stop Hansen. It was easy to remove, too. All he had to do was use his super god spirit body. But Hansen didn't do anything about it just yet. He kept cool and pretended as if the mark had gone undiscovered. He continued to follow Lando. Lando, did you kill those butterfly fairy 6 kings? Hansen asked, flying up next to Lando. Lando said quietly, I'm not a butcher. I don't kill when it isn't necessary. What about your master, then? You must have had a reason to kill him, Hansen inquired. Emotion flashed over Lando's face, but it soon returned to normal. With that same cold tone of voice, he said, that is none of your business. Say something that is my business, then. Why are you taking me to the Extreme King? I didn't think someone like you would care about a reward, Hansen said. There's a sword. Lando seemed like a nice person to chat with. He didn't sound like the teacher-slaying murderer the legends spoke of. Hansen had imagined the man would be difficult to talk to, but that wasn't the case. What sword could be worth that much? If you want a weapon, I can give you a deified weapon. You'll find me easier to trade with than the Extreme King. Hansen wanted to learn more. I only want that sword, Lando said as he moved forward. He didn't turn to look at Hansen. A sword that you have to trade a life for must be very special. Why don't you tell me what is so special about this sword? Hansen said with curiosity. Lando didn't respond. It was obvious he had no intention of telling Hansen anything else about this sword that he wanted so badly. Hansen started to say something else, but he suddenly heard the sound of something stampeding toward them through the clouds. It sounded like 1,000 horses running all at once. He raised his head and saw a group of unicorns burst through the clouds. They looked like an endless sea of white. All emotion left Lando's face. He spoke to Hansen, saying, protect yourself. Now Hansen knew another reason that Lando hadn't tied him up. Lando knew that the way back to the Extreme King wouldn't be safe. If he had to hold on to Hansen in a fight, it would be too much trouble. Letting Hansen run off on his own would allow Lando to focus his attention on whoever was attacking them. You're very calculating, but you've underestimated me. I am Hansen. You think a mere tracking mark can beat me? Hansen laughed sinisterly, but he didn't stick around to gloat. He ran off in the opposite direction. It wasn't long into his escape attempt that he saw a group of gold unicorns coming at him from another cloud. They were everywhere. And there were as many of these gold ones as there were white unicorns the other way. Oh **T. Why are there so many xenogeneics? Hansen drew his knife and ran straight into the unicorn herd. The sword lights flashed. Blood was everywhere. He immediately killed a few unicorns. Xenogeneic Duke hunted. Xenogeneic gene found. They really are xenogeneics. Hansen kept pushing through the enormous herd of unicorns, massacring them as he went. His ghost teeth knife cut them down like a scythe through a wheat field. But he wasn't harvesting wheat. He was harvesting lives. The unicorns didn't relent. Hansen kept slicing and dicing, and blood splashed all around him. He killed countless unicorns in no time at all. Hansen suddenly heard a long scream. A glowing unicorn stepped through the herd. It was twice as large as the ordinary gold unicorns, and its horn was pure gold as well. It was thundering toward Hansen, and its body seemed to strain the space around it as it ran. Hansen slashed at the unicorn's horn. The blade and the horn collided with a metallic shriek. Hansen bounced away a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. Before Hansen restabilized, he saw another unicorn coming for him. This next one was black, and it radiated a terrifying amount of power. It was no weaker than the enormous gold unicorn. Hansen sent a punch toward the black unicorn. The ice light landed on the black unicorn, but the creature shone with a black light. It was as if a shield manifested, blooming from the tip of the creature's horn. It was shaped like a spindle. The ice light, when it touched down on the shield, was ricocheted away. It had been completely unable to pierce the fusiform area the creature had created. Pang! The black unicorn smashed into Hansen's body, breaking him in two. He turned into dust, but then his real body reappeared on the other side of the field of battle. As he turned, he saw another large unicorn coming for him. This one was a stark white. Oh **T. Why are the white unicorns coming for me, as well? Isn't Lando over there? He began to wonder if Lando had played a trick on him. But when he looked closer, he saw Lando engaged in combat with a rainbow-colored unicorn. The rainbow-colored unicorn was emitting a rainbow-colored godlight. But as he watched the light shimmer and warp reality around it, he knew that it was a deified unicorn. How unlucky am I to encounter this deified xenogeneic? Hansen felt depressed. Even Lando wouldn't be able to handle a deified xenogeneic. It seemed as if the situation was going from bad to worse. Since the rest of the unicorns couldn't get anywhere close to the fight between Lando and the deified unicorn, they came for Hansen instead. Hansen had already encountered 4 half-deified unicorns, and now there was an entire ocean of lesser unicorns coming after him. If Hansen stayed to fight, he'd wear his hand down to nubs even if the unicorns lined up so he could kill them one by one. When a red unicorn also began running toward him, Hansen had an idea. His left eye flashed with red. He turned into a bloody shadow and hopped into the red unicorn's eyes. Losing their target in the blink of an eye left all the unicorns shocked and confused. They looked around, trying to find Hansen, but none of them could figure out where he had gone. Hansen didn't stop in the eye of the red unicorn, though. He immediately teleported into the eye of another unicorn. He kept bouncing through the herd of unicorns, never staying in any particular host for more than a second. Although 4 of the unicorns were half-deified, Hansen wasn't really scared of them. What unsettled him was the strange timing of the unicorn's arrival. Hansen felt like there were larger forces at work here, forces that he hadn't yet identified. He kept moving through the unicorn herd, flickering between the eyes of the beasts. By doing this, he was able to inch his way to the edge of the battleground. He kept watch over the unicorns as he moved, trying to discern what had inspired their sudden attack, but he still hadn't noticed anything out of place. Did I overthink this? I guess their attack was a good thing, all in all. At least this way, I can escape Lando. He's still trying to fight that deified unicorn and all the rest. I don't think he'll make it. Even if he does make it out, he won't be able to catch me again, Hansen thought. By this time, he had made it to the edge of the unicorn horde. He came out of the eye of the furthest one and tried to fly away unnoticed. Pang! Hansen felt as if he had run face-first into a steel board. He reeled back, his nose weeping blood. What is this? Hansen looked forward, but he couldn't see anything. He reached out his hand to touch whatever he had crashed into, and he realized it was some sort of invisible shield. There's something wrong here. Hansen touched the invisible shield. His body flew up a few hundred miles, but his hands kept in contact with the shield. There was no end to it. Hansen traveled another 1,000 miles, but there was no sign that the invisible shield would end anytime soon. He had no idea how far it went. What is this? Who is doing this? Hansen was shocked. If that shield covered the entire battleground, then that meant there had to be an additional deified being who was pulling strings in this battle. Only someone of that level could create a shield so strong and large. Hansen opened his Dongxian aura and used the purple butterfly in his right eye to see if he could discern more about the invisible shield. He immediately saw that the thing prohibiting his passage was an invisible substance chain wall. He looked ahead and saw that the wall surrounded the entire area. There was no end to it. There really is a deified elite behind all this. Hansen took a deep breath. He didn't understand why the deified elite hadn't revealed itself and fought. He only knew that the deified had locked down the battleground, and now, Hansen couldn't escape. Suddenly, Hansen's left finger grew hot. A beam of gray light emerged from his finger, glowing from the symbol painted on to one of his metacarpals. The mark seemed to fade away from his finger, and the gray light formed the image of Lando in front of him. Stop running. This place has been locked down by a deified elite. We need to kill every Xenogeneic here. Otherwise, we die, said the mark that had turned into the shadow of Lando. Why? Hansen frowned. There is no why. We simply aren't strong enough to have any other options. I may not like this, but someone is using us as chess pieces right now. Lando's shadow slowly disappeared. It seemed as if the power was extinguished. Lando had placed the mark on Hansen to keep him on a leash, but now he had simply torn the mark off. That told Hansen how serious of a situation they were in. Lando wasn't bluffing. Hansen had only been hovering there for a short time when the horde of unicorns found him again. They rushed toward him in a crazed mass. Hansen didn't use his blood eye evil god power this time. Instead, he drew his ghost teeth knife and thunder god spike. With them in hand, he plunged into the field of battle. In a few seconds, he slew a dozen unicorns. Xenogeneic Duke hunted, white unicorn. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained white unicorn beast soul. After killing a few more unicorns, Hansen received this beast soul announcement. Hansen took a quick glance into his sea of soul and noticed that it was a Mount Beast soul. He could use it to travel, but it wouldn't fight. In this situation, using a mount would be pointless. There were too many other unicorns about. Maneuverability was incredibly important right now, and using a mount would be too cumbersome. The unicorns came in 7 different colors. The colors he had seen thus far included black, white, purple, red, gold, blue, and green. The unicorns of each color were divided into ordinary dukes, kings, and half-deifieds. Each color possessed different area powers. Just like the demon bug king Bysema that Hansen used to use, the unicorn's powers could be overlapped and increased. But while Hansen's old shield was a purely defensive Bysema, and the areas of the unicorns could also be used to attack, Hansen had to deal with the group of unicorns and fight 7 unicorn kings at the same time. It was a very chaotic fight. There were simply too many unicorns. Although Hansen was able to avoid engaging directly with the unicorn kings, he had his hands full just killing the lesser unicorns. The blood that flowed in his wake was like a river. Hansen's hands soon grew tired. F***ck. What is going on? Hansen looked over to Lando, who was still fighting that deified unicorn. Hansen was so far away that he couldn't see their battle clearly, though. All he could see was the shifting light of 7 colors. He knew the deified unicorn had the upper hand. Lando was having a hard time dealing with the creature's attacks. I hope the legends about him are true, and he can actually take down a deified xenogeniac. If those tales aren't true, I don't think he will last very long. Hansen gritted his teeth. While Hansen and Lando fought, a giant turtle hovered above the clouds. That giant turtle was carrying a pavilion upon its back. A dragon man and a deified of the destroyed were drinking tea together. Behind the dragon man was a female dragon servant holding a Wangia Rubik's Cube. It was filming Hansen and Lando's battle. Every person in the Geno universe was watching the tremendous fight unfold. Close, it doesn't look like you are going to win. The dragon man sipped tea and smiled at the destroyed. Winning or losing, it's all the same to me. If I lose, you can have Lando and Han Senator, I won't get in the way of that. But if you lose, you won't betray our terms, will you, Dragon One? Close's 6 eyes looked at the dragon man while he spoke. We dragon always keep our promises. If Lando and Hansen can kill all of these unicorns and survive, the dragon will leave the Tianxia system and cease all involvement in this matter, Dragon One said firmly. Although the dragon man was being referred to as Dragon One, he wasn't the same Dragon One that Hansen had seen before. This was the Dragon One of a previous generation. In that case, let's wait for the result. Close grabbed his cup of tea and had a sip. He looked rather relaxed. Dragon One could see that Close didn't appear worried. He smiled and asked, "You aren't afraid of Lando being killed by that deified unicorn? If that happens, what will you tell the king of the destroyed? He is just a servant. If he joins the extreme king, he knows he might sacrifice his ties to the destroyed," Close said slowly. His face didn't move a muscle. After that, Close's expression became interested. He looked at Dragon One and said, "I'm afraid this is the dragon's best chance at capturing Lando. If you fail, how will you explain that to the king of the dragons? Lando has to die. You really think he can defeat a deified being all alone?" Dragon One shot back, his tone dripping with derision. Hansen is still there. Close laughed. He's just a first-tier king. It doesn't matter how experienced he might be, he's no more than a strong ant, Dragon One growled. Close didn't say anything more. He looked at the dragon servant holding the Wangia Rubik's Cube and said, "I can't believe that someone as strong and smart as you has decided to use the live stream of the Thousand Treasures Alliance to his advantage. No matter the resource, I can find ways to make use of it," Dragon One said with a chilly smile. All the creatures in the Geno universe were watching this stream if they had the time. But the video that Dragon One was streaming wasn't as polished as the previous videos that had come from the treasure identifier Elder. He didn't have a professional team to handle the video, so he just played it straight to the broadcasting networks, 1:1 as things happened. There was no editing or cleanup. So, many creatures were unable to see that Lando was actually fighting a deified unicorn. They could only see a video of flashing lights. It was like the lights you'd see at the end of the world. In Hansen's fight, high-level kings and dukes were able to make out a bit more. So, most of the kings, dukes, and nobles tuned into Hansen's battle. Some powerful elites focused on Lando and his fight against the deified unicorn. They knew that Lando's performance would determine whether both he and Hansen lived or died. But they also wanted to know more about just how strong Lando truly was. Although Lando had once killed a deified elite, most elites believed there had to be more to the tale. After all, Lando's teacher wasn't just an ordinary deified. And the way that Lando slew his teacher indicated that they were missing information. This is too scary. That Han Sen is surrounded by kings and half-deifieds, and yet he hasn't lost his advantage. He has killed so many unicorns. He's even managed to bring down 2 king unicorns. What impressive power. It's a shame, really. If he hadn't been reckless enough to kill an extreme king prince, he could have become famous across the entire universe. I think that Isha has the most cause to be upset about what has happened. Han Sen's genes aren't stable, and yet she actually brought him all the way up to king class. I can't imagine how many resources and how much effort was spent on him to get that done. But now, it's all gone. We don't even know if what Han Sen has done will affect her. Isha is smart. When Han Sen received Kong Fei's deified feather, many normal elites wanted to adopt him. But Isha was the one that took him in and brought him up to king class. No one expected Han Sen to become this strong when he reached king. I bet those other elites really regret it now. What would they be regretting? No matter how strong he is, he's just a king. Not even a deified could get out of a predicament like this, let alone a king. Killing. Crazy killing. Han Sen didn't know how many unicorns he had killed so far, but after dealing out so much death, it seemed that a hazy red film had formed over his vision. Catcha. The head of a king-class black unicorn was hewn open by Han Senator as blood poured out of the severed head. Han Sen rammed a hand into it and pulled out a crystal. He put it in his mouth. It was the king-class unicorn Senegenic gene. Han Sen immediately swallowed and refined it. The gene filled up his king-class genes and restored his energy. After having to kill so many enemies, he had lost a lot of his strength. He couldn't use his Dongxian armor to recover his power quickly, so he absorbed power from space itself. But even then, it wasn't enough to sustain him in a fight like this. Instead, Han Sen used Consume to quickly refine the king-class gene. The power kept Han Sen in the game. He would have collapsed by now if he hadn't done this. The whole cloudscape of the Tianxia system had been painted in blood. The unicorns had no fear of death, and that was especially true of the 7 unicorn kings. All of them wielded godlights, and the rainbow area they produced was causing Han Sen a lot of trouble. Because Han Sen had the blood-eye evil god-beast soul, he could transport himself into the eyes of one of the unicorns if he found himself in danger. If he hadn't done that every now and again, he would have already been skewered by the 7 unicorn kings. Han Sen had tried jumping into the eyes of the 7 unicorn kings. He wanted to attack them from inside their eyes, to see if he could kill them from within. But the eyes of the 7 unicorn kings were special. The eyes of each unicorn king were a different color, and it was impossible to see their pupils, irises, or even the whites of their eyes. Something about their multicolored eyes kept them from reflecting Han Sen's image. So, he couldn't use his blood-eye evil god-beast soul on them. 7 half-deifieds were now attacking him. An ordinary king would have long since been killed by their rainbow-colored power. Han Sen depended on the blood-eye evil god-beast soul, and that was how he was able to last so long without being hurt. After Han Sen consumed another king-class gene, he suddenly had a weird announcement play in his head. King-class genes have reached 100. Battle body area is ready for evolution. Han Sen grinned. He had absorbed many king-class genes before, and after absorbing those last few, his collected sum had now reached 100. It was just as he had expected, too. 100 king-class genes could increase the tier of his area by 1. Without any hesitation, Han Sen chose to level up his Jadeskin area. He couldn't use his Dongxian area unless he was using Dollar's identity, so Jadeskin had become his primary power. Han Sen used the genes to level up his Jadeskin area, and when he did, a cool feeling flowed through his flesh and bones. It was like his body was a dried-up riverbed, and water was suddenly flowing through it once more. After the modification of his genes, his cells started to change, making Han Sen's body glow. He looked perfect, like some newborn deity. The fight had exhausted Han Sen, but now, he was in his best shape. No. He was doing better than he was in his best shape. Pang! An icy light covered Ghost Teeth knife. It came down on the head of one king unicorn, and it cut the third-tier king and its area in half. Han Sen began murdering everything around him. It was like he was in a herd of sheep. When his knife light flashed, many unicorns died in an instant. He increased his area level during a fight. All of the race elites were frozen. If a fighter increased their king area, their personal strength actually decreased briefly during the process. Leveling up an area modified one's genes to spark an evolution of one's cells. The body was slightly weakened while this change was underway, and although it was nothing life-threatening, it was best to choose a safe and secure location while undergoing such a process. Accidents were best avoided. The idea of fighting while leveling up an area at the same time was simply ridiculous. The evolution of Han Sen's area had happened too fast. Most of the changes happened within seconds. Evolving at that rate wasn't rare in the Geno universe, but it usually only happened with primitive creatures. The genes of a primitive creature had unknown possibilities, and under the influence of an exterior force, they could evolve quickly. The higher the level of the creature was, the more solid their genes were. It became harder to evolve, so the speed of every evolution was slower. Han Sen was already king class, and he moved up an entire tier in just a second. To the elites who were watching the video stream, it seemed unbelievable. Maybe it's because his genes aren't stable. There are way too many possibilities, and that is why he evolved so fast, many of the king class people thought. Regardless, they couldn't avert their gazes from Han Sen. Jadeskin had achieved its second-tier area. Han Sen's body's power and speed were increased, but it still wouldn't be enough for him to beat that seven-colored unicorn. Pang! Han Sen was fighting like mad. A crack appeared in the sky, and it was coming his way. Pang! A huge number of unicorn bodies were suddenly torn apart by that crack in the fabric of space. Han Sen avoided its power, but then someone fell from that rent in space. Lando. Han Sen was shocked. Lando had apparently created the crack. Lando's dragon tattoo was flashing. There was a bloody hole in it, and the hole went all the way through Lando, revealing the clouds that floated behind him. Seeing Lando like this, Han Sen realized that things were going very badly. Lando couldn't keep fighting that deified unicorn, and now there was a gaping hole in his body. If Lando was killed, then the deified unicorn's next target would be Han Senator. How could he not be scared? Lando, are you okay? Han Sen shouted at Lando, but he didn't dare go closer to the man. The deified rainbow unicorn was coming. It looked as if it had just teleported through the fabric of the universe to land on Lando. The dragon tattoo on Lando's body flashed. His hair was a bloody mess. His body suddenly jerked to the side and dodged the rainbow laser attack of the deified unicorn. But his chest was still bleeding from the hole. It wasn't healing. Lando looked calm and composed, but Han Sen could tell that his power was waning. It was still impressive that a half-deified had done battle with a deified creature for so long, though. But if he died, Han Sen would be left to face the deified unicorn alone. That would be extremely dangerous. Try to live. Use everything you have to live. Lando was floating in the air. His eyes didn't look frightened, and he didn't look at the bloody hole in his chest. He just went on pretending it didn't exist. Han Sen then remembered Lando mentioning that his body had been destroyed and he could no longer feel pain. The dragon's groan rolled across the sky, and blood showered down like rain. Lando was fighting the deified unicorn once more, but all Han Sen could see was the countless droplets of blood in the sky. They landed on the clouds and soaked into them. It was obviously Lando's dragon blood. This is pretty bad. We have to find a way to escape this place. Han Sen had tried to get out many times, but his power wasn't enough to break the substance chains that formed their invisible prison. He would have to use his super god spirit body, otherwise, he had no chance of escaping. Why are there no other xenogeneics or races watching us? If anyone was beyond this invisible shield, I could use my eyes to just teleport outside. Han Sen was depressed. He kept looking around, but he couldn't see a single creature. Han Sen guessed that someone had locked the place down on purpose. Otherwise, something would surely have come to watch the fight. What kind of people want us dead so badly? Han Sen shouted, turning his face up to the sky. He hoped to get some useful information from Lando. No one wants you dead. We are just fighting bulls in an arena, Lando's voice echoed back. He was shockingly calm. It was as if, in addition to being unable to feel pain, he could no longer muster emotions. Han Sen understood what Lando meant immediately. They had become contestants in a sport. They weren't matadors trying to baiting bulls while onlookers cheered, they were dogs fighting in a ring. The reason that the scary Deophides hadn't personally killed them was simple: the Deophides were enjoying the fight itself. Whether Han Sen and Lando lived or died, someone would still be entertained. Their desperation to survive kept them fighting, but after realizing what was going on, Han Sen wasn't optimistic about his odds of surviving this. He wasn't optimistic at all. No one wanted to be a dog that stubbornly continued to fight a losing battle. But he had no choice. He was like a puppet on strings. That powerless feeling made Han Sen's chest made it feel like he was being crushed. Pang! In the clouds, another crack had been torn in space. Lando had just been sent flying. His body was covered in blood, and there were wounds all over him. But even so, he was still fighting. It didn't look as if he was going to give up. Lando's eyes were clear and focused. Han Sen could practically feel his desire. It was like he was saying, "You don't like this? Then use your power to defeat them." Boom! Lando had blood all over him, but he still gathered himself and charged back toward the deified unicorn. It looked as if he was going to fight until the last drop of blood was depleted. Lando would never give up. Lando's emotions were mirrored in Han Sen's heart, as well. This powerless feeling made him recall everything he had been through in his life. He had so many questions. His brain was full of things he needed to have explained. But no one else could. He was looking for answers all alone. Han Sen knew no one was going to give him answers, and that was because he was too weak. Like his father, Han Yufei. He had chosen to suffer everything alone to keep his wife and children protected. And he hadn't divulged his past to anyone, not even Han Sen. And that was because Han Sen was a kid with no power. Telling Han Sen would have been useless. It would only put a greater weight upon his shoulders. A father didn't want his kids to suffer or bear a weight they were never supposed to endure. People other than Han Sen's father had different motives for withholding information. Rather than trying to protect Han Sen, they simply thought he was weak. What was the point in giving secrets to someone who was weak? It wouldn't help them at all, and it might only lead to trouble. But Han Sen had to explore these questions because when it was dark and quiet, they ran endlessly through his mind, looping over and over again. He might hate the feeling of being powerless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Weak. Not respected. Without the authority to choose his destiny. That was all because he wasn't strong enough. The feelings on Lando's face were also deep inside Han Sen's heart. This was why Han Sen wanted so desperately to be strong. He craved those answers. This debt. I want those F***ers to pay me back. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as the blood inside his body boiled. The killing continued, and the 7 unicorn kings couldn't suppress Han Sen any longer. He killed countless unicorns, and they screamed at Han Sen in rage. They must have really hated him. Suddenly, Han Sen saw rainbow lights pouring down from the sky. Many of the unicorn kings tried to use their areas to shield themselves from the light. The unicorns left exposed to the light suddenly caught on fire. The light even reached those 7 unicorn kings, and they burned under the radiance. Their bodies started to fade. Oh no! Hansen thought. He saw the black unicorn scream to the sky. A vacillating area of darkness had formed outside the creature's body. Suddenly, it was coming for Hansen. It now moved so much faster than it had before, so much faster than Hansen was capable of moving. Hansen wanted to use his evil god-beast soul, but it was too late. He lifted his ghost teeth knife and thunder god spike. He positioned them in front of his chest to block the incoming strike of the black unicorn. Pang! Hansen's body shot away like an iron ball being fired from a cannon. Blood filled his mouth, and he heaved it out in a long spray. His chest felt as if it had exploded. When the deified unicorn's power had buffed the unicorn kings, the black unicorn's speed and power had increased. Hansen's second-tier jade skin wasn't enough to fight it. Before Hansen's body came to a stop, 2 white lights blazed from the white unicorn king's eyes. They broke Hansen's body. Hansen's body exploded like water, but he quickly recoalesced. Hansen's body regained its familiar features once again, but Hansen's face looked very pale. He had his original Water King body to save his life, but he was still injured. Now that the unicorn kings had been buffed up by the deified unicorn, Hansen was no longer a match for them. The deified unicorn's buff is so scary. If he did that to me, how powerful might I become? Hansen's face cycled through expressions. Now the purple and gold unicorn kings were coming Hansen's way. Their scary area powers created fusiform shields. The different colored shields had different powers. The next second, the purple and gold unicorn kings hit Hansen, crushing his body. The moon doppelganger exploded. Hansen's true self appeared on the other side. Without hesitating, Hansen turned into a blood shadow and fired himself into the eyes of a dupe-class unicorn. Pang! Hansen had only just entered the eyes of that dupe-class unicorn when a red light fell on the unicorn, bursting the creature's head into bloody chunks. Hansen didn't stop. He teleported into another dupe unicorn's eye. Pang! The result was exactly the same. That dupe-class unicorn's skull was broken again, but this time it was via a black light. Hansen kept trying to move around with his eye powers, but he was discovered every time. Without an ounce of hesitation, the unicorn kings merrily killed the unicorns Hansen fled into. 7 unicorn kings whinnied into the sky, and many of the other unicorns turned around to run away. Clearly, they understood Hansen's eye skill, and they weren't going to give him a chance to use it anymore. Seeing all this, many dukes and nobles sighed. It is game over for Hansen and Lando. Ordinary people often sympathized with an underdog. Hansen and Lando were the best of their level, but now people were sympathizing with them. Lando was already injured, so it didn't look as if he would last much longer. Hansen's eye skills had been his best chance of survival at this point. If he couldn't use those eye skills, his end wouldn't be any prettier than Lando's. Close, the table is set. Your expectations of that traitor were too high, it appears. Dragon 1 sipped tea from his teacup and smiled coldly. It isn't the end just yet. It's still difficult to determine who the winner will be. Close continued to smile. What? Does that traitor still have a few tricks up his sleeve? Dragon 1 frowned as he looked at Lando, who was still in battle. Who knows? It's difficult to say, isn't it? Close said in a mysterious tone of voice. Pang! Another big explosion rocked the battle. Lando was sent flying away again. By this point, his injuries were very dire. There were 3 bloody holes in his chest, plus countless wounds and scrapes across his body. He was bleeding all over, and his body was beginning to run out of blood to spill. His injuries were so serious that any other half-deified would be immobilized by the pain. In their agony, they'd literally screamed themselves to death. But Lando still moved as if he didn't have any pain. He just looked a bit pale. The rainbow unicorn was coming for him again. Its eyes were like pieces of glass that reflected the entire universe. The rainbow light was headed for Lando again. In its eyes, it looked as if it held the very essence of life and death. Lando's body danced in the sky, but he no longer had the strength to dodge the attacks that came his way. The scary rainbow light was going to perforate his head. Everyone thought this was the moment Lando would be killed. No matter how strong the body of a dragon might be, it couldn't be revived if the head was annihilated. Only a very few of the dragon could ever be fully reborn. Lando suddenly groaned like a dragon. But when Hansen looked at him a little closer, he could see that the groan didn't actually come from Lando's mouth. It came from his back. The purple draconic tattoo on Lando's back had started moving. It grew, spreading to cover his entire back. It glowed with a purple light. Purple air hissed out of the dragon tattoo, making it appear as if the dragon tattoo was a living entity. Lando was in the air. He threw his fist in a punch toward the rainbow light. The purple dragon tattoo shone on his back, and the purple air wrapped around his arm in a shroud. It was like the spine of a dragon was wrapped around that launched fist. A purple dragon came out of the fist and hit the unicorn's rainbow light. The two powers hit each other inside the clouds, and suddenly, a hole was torn right through space. A giant black hole appeared there and started sucking everything inside. But there was no explosion. Huh? Isn't that the demon hell dragon tattoo from Dragon 2? Why would it be on the traitor? Dragon 1 stared at the purple tattoo on Lando's back. The demon hell dragon tattoo has very special powers. The legends say it comes from Dragon 2 of the prior generation. The same Dragon 2 who was Lando's master. Dragon 2 created it in the hope of challenging Dragon 1. It was a shame he was beheaded by his student before he could use it, Close said with a smile. It looks like the demon hell dragon tattoo wasn't destroyed. That traitor took it for himself. Very good, very good. Instead of being shocked, Dragon 1 was actually happy. He looked at the demon hell dragon tattoo with excitement. The last generation's Dragon 2 wanted to obtain Dragon 1's seat. He used his deified body as a base and refined his blood into a tattoo that became known as the demon hell dragon tattoo. It was quite the treasure. Not many dragons knew about that treasure. And no second dragon wanted to try it because it was too painful. Using his own body and his dragon blood to create the demon hell dragon tattoo meant that Dragon 2 put himself into a smithy's furnace to be forged. That pain wasn't something that just anyone could endure. It was like taking a trip to hell, where you would have to endure endless torture. That was why it was called Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo. Dragon 2 of the prior generation suffered for 10,000 years to create this treasure that was called the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo. He had planned to use it to rise within the dragon ranks. When that Dragon 2 died, the other dragons thought the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo was destroyed. After all, the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo was created by Dragon 2. It was a part of his body. But no one thought the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo had actually ended up on Lando's body. Not only that, but he could apparently control it. Seeing the power of the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, it was obviously something that had reached deified status. It could create substance chains. Lando himself hadn't yet become deified, but already he could make the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo manifest in an incredibly powerful way. If he became deified and was able to use the full power of the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, the power he could unleash would be even scarier. You knew Lando had the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo? Dragon 1 asked, looking at Close. How was Lando able to kill his teacher if he had the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo? Are you so naive that you think a half-deified can easily slay a deified? Close asked, his voice grating. Dragon 1 wasn't angry. He laughed and said, "Good. Today I will claim the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, too. Then, the grudge will be over." What? Despite being a dragon, you have no confidence in what the demon hell dragon tattoo can achieve? Close licked his lips as he spoke. That tattoo is strong, but Uncle Dragon 2 had only created the prototype. It isn't entirely finished. And you're underestimating the power of the Tianxia unicorns. They aren't just ordinary deified creatures, Dragon 1 said with certainty. Worry suddenly passed over Close's face. He looked at the deified unicorn and Lando. Hansen was getting chased by the unicorn kings. The herd of unicorns was fleeing as fast as they could, so he couldn't use his eye ability to escape. He frowned. The gold unicorn king pursued Hansen relentlessly. The beast clearly wanted to end him. You won't treat me with any respect unless I show my teeth, huh? Hansen thought angrily. He gathered up all the power he had, then he lifted the thunder god spike and thrust it toward the gold unicorn's fusiform area. Dong. The area and the thunder god spike clashed against each other, unleashing a scary fountain of sparks. The impact ripped the fabric of space. Hansen felt as if his arms were about to be shaken loose, and his entire body was pushed back by the force of that fearsome power. Hansen held tightly to the thunder god spike. His jadeskin power was running at max capacity, but it still wasn't enough to repel the gold unicorn's power. Hansen used all the might he could muster, and it felt like he was pulling power all the way from his toenails. The blood pulse sutra was boiling inside Hansen's body, and his blood roared through his veins like a runaway train. Boom! Suddenly, a force shook Hansen from the inside out. He could sense an invisible cogwheel in front of him. His body was the center of the cogwheel, the big red cogwheel. The blood pulse sutra is going to become king class. Hansen was shocked. He hadn't expected the blood pulse sutra to level up without an enormous amount of conscious effort on Hansen's part. The blood pulse sutra's self-cogwheel started to spin. It did so in unison with other cogwheels of the universe. Because Hansen's body was in motion, he couldn't open the universal core hall's door. But after the blood pulse sutra's self-cogwheel moved, Hansen noticed something strange. The other self-cogwheels that Hansen had spun could push the universal cogwheels around them. Jadeskin's cogwheel could push 7, and the Dongxian Sutra's cogwheel could push many. The Blood Pulse Sutra, though, couldn't push any of the nearby universal cogwheels. Somehow, though, Hansen still sensed that many universal cogwheels were connected to it. Hansen didn't understand what was going on, and he had no idea what the area power of the Blood Pulse Sutra might be. When he activated his mutant blood area, no actual area powers were emitted. And yet, his fitness increased a lot. Fighting the Unicorn Kings wasn't all that difficult for him now. And he was now moving quickly enough to evade their attacks. Pang! Hansen spun the Thunder God spike in his hand and jabbed it into the gold unicorn's area. Then Hansen leaped up, dodging another unicorn's laser light. Lando's demon hell dragon tattoo was getting brighter. The scary purple dragon air rising from the tattoo was condensing into substance chains. It became a giant purple dragon upon Lando's body. The Tianxia unicorn's face looked grim. The rainbow colors in its eyes flashed repeatedly, as if the universe was dying and being reborn inside them. Lando roared, and a giant purple dragon shook everything around them. It looked as if he was going to swallow the entire world. The light in the Tianxia unicorn's eyes deepened, combining until all the colors had mixed into a uniform gray. The gray light shot out, heading for the raging purple dragon. When the gray light and giant purple dragon collided, the whole world seemed to go quiet. The powers collided in near silence, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. A small vortex appeared between them, then began to expand, growing until it was exerting a powerful drag on everything in sight. It was like space itself was falling into an abyss. Hansen and the Unicorn Kings were still engaged in battle when Hansen felt the vortex pulling him toward Lando and the Tianxia unicorn. And Hansen wasn't the only one affected. The Unicorn Kings, the fleeing unicorn herd, and even the clouds around them were all being sucked into the vortex. Once they fell inside, they vanished. Hansen cast his own powers, but he couldn't fight off that force of suction that was dragging him in. Not even a half-deified king unicorn could escape it, so the chances of Hansen escaping it were nil. Seeing that he was about to be sucked into the dark swirl, Hansen prepared to return to the sanctuary. Just before he activated his power, though, he felt someone grab his arm and pull him back from the abyss. Hansen raised his head and saw that it was Lando who had grabbed him. Pang! Hansen heard the sound of something breaking. Under the tremendous power of the vortex, the invisible walls, composed of substance chains, started to crumble. The walls shattered like glass and began to fall into the abyss. Go! Lando shouted. The arm that was holding Hansen swung as Lando hurled Hansen away from the vortex. In the next second, Hansen found himself thousands of miles away, and he was still flying. As he flew back, Hansen heard a distant shout. The gray light inside the Tianxia unicorn looked like a laser that could destroy the whole universe. It was being fired at Lando again. A dragon roar shook space itself, and Lando's whole body became a giant purple dragon that struck the gray light. Hansen watched as the gray light pierced straight through the giant dragon body. The huge form suddenly dissolved into purple smoke. Lando's body was sent flying, still trailing streamers of that smoke. His body was twitching spasmodically. He was dying. Hansen was shocked. He thought Lando had thrown him away because the man believed he could defeat the Tianxia unicorn. But now, it seemed as if that wasn't the case. Why is he doing this? He doesn't seem like the sort of guy who would care about the lives of others. Why would he save me moments before losing? Hansen kept thinking about it, but he was unable to understand. Why should I care? He has nothing to do with me, anyway. Hansen summoned his power and added to the force of Lando's throw, boosting himself away from there. Lando's body was floating amidst the clouds. The light of the demon hell dragon tattoo grew faint. It required a life force to remain active. Lando's life force was fading. He couldn't support the demon hell dragon tattoo any longer, and the tattoo fell from his body. In the end, I still couldn't attain that last step. Lando could see the Tianxia unicorn coming for him. He could see the unicorn's eyes glowing gray. A powerful gray beam came from its eyes. Lando looked so calm, though, and it was as if he didn't care whether he lived or died. It was as if he wouldn't feel any pain, and he wouldn't. He quietly closed his eyes, peacefully waiting for that final moment to come. To him, death would be a sweet relief. Pang! The gray beam broke the sky, but it didn't break Lando's body. Something tightened around Lando's arms. Someone had suddenly pulled him away. The gray beam went right by his body and into the sky, missing him entirely. The power roared past him, an incredible display of strength. Lando opened his eyes and instantly froze. The person who had grabbed him was Hansen, the same person that he had just hurled out of the area. Why did you come back? I came back to ask you why you would save me, Hansen said casually. Hansen wasn't afraid of evil, but he was afraid of kindness. If someone took advantage of him, he'd always pay them back threefold. But if he owed someone a favor, he never knew quite how to return it. While Hansen was fleeing the area, he suddenly realized something. The invisible shield that confined them had been broken, but the scary deified who had placed the shield was still around somewhere. If Hansen couldn't sort out that little problem, escaping might be impossible whether the invisible wall was there or not. The hostile deified probably wouldn't let them go. Save you? I'm not nice enough to do that. I just didn't want my prize to get stolen, Lando said, rolling his eyes. Lando's body was riddled with injuries, but despite that, he didn't feel pain. He didn't feel anything. He just looked pale. I see. Hansen nodded. He hadn't really thought that Lando was saving him just to be magnanimous. This answer made sense. While they were talking, the Tianxia unicorn had turned to head toward them again. It knew Lando was dying, as well. It flew over to them, but it didn't finish Lando off. The creature wanted to revel in its victory. How about we make a deal? Hansen suggested, looking at Lando. I'm dying. What sort of deal could we possibly strike? Lando asked wryly. If we kill this unicorn together, how about we both live? Hansen said, pointing at the Tianxia unicorn. We can live. At least for a while, Lando replied emotionlessly. Then you and I can kill it together. If we succeed, will you let me go? Hansen asked, looking at Lando. Hearing Hansen's question, Dragon 1 raised an eyebrow in scorn. Is this guy insane? How can he say something so ridiculous at a time like this? Everyone who heard Hansen's words shared Dragon 1's opinion. Lando was heavily injured and on the precipice of death. Although Hansen wasn't injured, he was just a second-tier king. He was far from being deified. Two people like them working together to slay a deified was like two ants teaming up to take down an elephant. Has the shock of battle ruined Hansen's mind? He actually thinks they can kill the Tianxia unicorn? That is so pathetic. It proves that any person can become delusional if they're desperate enough. This is no different than seeing the mirage of an oasis while crawling through a desert with no water, about to die of thirst. Many elites sighed. Seeing the desperation of the two young elites was saddening. Some of the viewers even sympathized with them. Unless they became deified, they wouldn't control their own fates. All the elite kings and half-deifieds felt a pang of empathy in their hearts as they looked at Hansen and Lando. What was happening to Hansen and Lando today could end up happening to them tomorrow. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't encounter a cruel deified being by chance. Sure, Lando answered simply. He just nodded and looked at Hansen. This is so pathetic. Lando was invincible against others of the same level. He is the man who slew his master. And now he has fallen this far, to put stock in such a ridiculous hope? Dragon 1, seeing all this, looked full of hatred and disdain. Close frowned, too. He didn't know much about Lando. Although Lando joined the destroyed, he was a very solitary individual, by nature. Plus, he wasn't really one of the destroyed. They didn't have much inclination to associate with the disgraced dragon. But even if he didn't understand Lando well, he knew that anyone who could slay a deified must possess a considerable amount of mental fortitude. Lando's mental health shouldn't have deteriorated like so, even under that sort of pressure. But Lando seemed to accept Hansen's ludicrous suggestion. Clearly, the strain had gotten to the man. That was why he put hope in something so silly. Death is a very interesting thing. No matter how strong a person might be, they will always appear small at the hands of death. Close side. He was the same, too. Even though he was a deified, he would still fight to live for the sake of living. Then we have a deal, Hansen said, his face completely serious. What do you want to do? Lando asked Hansen with a curious look. Lando didn't actually believe Hansen could do what he had suggested. Lando was just curious about what Hansen was planning. In fact, Lando had always been curious about Senator Hansen was like his complete opposite. Lando's life had never given him many good memories to look back on. He stayed alive more out of habit than anything. Hansen was different. Hansen was a man who possessed a fierce desire to live. Hansen would employ any method necessary, including betraying his promise by trying to escape Lando, in order to survive. But the moment that Hansen came back to save him, Lando began to wonder just who Hansen really was. Somewhere in his heart, Lando had the suspicion that he had misjudged Hansen in some fundamental way. Hansen didn't answer Lando. He wasn't looking at the Tianxia unicorn, though, which was hovering over them like some victorious warrior. Hansen helped Lando get back to his feet. He reached out his hand and placed it down on Lando's forehead. He looked like a priest that was about to bless his congregation. Hansen calmly looked at Lando. In a very calm voice, he slowly said, "I, Hansen, by the name of all the gods, grant you." Lando, holy power forever, open the door of destiny. Hearing what Hansen had just said, Dragon 1 and Close almost spat out the tea in their mouths. The dukes and the nobles that watched the stream stared at their screens. They looked at Hansen as if they were watching someone retarded. At that moment, Hansen's actions were no longer ridiculous. Now they were simply idiotic. The approach of death must have made him lose his mind. Even if they sympathized with Hansen earlier, this was too much. This is crazy. By the name of all the gods? Hansen must have gone insane. This is so funny. I think I overestimated him. He was someone impressive before, but I cannot believe his will is this weak. He has clearly gone crazy. Haha. By the name of all the gods. This is so funny. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Dragon 1 laughed so much that tears were welling up in his eyes. After hearing what Hansen said, even the Tianxia unicorn looked amused. Mirth crossed over its horse-like face, and it whinnied in a way that sounded a lot like a human chuckle. So many elites populated the Geno universe. Even if they were deified elites, they wouldn't call upon the gods for aid. Using the names of the gods for help was something no one would do, not even sacred leader in his time of power. But Hansen, as a second-tier king, had dared to call on the gods. It made everyone think this was all a comedy. If he's the master of all celestial beings, then I'm the daddy of all gods, said a king-class elite with a tremendous belly laugh. Many other elites were saying similar things. They enjoyed mocking others, and with what was happening on the video stream, it was too easy. It was like two crazy people putting on a comedy skit. But in the next second, their smiles froze. A red light appeared in Hansen's hand, and that light looked like the seed of fire itself. The red glow immediately lit up Lando's body, and his entire form burst to life with wild red flames. At the same time this happened, a scary presence appeared. It exploded out of Lando's body like an erupting volcano. In seconds, Lando's injured body recovered. The demon hell dragon tattoo on his back, which had just now looked dim and lifeless, was now bursting with a purple light. A purple dragon's shadow came to life on Lando's back, and it looked even shinier than when Lando had used his powers earlier. All of the stream's viewers stared at their screens, motionless. No one was quite sure what had happened, but Dragon 1's eyes opened wide. He could barely believe what he was seeing. There were 2 scars on Lando's back. They were the wounds he incurred when his wings were ripped off. The legend said he was cursed when his teacher tore them off and that they would never grow back. But at that moment, bones sprouted from his back and flesh crawled over them, creating new purple dragon wings. As the wings grew from Lando's back, the demon hell dragon tattoo grew wings as well. Previously, the demon hell dragon tattoo had only been half finished. Now, however, Dragon 1 sensed that there were no longer any flaws to the tattoo's composition. The presence that radiated from Lando was enough to make people tremble. Seeing a deified treasure of this power was very, very rare. This is impossible. The demon hell dragon tattoo is finished, Dragon 1 was shocked. He stared at Lando with wide eyes. But he wasn't really looking at Lando. He wasn't looking at the demon hell dragon tattoo either. He was looking at Hansen, who had his hand on Lando's forehead like some kind of ancient progenitor of gods. In truth, everyone tuned into the broadcast was looking at Hansen in utter shock. Even if they didn't know enough to recognize the changes to the demon hell dragon tattoo, they could feel that Lando was changing into something grander. The Geno universe was frozen as all the creatures watched the stream in shock. At this moment, those 2 figures were at the center of the entire universe. One of them was releasing a scary presence, and the other one was like the father of all gods. He stood over Lando like some holy deity, giving his believer a blessing. Hansen felt so happy about this. He wasn't some sort of god, and he didn't have a holy power to imbue Lando with. He was just using the Blood Pulse Sutra's area. Hansen hadn't been sure what to do with it before. He didn't know why the Blood Pulse Sutra's area couldn't trigger the movement of any other universal cogwheels. When he touched one of the unicorns, however, he realized what the Blood Pulse Sutra's area was for. Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel couldn't move any other universal cogwheel, no matter how small or light it might be. However, it could push self-cogwheels. Yes. The self-cogwheels of people. The Blood Pulse Sutra's cogwheel connected with the self-cogwheels of others. Hansen used his Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel to connect with Lando's self-cogwheel. He pushed his self-cogwheel and used its power to affect Lando's self-cogwheel. He wasn't simply pushing a self-cogwheel to release more power, though. His action activated Lando's blood on a deeper level. The Blood Pulse Sutra's cogwheel wouldn't make creatures strong, but it could modify the flaws of a creature's genes, and it could even activate hidden genes. How deep the effect could go depended on the hidden genes of the creature in question. Iron ore could be forged into steel, but it couldn't be transformed into gold. In the same way, the Blood Pulse Sutra's power could correct a creature's flaws and help it develop according to its nature. Iron, silver, or gold, it all depended on the creature. Hansen's Blood Pulse Sutra only provided refinement and aid. From an outside perspective, though, it looked like the Blood Pulse Sutra was speeding up a creature's evolution. It was like if a land-dwelling creature was forced to live in the ocean. If their genes had a potential that would be useful for water, then after 1 billion years of evolution, they might grow lungs like a fish. The Blood Pulse Sutra, however, could speed up that entire process. A change that would normally require thousands of years and countless generations might now happen in seconds. Of course, everything was dependent on a person's genes and hidden powers. The Blood Pulse Sutra couldn't turn stone into a clump of gold. But the Blood Pulse Sutra, when used on Lando, provided fairly amazing results. It worked 100 times better than Hansen had expected. Hansen thought it might help push Lando's self-cogwheel to the max, returning the man's body to optimal condition. Lando's self-cogwheel was very heavy. It took all of Hansen's strength to push Lando's self-cogwheel to spin a little faster. But who would have guessed that the speed of Lando's self-cogwheel would begin to increase on its own? Even the demon hell dragon tattoo changed, as well. This surprised Hansen because the Blood Pulse Sutra's first-tier power was limited. Hansen had just started using the area, so pushing a king's self-cogwheel was presumably the best he could do. The demon hell dragon tattoo was deified. According to Hansen's general understanding of how the Blood Pulse Sutra worked, he shouldn't have been able to push it. But when Lando's self-cogwheel accelerated, the demon hell dragon tattoo magically changed, too. The flaws that had previously plagued the demon hell dragon tattoo had now vanished, and the tattoo had become perfect. The scariest thing was that Lando's genes had also been perfected. He was now on the verge of becoming deified, and the demon hell dragon tattoo was beginning to influence Lando's body. Hansen went rigid with shock as the demon hell dragon tattoo's power surged through Lando. The dragon pushed through the final wall that stopped him, and he suddenly generated a substance chain. He had become deified. Countless people and creatures across the Geno universe looked at Hansen, who was touching Lando's forehead like some ancient deity. A moment later, Lando's presence combined with the demon hell dragon tattoo. It rushed out into the sky as a scary substance chain came down on Lando. In front of Hansen, dark sinews of power waved and thrashed. The substance chains were breaking space, and Lando looked like some heavenly being of power. Everyone's brain felt empty. They couldn't believe this. They were all thinking numbly, how did Lando become deified? Is Hansen really a father of gods? This can't be real. As Wang Yuhang stared at the screen, it looked like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Many other people were having similar reactions. Countless elites of all sorts of different races had their eyes glued to the screen in disbelief. There were not many deifieds in the Geno universe, and normal people would never have a chance to see this process. Most people had never even seen a deified being, other than occasional pictures on the internet. Even with the internet, it was very rare to watch a person become deified. If there was footage of such events, it was guaranteed to be carefully hidden and protected by the rulers of that race. Without the correct authorization, you wouldn't be allowed to watch a video of someone leveling up to become deified. Right now, though, they were watching someone become deified in a way that had never even dreamed of being possible. Han Sen had brought a heavily injured half-deified to his feet and forced him to become deified. If they hadn't watched it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it to be true. Even as they watched, many viewers had difficulty accepting what their eyes were telling them. They thought this had to be some sort of mistake, or maybe they were seeing things incorrectly. Even all the deifieds across the universe stared at their screens with rapt attention. Their mouths hung open in shock. They had worked hard for years and years to become deified. They had overcome arduous odds, dancing on the brink of death multiple times in their bid to evolve. But Han Sen had just nonchalantly touched Lando's forehead, and suddenly, the injured dragon had become deified. Han Sen was just a king, too. How were they supposed to believe this was possible? Fake. It must be fake. Dragon 1 gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe Lando had become deified just like that. Close was struggling with the idea, as well. No one with a brain could just accept the impossible thing they were seeing. Han Sen was only a king, and a low-tier king at that. How could he elevate someone else to deified? Even if a deified elite had managed to bring someone else to deified, no one would believe it. And Han Sen was just a king. Pang! The Tianxia unicorn didn't believe that Lando had ascended either. It attacked. Its scary substance chains combined to become a gray light, and the light shot forward, punching through the universe like a razor-sharp arrow to reach Lando. The demon hell dragon tattoo writhed around Lando. He took a step to get in front of Han Sen and punched toward the gray beam of light. Substance chains leaped from his fist, combining into a scary purple demon dragon. It roared and went for the gray light. This time, the gray light was unable to break the purple demon dragon. The gray and purple colors collided with a deafening boom. A black hole formed in space, and that black hole had gray and purple powers swirling inside it. It looked like a spinning Tai Chi symbol. Roar! A dragon's roar shocked the sky. The purple color within the black hole completely overwhelmed the gray, and then an enraged dragon emerged from the black hole. It flapped its wings and soared over to the Tianxia unicorn. The Tianxia unicorn was stunned. Its substance chains frantically withdrew and circled around the unicorn. The beast tried to protect itself, but when the purple dragon struck the protective shield, the shield snapped in two. The blow tossed the Tianxia unicorn a few thousand miles away before it came to a stop. Lando really did become deified. People watched the stream, their minds blank. Their brains failed to function. There was no longer any doubt about the fact that Lando had become a deified. Only a deified elite could fight a deified xenogenic one-on-one like that. Now that they knew that Lando was deified, all the creatures in the Geno universe looked at Han Sen with fire in their eyes. He had brought a half-deified person up to deified. No matter what level they were, Han Sen was a god in their eyes. No. It was more like he was the father of the gods. He can produce gods. Many half-deifieds stared at Han Sen's image, their eyes flaming with the lust for power. King-class elites required a 9th-tier area to become half-deified, but after suffering for all that time, they had the hope that they would somehow live long enough to achieve their real goal. Even powerful half-deifieds could only hope for the best. Taking the final step to become deified was very difficult. It could easily take a few centuries to accomplish. Few races knew how many half-deified they had, for many died when they failed to become deified. Talent, resources, fate, luck, effort, successful evolution required all 5. Many half-deified warriors had become hopeless over the years, but today, their hope had been rekindled. They would no longer have to risk their lives. They wouldn't have to fight and plunder rare treasures from across the universe. They only needed the hand of one man to become deified. Just thinking about it filled them with nervous energy. They all wanted a piece of the Hansen pie. They wanted him to bless them and make them deified. The kings and dukes, in the meanwhile, were thinking that if Hansen could elevate a half-deified, then surely leveling up someone of a lesser rank would be easy. Thinking of this, all the creatures in the universe looked at Hansen with burning eyes. They were like a bunch of men who hadn't had sex in 30 years, but they were now seeing a naked little woman. Boom! A scary power shook the image on their screens, snapping them out of their dreams. Lando was fighting the Tianxia unicorn again. This time, Lando wasn't suppressed by the Tianxia unicorn. Instead, he was the one pushing the Tianxia unicorn around. Purple dragon substance chains flashed across the sky, overpowering the Tianxia unicorn's substance chains. The Tianxia unicorn was quite strong when compared to other deified beings. It wasn't smart, but its raw power put it above the majority of deified xenogeneics. Lando had just become deified, and yet he was now dominating the Tianxia unicorn. All the creatures looked at Hansen with even hungrier eyes. They wanted to swallow him up. In truth, the reason Lando had become so strong when he became deified had nothing to do with Han Senator, it was because he had the demon hell dragon tattoo. That was what was giving Lando so much strength. With the demon hell dragon tattoo on his back, Lando had a might that equaled 2 deified creatures. The demon hell dragon tattoo wasn't an ordinary deified treasure, and it made Lando extraordinarily strong. But only high-ranking dragons knew the significance of the tattoo. Everyone else believed that Lando's strength was due to Hansen's help. So, they all wanted to get to know Hansen and earn his blessing. A scream broke the sky. The Tianxia unicorn's horn had been chipped. Godlike blood spilled out in a heavy stream, and the creature looked badly injured. Lando went after the Tianxia unicorn with demonic fervor. His form looked like a purple demon dragon as he fought the Tianxia unicorn. His substance chains ripped and tore space every time they moved. Deified blood rained down over the clouds, dyeing everything a deep crimson. When the battle finally quieted down, the chaos of the video stream started to resolve into discernible images once again. Many creatures leaned forward, watching as Lando rode the bloody Tianxia unicorn out of the clouds. The Tianxia unicorn looked as sad as if its daddy had just died. That fight was destined to become a legend in the Geno universe. Before the day was out, the battle was being discussed across the universe. It was amazing that Lando had defeated and tamed the Tianxia unicorn, but Hansen's actions had stolen the show. Hansen had somehow turned Lando into a deified mid-fight. Before that day, Hansen was just a king of little fame. In the vast universe filled with strange and incredible powers, he wasn't very special. If he hadn't killed Bai Yi and ended up being chased by the Extreme King, many people wouldn't have known who he was. Even if he was a fugitive, he was still just a king. Few people would have said that there was anything special about him. But after this fight, he became known as the leader of all gods. On any other day, the fact that such a name was used to refer to a mere king would have been very strange. Some wise guys even gave Hansen the title Daddy of Gods. But that title was only used in secret. If any deified heard it, they probably would have found it annoying. No one wanted to jeopardize their own life by irritating a deified. Regardless of that, the battle made Hansen very famous. Everyone in the Geno universe knew about him now, and so no one treated him as a measly king anymore. He wasn't deified, but most people thought he was more mysterious than a deified. There was nothing he could do about it, though. After all, he had been able to produce a deified. He didn't earn the name Daddy of Gods for nothing. Recent events had clearly established that he was different from most people. Many deifieds and the leaders of the higher races knew that Hansen couldn't just flip a switch to make someone deified, though. They suspected that there were more factors involved in Lando becoming deified. But they still had a keen interest in Han Senator. Even if Hansen couldn't produce a deified, he had undoubtedly influenced Lando's evolution. They wanted to know what kind of power Hansen had wielded. Even if that power couldn't create a deified, it seemed that he could somehow kickstart the evolution process. And any power that could aid the development of half-deifieds would be highly sought after by the races of the Geno universe. Brother Dragon 1, it looks like I won the bet, Close said, looking at Dragon 1. We dragons stay true to our word. Every dragon will now depart the Tianxia system. Dragon 1 grunted. He commanded the big turtle to depart. Close wasn't interested in watching Dragon 1 and the rest leave. He flew away to chase after Lando and Hansen. But now, Hansen was worth far more than the bounty offered by the Extreme King. Although it didn't seem possible, if Hansen truly could make deified elites, then he had just become priceless. Hansen and Lando rode the Tianxia unicorn through the blue clouds. The wounds on the Tianxia unicorn were almost healed, but the broken horn wouldn't grow back for some time. The Tianxia unicorn was very sad, and he wasn't happy to have Hansen sitting on him. But he didn't want to disobey Lando's commands either. So, he was a very grumpy animal at that moment. Hansen jumped off of the unicorn's back and looked up at Lando. Per the terms of our agreement, can I go now? You can't go, Lando said while looking calm. You're going to break your promise? Hansen frowned. He had suspected that this might happen, though, so he wasn't terribly surprised. But if Lando really had decided to hold him against his will, it would make Hansen's life very difficult. Close chuckled darkly and flew over to them. He came before Hansen and said, a promise is nothing to him. Don't you know he killed his own teacher? The man's 3 heads marked him as one of the destroyed. Hansen could immediately tell that Close was a deified elite, but he ignored him. He continued looking at Lando, waiting for his answer. Although Hansen had prepared himself for the possibility of Lando breaking his promise, he didn't think Lando was the type of person who would do that. Their personalities might be very different, but Hansen couldn't help but feel that he shared something in common with Lando. Lando, good job. Not only did you catch Hansen, but you also became deified. And you tamed the Tianxia unicorn in the process. When we return home, I will definitely put it to good use. Close cast a substance chain toward Hansen to tie him up. But the substance chain didn't land on Han Senator. A purple, dragon-like substance chain flew forward to protect Han Senator. It swallowed Close's power. Close's eyes widened, then suddenly narrowed. He looked at Lando and asked, Lando, what are you doing? I promised him that I would let him leave this place, Lando said quietly. Fine. You go on your way, and I will take him back myself, Close said with a frown. I promised to let him leave here. Lando's face remained unmoved. His expression was as emotionless as a block of stone. Not bad. Not bad. Our promise was for me to leave here. Not die here or be taken by someone else. Hansen laughed and clapped his hands. Lando, are you going to betray our ruler? Black and white substance chains had begun to rise around Close's body. I'm just keeping a promise I made, Lando said. You must think this through clearly. If you let Hansen leave this place, then you are a traitor to the destroyed. You know how we deal with traitors. Close smiled threateningly. He went on to say, plus, the dragon hate your guts now. And if you betray us, the destroyed, do you think any other race in this universe will accept you? Men that go with the flow are smart. You aren't a naive teenager. Destroying your future for the sake of a single promise isn't a good idea. I'm not going to stop you, though. If you want to leave, you may. And you can take what you've earned with you. But the prisoner is mine. I will take him back. It's none of your business, and you will have kept your promise. Close reached out his hand to grab Hansen. I told you that he is leaving here. Whoever tries to stop him will be trying to stop me, Lando said, his eyes locked on Close. Close's expression turned grim as he stared back at Lando. He coldly said, Lando, Do you think that being deified will let you do whatever you want? You should know that a single deified means nothing to the destroyed. We can still have you killed with ease. The destroyed might be able to kill me, but you can't. You can leave now, okay? Lando said, his voice as hard as granite. Kloza's face was frozen. Lando's words had made him angry. He knew that he wasn't weak, but Lando had the demon hell dragon tattoo and the Tianxia unicorn on his side. If he fought Lando now, it would be 1 versus 3. He couldn't win against those odds. I hope you don't regret this decision you have made, Kloza snarled. Then he turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now that he has left, have you really become a traitor to the destroyed? Hansen asked with a blink. This wouldn't be the first time I've become a traitor. Lando's face seemed to be devoid of emotion. He turned the Tianxia unicorn to continue heading out of the system. You don't look like someone who would become a traitor. Can you tell me more about your past? Hansen asked with a look of great curiosity. He was still sitting behind Lando on the Tianxia unicorn as they made their way out of the system. He thought there had to be more to the story of Lando slaying his teacher. With Lando's power, assassinating a deified would have been incredibly difficult. Plus, there shouldn't have been a reason for him to kill his own mentor. By doing so, he only would have gained the animosity of his own race and the distrust of others. There was no benefit. You are wrong. I really am a traitor that killed his teacher, Lando said emotionlessly. Can you tell me why? Hansen asked. Lando hesitated. Hansen noticed and quickly said, I don't believe that you would kill your teacher for no reason. But if you don't want to tell me about it, that's fine. I won't push. Hansen's strategy of backing off the subject worked. Although it took Lando some time to respond, he eventually said, It's not like I'm trying to keep the story a secret. It's just that if I told people, they wouldn't believe me anyway. I would believe you, Hansen said with certainty. If I told you I was my teacher, would you believe it? Lando asked, turning around to stare into Hansen's eyes. I'm not sure what to make of that statement. What do you mean? Hansen asked. Lando faced forward again. They continued to fly forward for a long, quiet moment. Hansen's curiosity was amped up even more. He was afraid that Lando might refuse to discuss the subject any further, but fortunately, Lando again broke the silence. You saw the demon hell dragon tattoo on my back, did you not? You know what that is? I don't know. Hansen shook his head. Isn't that some kind of treasure? Lando explained the basics of what the demon hell dragon tattoo was and how it worked. Then he said, People think my master worked hard for 10,000 years to obtain that demon hell dragon tattoo. But that isn't what happened at all. He found an easier way. Upon hearing this, Hansen felt a shiver pass through him. He had an intuition about where this story was going. Lando went on to say, he tried it before, but the pain was too much for even a deified being to endure. It wasn't long before he gave up on the idea, but he really wanted Dragon One's position, and he needed more power in order to claim it. So, he came up with a plan. And that is why I'm here today. In order to be successfully created and wielded, the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo needed a body as a base. But Dragon 2 found a way to circumvent the need to endure that pain. He used his genes to create a duplicate of himself. Then he set that clone to practicing with the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo. When the process was complete, he planned to take the tattoo for himself. Because the clone had been created from his own genes, there wouldn't have been any compatibility issues. It would have been just like he had practiced with the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo himself. That means that the person who suffered for 10,000 years was you? Hansen demanded angrily. Lando nodded. Because I was merely cloned from his genes, I didn't possess deified powers. Before I could practice with the Demon Hell Dragon tattoo, I had to achieve King-class powers at the very least. So, he let me start practicing. And to prevent the chance of there being compatibility issues further down the line, I learned all the same skills that he had learned in his youth. I was just a genetic clone. I didn't have memories, and I couldn't think for myself. I was like a baby. I only had the knowledge, thought processes, and powers that I was given. Other dragons believed that I was his student. And his favorite student, at that. People thought he treated me like a son and gave me everything. He taught me many secret skills, but no one knew he did that for the sole purpose of replicating himself within me. If he hadn't trained me exactly the way he had been trained, he thought there might be issues when he tried to harvest the demon hell dragon tattoo. Hansen's heart sank as he listened. A deified elite had created and brainwashed a baby, all so he could inflict unimaginable pain on the child to further his own power. Lando probably hadn't even fully understood why he was suffering. If you were a clone, you guys must have looked identical. Did no one else notice that? Hansen asked. Lando smiled, and that smile was chilling. Changing one's appearance isn't difficult. You just need to change a small number of your genes. For a deified, such a task is easy. That's what he thought, at least. He made a tiny change to my genes, just enough to alter my appearance. However, he never expected that this minor difference would end up changing everything. Although I was his clone, the environment I was raised in was different than Dragon 2's childhood. As the years went by, the tiny change he made to my genes was compounded by the differences in environment. It was a shame I didn't know anything about this back then. I thought I was his student, someone that he treated like his real son. I just wanted to show gratitude for what he had done for me. I wanted to finish the demon hell dragon tattoo. No matter the pain I suffered, I forced myself to endure it. I pushed myself so hard that I lost all feeling in my body. After saying that, Lando laughed. But Hansen could tell that the laugh was forced. It was Lando's way of showing that he wasn't afraid of what had happened anymore. Lando trailed off. Hansen could guess what had happened next. Dragon 2 must have revealed his scheme as Lando practiced the demon hell dragon tattoo. Lando must have fought with him, and that was why Dragon 2 had died. But Hansen still didn't understand how Lando managed to kill Dragon 2. Even if he was Dragon 2's genetic clone, he didn't have Dragon 2's deified power. Lando seemed to notice Hansen's unspoken question. He shook his head and said, "It isn't what you're thinking. I didn't fight him. We transferred the demon hell dragon tattoo to him, and he couldn't wait to practice and push the tattoo to the final stage. The process went smoothly, just as he expected. The demon hell dragon tattoo came entirely under his control, and he used his own blood to refine it. The blend was a success, and there didn't seem to be any problems. Then, once the demon hell dragon tattoo reached deified class, he discovered that the demon hell dragon tattoo had a very strong compatibility issue. Imagine a man who has just had a heart transplant discovered that there was a compatibility issue. He went insane. He had already used more than half of his blood to push the demon hell dragon tattoo to deified status. The demon hell dragon tattoo was to be stronger than himself. So, he died. And you took back the demon hell dragon tattoo. Why were you labeled a traitor? Hansen still didn't understand. Lando quietly said, in the end, he couldn't handle the thought of his impending death. He tried to take my body, hoping that he could use my body to survive and regain control over the demon hell dragon tattoo. I don't like this story, Hansen said with a sigh. I don't like it either, Lando said. Hansen wanted to say something more, but something suddenly appeared in front of him. It came right toward Hansen before he even had a chance to react. A deified demon? When Hansen got close enough to see the body clearly, he raised his eyebrows. When Lando saw the deified demon approaching, he tensed. Please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. I would just like a chat with Teacher Han, the deified demon shouted, lifting his hands. What are you talking about? Hansen looked at the deified demon with confusion. My name is Moldo, the deified demon said politely. I'm one of the Alpha's guards. I'm out looking for Teacher Han. I would like to invite you to come to the demon as a guest. Hansen was surprised. Moldo was a deified being, and yet he was being so polite, as if they were the same level. The man's voice certainly carried the weight of respect. There was no indication that a deified being was speaking to a mere king. Don't worry, Mr. Han. We demons mean no harm. If you are willing to visit us, we can guarantee your safety. No one will bother you, Moldo said. His manner of politeness had yet to change. What can I do for you and your people? Hansen asked Moldo, even though he knew where this was going to go. Moldo, still being as courteous as possible, said, our leader would like it if Teacher Han was willing to bless him. If you are willing to do this, our entire society would greatly appreciate it. Give a blessing? Hansen was shocked. Then, he realized what Moldo actually meant. Hansen narrowed his eyes in thought. Are you not afraid that the Extreme King will come after you? I am not going to lie, Moldo said seriously. We cannot fight the might of the Extreme King, but we have a way that you can travel to us without attracting the attention of the Extreme King. Even if the Extreme King come looking, they won't be able to find you. They cannot threaten your safety. I see. But I'm afraid that each blessing costs an incredible amount of power. I cannot perform another blessing in such a short time frame. I doubt I would be able to help your leader by blessing him, Hansen said. Using the Bloodpool Sutra's self-cogwheel cost a lot of energy, but Hansen was making it sound worse than it was. He just didn't want to decline Moldo directly. That's okay, Moldo told him. A blessing can't be rushed. If you don't mind, I am willing to provide you with protection. I won't allow anything to pull you into the clutches of the Extreme King. Thank you, but I have other things to do right now. I can't bother you to accompany me, Hansen said. If Hansen went to see the demon, he would owe them. They might end up being less polite than they were acting right now. In that case, I will not force you. But if you need anything, feel free to call us anytime. The demon door will always be open for you. Moldo then waved to Hansen and left. Hansen hadn't expected Moldo to leave just like that, but he suspected it might have something to do with Lando's presence. If Lando hadn't been there, Moldo would have likely just kidnapped him and taken him back to the demons by force. Hansen and Lando kept going. They encountered a few more kings and half-deifieds along the way. They were even more polite to Han Senator. Some people were like Moldo, inviting Hansen to return to their homeworlds with them, but none dared to do anything ill to him. Lando's presence was great at deterring that sort of rudeness. Everyone knows you are Teacher Han, Lando said flatly. Your life will be much easier now. Hansen smiled. A genius like me should be called a teacher. Lando ignored him. He wasn't interested in Hansen's self-aggrandizement. You're so boring. At a time like this, you and I should be chatting, Hansen said to Lando. You want me to compliment you? Lando asked emotionlessly. You should say things like, Hansen, you're the greatest genius in 1,000 years. Hansen said. Okay. Lando nodded and said nothing else. He wasn't interested. The Tianxia unicorn was native to the Tianxia system. It took them back to the blue clouds without difficulty, but Hansen couldn't find the white whale anywhere. He began scouring the area. Where are Bauer and the others? Hansen was worried. He was afraid an accident might have happened. But with the power of the white whale and the little red bird, even if a deified being came after them, they should have been able to escape. At this time, the white whale had come to a stop in a sea of green clouds. A flaming red phoenix had emerged from the white whale to do battle with a deified of the Extreme King. It was Bao Qin. The two were fighting like crazy, and fire roared everywhere. Harp acoustics broke the sky. Instead of chasing after Hansen, Bao Qin had come looking for Fang Qingyu. Upon finding him, he also discovered the white whale. The white whale had a high level of defense, but it was unable to repel sonic powers. Bao Qin used the harp to attack, and he tried to enter the white whale to beat up Fang Qingyu and all the pirates. The little red bird had to become a red phoenix to fight Bao Qin. The fight was so bad that it was destroying the cloudscape around them. Bao Qin had brought other kings and deifieds from the Extreme King, and they now surrounded the white whale. Luckily, the white whale had a high level of defense, and its weapon systems were good, too. In the beginning, the kings and half-deifieds weren't making much headway against the white whale. They couldn't penetrate its defenses. But one of the half-deified beings could travel through solid material. He slid through the white whale's shell into its interior. He quickly realized that the white whale was actually a ship. Bauer was happily piloting the white whale, merrily fighting off the kings and half-deifieds. Ningyu was underneath a table with his hands on his head. His *S was sticking out, and he was mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Fang Qingyu and the pirates were unable to help in a time like this. They hid behind Bauer and kept shouting, "Captain Bauer is so awesome. Little Captain is the strongest in the universe. Kill those mother curs. How dare they attack our beautiful little Captain Bauer? You are already dead. Little Captain, you can do it, you can do it." They continued to shout insults at the attackers, their faces red. And amidst all the noise, an Extreme King man suddenly entered the white whale. He traveled through all the walls and went straight for the command deck. "Fang Qingyu, you are here." When Keek saw Fang Qingyu, he didn't stop. He was drawn to Bauer, who was operating the machine. "Isn't that Hansen's daughter? You guys are all together? We've put so much manpower into looking for you." Keek realized what was going on. He looked furious, and he unleashed his king area. It covered the entire command deck. Pang! 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 When the area landed, the pirates and Fang Qingyu were crushed to the floor, like iron filings being pulled onto a magnet. Huh? Keek looked up in confusion, noticing that Bauer was still piloting the white whale and fighting the Extreme King Knights. She wasn't affected by his area. Keek's magnetic area wasn't the strongest king area in the Extreme King, but he was still a member of the third highest race in the universe. His magnet king body was nothing to take lightly, especially since he was half-deified. Normal king-class xenogeneics were unable to walk under the influence of his magnetic area. Bauer was just a kid, and she was somehow ignoring Keek's magnetic area. That surprised him a lot. He hesitated, then raised a palm. A black magnetic light appeared in his hand. He wanted to attack Bauer, who was still driving the white whale. "Mister, please. I beg you, don't hurt her." As Keek was about to launch the magnetic light at Bauer, a woman suddenly stood up. Straining against the might of the magnetic area, she stood before Bauer and spoke with a trembling voice. "You can move inside my magnetic area? You aren't bad." Keek stared at her. He decided that he would need to get rid of her first. But the woman suddenly kneeled on the floor and bowed before him. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded from her knees. "Please, let us go. We are just useless women. We can't stop whatever it is you want to do. Please let us go as easily as you would release a fart." Ningyu kept begging, all the while repeatedly banging her head on the ground. "Leave if you don't want to die," Keek told her in a hard voice. He was quite famous in the Extreme King, and he wouldn't bother killing a woman if she was behaving like this. "Yes, yes, yes. We will leave now." Ningyu got up and started to pull Bauer away with her. Pang! The magnetic light hit Ningyu in the face. Ningyu was sent flying. The powerful magnetic force dragged Ningyu across the ship and flung her into one of the ship's walls. Her face smacked into the wall and stuck to it. She couldn't pull herself away. "You can leave by yourself." "She stays." Keek cast another magnetic light toward Bauer. Pang! Somehow, Ningyu had reappeared in front of Bauer. She crossed her arms to block the magnet this time, and the sudden weight made her arms feel so heavy. They were sucked straight down to the floor. Her face smacked into the floor, and her mouth twisted. "Mister, please let her go. She's just a kid, and I promised Hansen I would protect his child." Ningyu was lying on the floor in an awkward position. She cried freely, snot and tears running down her face. "It looks as if you really do want to die," Keek grunted, generating a magnetic light in his fist. Ningyu's pants suddenly became hot, and a puddle appeared on the floor. She had peed herself. When Keek smelled the urine, he frowned. He might get his hands dirty if he killed a woman like this. Ignoring Ningyu, he turned his attention back to Bauer again. The magnetic light in his hands was so bright that it was like a black sun. Bauer was still operating the white whale, guiding it to fight the extreme king knights outside. She acted as if she had yet to see Keek there. Keek's lips pressed into a thin line, and he prepared to throw the magnetic light at Bauer. Ningyu was pressed against the floor with her limbs shaking, but she still managed to crawl toward Keek. When she was near his feet, she begged, "Mister, please let us go. We won't get in the way of whatever you want to do. And I can do anything for you. Get lost, you dirty B***tch." Keek kicked Ningyu in the face, the force of the blow sending her flying. Pang! Ningyu hit the airship's wall, her face covered in blood. Her entire body was stuck to the wall, keeping her from falling. "If you don't want to die, then shut the hell up. If you don't, I'll kill you. You're disturbing my work," Keek snarled. He stared at Bauer again and tried to launch another magnetic light. "I want you to stop." Ningyu's voice was shaking as if she was on the verge of bursting into tears. Keek glanced at her struggling form, but she couldn't free herself from the wall. The magnetic force had her pinned to the wall like a slab of meat. Ignoring Ningyu, he sent the magnetic light in his hands toward Bauer. "Stop. I told you to stop." Ningyu screamed with fear. Her body managed to tear through the magnetic power, and she leaped in front of Bauer to take the black sun-like light. Boom! The scary magnetic light landed on Ningyu, and in the next instant, her body crashed to the floor like a crumbling mountain. Her limbs were held down by an iron grip, all crushed and broken-looking. Keek ignored her. He continued summoning his magnetic power. "Stop, I'm begging you. Don't hurt her. I promised Hansen I would take care of his daughter. I made him a promise." Ningyu wept helplessly from her place on the floor. Seeing that Keek was going to cast that magnetic light at Bauer, Ningyu struggled with the urge to get up. But she had been hit by the magnetic forces 3 times. The force was now too strong for her to overcome. Keek cast another sun-like magnetic light at Bauer. "I told you to stop." Ningyu shrieked, looking at the magnetic light that was flying toward Bauer. Her shaking body erupted with green flames that wrapped her up in a shroud of fire. In those green flames, Ningyu's eyes suddenly calmed. His face and body regained their masculine shape. He looked like a man again. Fong Qingyu and the pirates on the floor stared at Ningyu with wide eyes. They thought Ningyu was a chicken-hearted and useless woman. But suddenly, she had just become a man. And the green fire around him burned and wisped in an unsettling way. "I told you to stop. Are you deaf?" Ningyu thundered, his eyes crystal clear. His face still had the dried tracks of tears and snot. His female garments had started to burst at the seams as he became bigger, but he still looked gentle and soft. "You dare to play tricks on someone like me? You're dead." Keek's hand gathered up a black light. It became a black magnetic knife that came for Ningyu. Ningyu looked calm and composed, and his hands held a green sword. When Keek swung his black magnetic knife there, Ningyu's body was attracted to it. He flew for the magnetic knife. Catcha! The moment Ningyu was sucked into the black magnetic knife, he waved his little green sword. A green sword light shot by, sending Keek's head and half of his magnetic knife soaring through the air. Patong! Keek's headless body crumpled to the ground. Fang Qingyu and the others were frozen. Ah! On the other side, the green flames on Ningyu's body had vanished. His little green sword was on the floor, and his body returned to a feminine shape again. When she saw that headless body, Ningyu held her face and started to scream. She looked so scared, and she frantically stepped away from the corpse. Han Sen and Lando searched in a circular pattern, but they had yet to find the white whale. Han Sen was sick with worry. Right now, Han Sen wished he had practiced one of Mr. White's skills. That way, he could calculate where Bauer had gone. Even just a direction would do. Right now, anything was better than running around like a headless chicken. While the Tianxia unicorn soared through the clouds, they saw a person slowly start to appear. It was Meng Lai, a close relative of the Extreme King's ruler. Han Sen, we meet again. Meng Lai had escaped while the woman of Two World Mountain stole his extreme purple demon dragon. Han Sen thought that the man had already departed the Tianxia system. You should go, Lando said to Han Sen as he stared grimly at Meng Lai. Han Sen didn't say a word, he just ran. Lando had told him to go, because he wasn't confident in his ability to stop Meng Lai. If Han Sen stayed, he would become a burden to Lando. If Lando was alone, he could escape if he was unable to defeat Meng Lai. Meng Lai started chase Han Sen, but Lando stopped him on the Tianxia unicorn. Meng Lai's eyes narrowed. Lando, do you really want to become an enemy of the Extreme King? I told him I would take him out of this place alive, Lando said emotionlessly. This is what I must do. Huh. In that case, we'll see if you have what it takes. Meng Lai's expression was icy. His body transformed into a gold giant as he threw a slap in Lando's direction. The slap seemed to cover the sky itself. Han Sen felt the power like a giant shockwave coming after him. He flew faster. Luckily, the power of the shockwave had mostly dispersed by the time it reached Han Senator. He used the momentum of the shockwave to boost his own speed, and he vanished quickly into the clouds. How long am I going to have to live my days like this? After I find Bauer, I will have to go to Sky Palace. I hope the sky can at least keep me safe for a while. I need someone to protect me from the Extreme King until I become deified, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he felt depressed. The Bloodpulse Sutra's king area is too strange. It can only push the self-cogwheels of others, and I can't seem to use it on my own Geno arts. I want to enhance my bloodline. Han Sen didn't know what direction he should go to find Bauer, and he had to stay away from the fight between Lando and Meng Lai. Not long after, Han Sen reached the zone where many seas of clouds connected. In front of him was a sea of creamy white clouds. Each cloud looked like milk floating in the air. Han Sen flew toward it without hesitation. When he tried to fly into one of the clouds, though, it was like jumping into a bean bag. Instead of letting him through, it caught him and bounced him back. Han Sen was shocked. The clouds of the Tianxia system were thick, but they weren't nearly thick enough to stop him. Only cloud beasts were actually solid. But Han Sen was so fast and so strong that if he hit a cloud beast, it would be torn apart. But the creamy white cloud was totally fine, and it had bounced him back. Have I run into a high-class cloud beast? Han Sen was shocked. He looked at the cloud in alarm. But the cloud didn't respond. It just floated where it was, looking exactly like all the other nearby clouds. Han Sen couldn't see anything particularly special about the cloud. He hesitated at first, but he did decide to fly around the cloud to inspect it more carefully. He also reached out his hand to touch it. The cloud was very soft. When Han Sen touched it, it dented inwards. But when Han Sen had crashed into it at full speed earlier, the cloud felt very tough. It had been like a beef tendon. But no matter how much Han Sen poked it, the cloud didn't react. It was like a dead object. This cloud looks like a non-Newtonian fluid. Han Sen brushed away the clouds around it, and he found out that the strange cloud was only 20 meters wide. Aside from the fact that it lacked a life force and possessed non-Newtonian features, there was nothing special about the cloud. Why is there a cloud like this out here in the middle of nowhere? Hansen was confused. He looked at the nearby clouds for a while. He reached his hand into the cloud and pushed his whole body into it slowly. When he was outside it, Hansen couldn't see a single thing with his purple-eye butterfly. So, he went in and had a proper look. Hansen's body moved slowly. If he crept forward at a snail's pace, the cloud wouldn't offer much in the way of resistance. After walking 7 or 8 meters inside, Hansen suddenly felt as if the space before him was empty. His hand just went right through. There's something here. Hansen felt so happy. This cloud was 20 meters wide, and he had only walked 7 or 8 meters. Despite that, something was stopping him. It had to mean that there was a pocket of space inside. Hansen carefully stepped through. And soon enough, he reached the cloud's interior space. He looked around and realized he was now in a 3-meter-wide space. Within that empty area, he found a plant. It looked like a spider plant. The green leaves reached out, and they looked quite lovely. Weird. Why is there a plant here? I thought there were only cloud beasts in the Tianxia system, and that there weren't any plants, Hansen thought in surprise. He kept observing the plant. The spider plant was as beautiful as green jade. The leaves were 1 foot long, and they were shaped like swords. It looked like an art piece carved from the best jade one could find. Its life force was so strong, though, that no one would believe it to be an inanimate object. From what Hansen could tell, the Tianxia system didn't have the correct conditions for plant life and normal creatures to thrive. Real plants couldn't exist here, and yet, there was a spider plant right in front of him. It certainly wasn't what Hansen had expected to find when he entered the cloud. Did some other people come here and leave it in the Tianxia system? As Hansen was thinking, a white cloud began to bubble up out of the spider plant. It rose like a bubble of milk, then went to join the clouds outside. It looks like these clouds actually come from this spider plant. That means the plant is actually native to the Tianxia system. Hansen was shocked. As the spider plant released more clouds, Hansen reached out and grabbed it. But when he touched it, it was just like the cloud that surrounded it. The plant was so delicate that it seemed like only a light grip would crush it. But if he used strength, the plant would grow rigid and resilient. What kind of plant is this? As Hansen curiously examined the spider plant, he saw that there was a white fire in the middle of the plant. Hansen fell back 2 steps in surprise. In the center of the spider plant, there was a white fire that was like a little lantern. Hansen looked close. In reality, it wasn't a fire, it was a halo. At the center of the halo was a black bug that looked something like a cricket. The pitch-black insect was similar in size, and it had 2 swinging antennae. It climbed up the spider plant. When it reached the end of the spider plant, its weight pulled the lead of the plant lower. Then, the little creature opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth dug into the delicate spider plant leaf. Catcha! Catcha! It took a little while for the cricket to eat its fill. Once it was satisfied, the cricket began to climb back down the plant. As the insect moved, puffs of white smoke were emitted. The white smoke condensed into a creamy white cloud. Clouds rose from the creature's back, one by one, just like the creamy white cloud Hansen had seen before. Now Hansen knew that the clouds from the spider plant weren't actually from the plant. They came from the juices of the black cricket. The black cricket quickly dug back into the roots of the plant and was about to disappear. Hansen reached out and grabbed the cricket. The black cricket struggled in his hand, and it was a surprisingly strong little thing. It was no stronger than a king, though, and so it couldn't resist Hansen. The black cricket knew that it couldn't run. Its body discharged a white vapor that soon turned into a fluffy white cloud that wrapped around the cricket. Hansen held onto the cloud like he was holding a big steamed bun. Fortunately, as long as he moved slowly, Hansen could still sink his hands into the creamy cloud. The cricket wouldn't escape Hansen's grasp like this. The cricket can't be any more powerful than a marquise, but the cloud juice it produces is quite amazing. Not even my power can break it. After hesitating for a moment, Hansen put the cricket inside Destiny's tower. Then, he walked to the spider plant and prodded it. He tried to feel the life force inside the spider plant. The spider plant had a great deal of life force, but unlike the cricket, Hansen wasn't capable of eating it. He examined the spider plant carefully, but he didn't see anything else of note. He put the spider plant inside Destiny's tower, as well. After emerging from that pocket of cloud, Hansen thought about it some more. Then he put the entire cloud inside Destiny's tower, too. Once that was done, he turned and flew away from there to continue searching for Bauer and the others. But Hansen hadn't been flying for long when he saw a bunch of cloud beasts heading toward him. They were a flock of crane-like creatures. There had to be at least 1,000 of them. Most of them were marquises, but there were some dukes as well. The leader was the king, and it had a king area. Hansen was actually rather happy when they appeared. He pulled out his knife and dove into the flock. The cloud beasts were xenogeneics, after all. Killing another king-class xenogeneic would help Hansen fill up his king-class genes. Hansen had 4 different geno-arts. Each time he leveled one up, it required 100 genes. When all those requirements were added up, it became a substantial number of genes that he needed. He had to collect as many as he could, whenever he was able to. The cloud beasts didn't stand a chance against Hansenator. When he reached them, he cut the king's head clean off. Xenogeneic king hunted, cloud crane king. Xenogeneic gene found. Hansen casually pulled out the xenogeneic gene from the cloud crane king's body. He expected the rest of the cloud cranes to disperse after the king was killed, but they all came after him without any fear of death. It was like they wanted to avenge the slaying of the cloud crane king, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Hansen wasn't interested in spending the time to kill those low-class cloud beasts, though. He flew away at full speed. The low-level cloud cranes weren't able to keep up, so it wasn't long before they lost Hansen completely. But just as Hansen escaped, he saw another group of cloud beasts approaching. These looked like tigers, and there were a few kings in their midst. Haha! My luck is good today, Hansen thought with a grin. He grabbed his ghost teeth knife and flew to meet them. Hansen swooped down among the tigers like a beautiful butterfly. The ghost teeth knife he wielded danced like the fangs of a devil, and he killed the cloud tigers one by one. They were king-class xenogeneics with 2nd or 3rd tier king areas. Hansen only needed one attack to kill each one. Xenogeneic king hunted, cloud tiger. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained cloud tiger beast soul. Hansen killed 5 of the king-class tigers, and he managed to earn 1 cloud tiger beast soul. Hansen felt pretty good about that. There were many cloud beasts all across the Tianxia system, but finding a king class wasn't always easy. And shortly after taking down 1 king, Hansen had found several more. He was lucky. The remaining cloud tigers ran after Hansen, but he ignored them and continued to fly. Hansen had been flying for a while when he met another group of cloud beasts, but this time, there weren't any kings among them. The leader of those beasts was just Duke class. Hansen thought a punch might be enough to scare them off, but this theory soon proved false. Hansen punched a dozen of the cloud beasts, but they just continued to come. Hansen shook them off his tail and kept on flying, but he started to realize that something was amiss. He seemed to be encountering cloud beasts no matter which direction he decided to go. And the cloud beasts were all so angry, too. None of them were afraid to die. They came at him like he was their mortal enemy, and no matter how many of them he killed, none of the cloud beasts were willing to back down. This sea of clouds seems a little bit cursed. Hansen frowned in thought. He decided to head in a different direction, wanting to see if he would encounter any more cloud beasts. The result was the same, and again, he met another large group of cloud beasts. Hansen changed direction a few times, but he encountered groups of cloud beasts every time. But all of those cloud beasts had red eyes. They leaped for him ravenously whenever they saw him, even if they didn't stand a chance of harming him. This is getting really weird. Although Hansen had killed many king-class cloud beasts, he couldn't really enjoy his success. He didn't know what was going on, and that made him uncomfortable. Hansen could kill any king-class cloud beast he met. But the Tianxia system was known for its deified xenogeneics. If he encountered a deified monster among the hordes of normal xenogeneics, he would be in for another brutal fight. After pausing for a while, Hansen flew back the way he had come. The first thing he needed to do was to get away from that sea of creamy clouds. The place was creepy, and the creatures were far too hostile. He didn't feel comfortable being there. On his way back, he encountered the groups of creatures that he had fought before. All their eyes seemed red, and they obviously wanted to avenge the deaths of their kings. So, they all chased Hansen. This time, it looked a little while for Hansen to shake off their pursuit. Before long, he escaped the creamy sea of clouds and returned to the light blue sea of clouds. I finally got away from that cursed sea of clouds. Hansen felt relief. But before he could completely relax, he saw a shadow headed his way. It was the extreme king deified, Meng Lai. Frustration filled Han Senator. Since leaving Lando and Meng Lai, he had changed directions many times and even crossed back over his own path. He could barely believe that Meng Lai had still managed to find him. If I knew he'd show up, I wouldn't have come back. That sea of clouds was weird, but I'd be better off there than here, facing Meng Lai. Hansen turned around, wanting to return to that sea of clouds. But just as he started moving, Meng Lai swiftly teleported in front of him. Rather than attacking, though, Meng Lai simply spoke. Hansen, if you come with me, I won't hurt you. Perhaps I can even keep you alive. You think the extreme king will let me live if I go back with you? Hansen lifted his lips in a sneer. Meng Lai laughed. I'm not going to lie to you, you were going to be killed. But things changed once you helped Lando become deified. This ability can guarantee your survival. If you aid the extreme king with unwavering dedication, we can erase the crime of killing a prince. Hansen was shocked. He couldn't believe Meng Lai had said such a thing. But I killed King Bai's son. Are you sure he will let me live? Hansen said in disbelief. You know, the king has over 100 children and countless grandkids. Meng Lai chuckled again. You didn't kill an important prince. And if anyone else had killed him, there's no way they would have been able to elude capture for so long. But you, Hansen, are different. If you will work for the extreme king, I can keep you alive. Hansen rolled his eyes. There was no chance of winning if he fought Meng Lai, and there would be no way of escaping this man, either. He was just pretending to listen, stalling for time as he tried to think of a way out. Seeing that Hansen hadn't responded, Meng Lai went on to say, let's presume you make it to Sky Palace. Do you really think all of this will blow over with time? The extreme king will not allow a prince to have died for nothing. Fourth uncle, it's just as you say, a prince of the extreme king cannot die for nothing. If I go back with you, how would they allow me to live? Hansen frowned. Meng Lai smiled and said, Hansen has to die. But you might not be Han Sr. When Hansen finally understood what Meng Lai had been implying, his eyes widened. Seeing that Hansen was confused, Meng Lai said, our people won't let the killing of an extreme king prince go without retribution, and we wouldn't make this sort of offer to anyone other than you. But if you insist on continuing to Sky Palace, it doesn't matter what crime you committed or what skills you have, the extreme king will not allow you to live. Meng Lai's explanation had made things very clear. If Hansen was willing to submit and work for them, he would be allowed to live. If he couldn't be used to their benefit, then they would keep trying to kill him even if he reached Sky Palace. Hansen started to say something, but he suddenly saw some blue cloud beasts heading toward them. Meng Lai frowned. Deified elites tended to scare off anything beneath their level, but these cloud beasts were just Marquis class. Despite their complete lack of strength, the cloud beasts charged forward without hesitation. Hansen thought this was strange, to say the least. He waved his hand, and the cloud beasts disappeared. After his deified power hit them, not even their bones remained. Hansen, what is your decision? Meng Lai asked, looking at Hansen. Hansen remained silent, but Meng Lai didn't rush him. He just stood where he was, patiently awaiting a response. Hansen wasn't mulling over Meng Lai's question, however. He was thinking about the cloud beasts that had just come his way. With a deified elite around, the cloud beasts should have stayed as far away as they could get. They would run off as soon as they smelled a deified, let alone walked right up to one. The horrible expressions on the faces of those cloud beasts were the same as the ones Hansen himself had witnessed in the sea of creamy clouds. But he was no longer in the creamy cloud sea. An idea began to form in Hansen's mind as he thought about the enraged cloud beasts he had fought. Before Hansen could answer Meng Lai, another group of cloud beasts came for them. But this time, the cloud beasts were clearly of a different variety. Several different varieties of cloud beast were represented here. There were a few kings among them, heading up the regiments of various species. Hansen might be able to convince himself that the low-level cloud beasts were too stupid to detect the deified presence of Meng Lai, but there was no way that the more powerful cloud beasts were that dumb. They were kings, and they led other cloud beasts toward Hansen and Meng Lai. This was very abnormal behavior. Meng Lai's face darkened in anger. He waved his hand, and his gold substance chains became an area. It killed the oncoming group of cloud beasts. Those first few king-class cloud beasts were killed in a second. Nothing there stood a chance of fighting back. I am Meng Lai. If you have the balls to, come out and fight me. Sending these pathetic cloud beasts against me won't accomplish anything, you weakling. Rather than looking at the bodies of the cloud beasts, Meng Lai had turned to shout up at the skies. Meng Lai knew that the cloud beasts weren't behaving normally. He thought someone more powerful was deliberately sending the cloud beasts his way. But Hansen knew that the cloud beasts had been acting strangely since before Meng Lai had shown up, so whatever was going on, it had little to do with the deified Extreme King. Weird. If someone is controlling these cloud beasts, that person must be very powerful. But if so, why aren't they attacking directly? Hansen thought to himself. Those cloud beasts didn't act like something was controlling them. It was as if they had seen something. Suddenly, Hansen's heart jumped as a thought crossed his mind. He suddenly looked into his destiny's tower. He had met a few cloud beasts before, but none of them had been this powerful. And the cloud beasts wouldn't be attacking him without reason. The weird stuff had only started happening after Hansen took the black cricket and the spider plant. At first, Hansen thought that there was merely something wrong with the xenogeneics in the creamy cloud area. Perhaps they were naturally more aggressive or territorial than other cloud beasts. But after leaving the creamy cloud sea, weird things were still happening. That suggested that the problem stretched beyond the creamy cloud sea. Are those cloud beasts coming after this? Hansen looked at the first floor of Destiny's tower, which was where he had placed the cloud, the black cricket, and the spider plant. The cloud had wrapped around the spider plant, but the black cricket had disappeared. It must have gone into the cloud. If the cloud beasts are attracted to these things, then taking them with me might be a bigger problem than I thought, Hansen thought to himself. But he didn't know if the cloud beasts were attracted by the spider plant or the black cricket. And with Meng Lai next to him, he couldn't take the two items out to compare them. Hansen, have you made a decision yet? Meng Lai asked Hansen upon seeing no other intruders. Sure. I will go to the Extreme King with you, but you must swear that I will remain safe, Hansen said to Meng Lai after a bit of hesitation. Don't worry. I won't let you die. If you come back with me and work for the Extreme King, I promise that no one will be able to hurt you, Meng Lai said with grave certainty. Once he had agreed to go with Meng Lai, Hansen pretended to be the perfect picture of subservience. He followed along as if he had no interest in escaping. As Meng Lai headed through the Tianxia system toward the Extreme King worlds, Hansen trailed after him without any reluctance. Meng Lai wasn't worried about Hansen trying to run off, but after they had traveled for a short while, a lot of cloud beasts began to attack from the surrounding clouds. Meng Lai dealt with those cloud beasts easily, and not even the king-class cloud beasts were a threat to him. However, his face grew increasingly serious as time progressed. He still had no idea who was sending all these cloud beasts after him. He felt like something was watching him, and he didn't enjoy that sensation at all. Hansen was shocked. The same thing happened to me when I was in the sea of creamy clouds. Even weak cloud beasts charged toward me with no concern for their own lives. From what I can tell, the effect must have a radius of sorts. When the spider plant and the black cricket enter a location, the cloud beasts from that region are drawn toward them. Fourth uncle, did you kill Lando? Hansen asked after Meng Lai killed another horde of cloud beasts. Meng Lai wasn't in a good mood. He casually said, "That kid is a brutal fighter. I wasn't interested in risking my life fighting him, so I just ditched him instead. But don't think that he'll be coming to save you. He was drawn in another direction, so he won't be able to find us for quite some time." Hansen never thought Lando would die, he just wanted to find out where the dragon might have been. Hearing this did bring him a bit of relief, though. "You must be kidding, uncle. I have already promised you that I will go to the Extreme King. Even if Lando was right here, I wouldn't go with him. It's just as you said, if this situation isn't sorted out, I'll spend the rest of my life hounded and scared. Not even making it to Sky Palace will protect me from that. So, I am sincere about my willingness to go back. But you must also keep your promise to ensure my life," Hansen said, looking as earnest as possible. When the Meng Lai heard Hansen say this, he felt a bit better. He nodded and said, "You are quite smart. If you work for the Extreme King with full dedication, I will keep you alive. But Hansen must still die, so you will no longer be able to use your real name. We cannot let anyone know you are still alive." "I understand. I don't mind losing my name if that's what it takes to survive." "But," Hansen looked worried. "But what?" Meng Lai asked. "I'm afraid that someone powerful might not want me to work for the Extreme King. They would rather kill me than let me follow you back." Hansen injected a liberal dose of fear into his voice. "Don't worry. As long as you follow me, I won't allow anyone to bring you harm," Meng Lai declared. But what Hansen said did put Meng Lai on alert. Meng Lai was sure that some powerful figure was sending these clouds beasts after them, but that person had yet to reveal themselves. The mysterious deified just kept sending wave after wave of cannon fodder after them. If the mysterious deified was unable to steal Hansen, then he might decide to just kill Hansen instead. After a few more waves of cloud beast hordes assaulted them, Meng Lai was able to confirm his worry. The king-class xenogeneics seemed to be aiming for Hansen, in particular. As he realized this, Meng Lai grew even more cautious. He pulled Hansen closer to him, just in case something bad happened. While they were traveling, Meng Lai's face suddenly changed. He pulled Hansen to a stop and looked deep into the clouds. Hansen stood behind Meng Lai and also looked ahead. The nearby clouds were in turmoil as shockwaves rolled through them. A purple Kirin was thundering toward them through the clouds. Substance chains swirled around the monster's body life clouds. Deified xenogeneic. The spider plant and black cricket must be incredibly important if they can attract deified xenogeneics, Hansen thought in astonishment. And there were many cloud beasts following the deified Kirin to boot. There was a whole host of king-class xenogeneics in their midst. Meng Lai frowned and spoke to Han Sr., "Don't get too close to the battleground, but don't run off too far either. If you get into a bad situation too far from where I'm fighting, I might not have a chance to save you. Don't worry, uncle. I truly want to go to the Extreme King with you. I would never dream of running away." Han Sen knew what Meng Lai really meant, and so he answered him with sincerity. Meng Lai nodded. He started to say something more, but the deified Kirin cut him off with a roar. It brought a sky of clouds toward them. The cloud beast's target was fairly obvious, though. It was Han Sen they wanted. Huh? I want to see what sort of person is trying this hard to keep me from bringing Han Sen back to the Extreme King alive, Meng Lai said with narrowed eyes. He turned into a gold giant and ran toward the Kirin. Han Sen didn't flee. Instead, he entered the fight with the horde of cloud beasts. At this point, Han Sen had no reason to run. He was carrying some dangerous goods that could attract deified xenogeneics. Now that he had Meng Lai to take the heat for him, running away would mean leaving behind his protection. I don't know what that spider plant and black cricket are, but they can attract deified xenogeneics. If things get too bad, I'll just have to throw them away. There is no point in risking my life to keep them. At least for now, though, I can use them to my advantage. If they can keep attracting deified xenogeneics, Meng Lai will have a tough time trying to escort me out of here, Han Sen thought to himself as he began killing cloud beasts. Meng Lai engaged the Kirin, but he remained focused on how Han Sen was doing. When he saw that Han Sen had also started to fight instead of running off, it surprised him, and it actually brought him some relief. It looks like he's sincere about following me back to the Extreme King. But that makes sense, I guess. Someone wants to kill him, and he will die if he doesn't come with me. Coming with me at least gives him a chance to live. Meng Lai nodded. As he watched the cloud beasts swarm around Han Sen like mad, he became quite angry. Someone wanted to kill Han Sen and keep him from working for the Extreme King. Meng Lai wouldn't have dreamed that the cloud beasts would be drawn straight to Han Sen. How could Han Sen, who was just a king, invoke the ire of a deified xenogeneic? Even if Han Sen attracted them, they should have attacked Meng Lai first. But these xenogeneics seemed obsessed with killing Han Sen, despite the deified opponent in the same area. That was why Meng Lai believed there had to be some mastermind hidden somewhere nearby. This mysterious person clearly wanted to prevent Han Sen from being taken back to the Extreme King. Meng Lai was a brother of the Extreme King's ruler. He was an old, scary deified. Even if he had lost his extreme purple demon dragon, it was unlikely that another deified could kill him. Although Meng Lai was slowly fighting back the Kirin that was surrounded by clouds, it would still take a long time for him to kill the creature. Han Sen made use of his movements to go around the cloud beasts he fought. He used this opportunity to wipe out several king-class xenogeneics. He was quite pleased to have earned more king-class xenogeneic genes. Han Sen moved through the xenogeneic hordes, using the purple-eyed butterfly to check on Meng Lai. If he got the chance, he might be able to attack at the right time and get a deified beast soul out of all this, too. That would be splendid. But killing a deified being wasn't that easy. If Meng Lai still had his extreme purple demon dragon, he could have killed another deified relatively quickly. But since he had lost his extreme purple demon dragon, he had to exhaust his own power. Killing the deified Kirin wouldn't be an easy task for him. The longer he fought, the more confused Meng Lai became. Even if an ordinary deified xenogeneic wasn't very smart, it would still know to retreat when it was losing a fight. It wouldn't just relentlessly continue to attack a more powerful opponent. But that Kirin wanted a fight to the death no matter what. It didn't care for its life, which made it surprisingly difficult to counter. But the thing that concerned Meng Lai the most was the idea that someone was orchestrating all this. If that mysterious person could control deified xenogeneics, Meng Lai didn't want to imagine how strong they might be. I have to take Hansen back to the Extreme King, and I have to do it fast. Meng Lai made his mind up. A gold substance chain exploded in a blinding burst of light. It was like a golden god tearing through space. Cloud airs and deified blood sprayed everywhere. Because of the amount of raw power being exchanged, Hansen couldn't get close to the fight. After 10 hours, Hansen heard the sound of something screaming, then silence. He turned as the headless body of the Kirin slowly fell through the clouds. Then, Meng Lai was coming toward him. The man's hands were clutching the Kirin's severed head. Meng Lai was injured, too, though. His golden god body was bleeding profusely, and one of his wounds was deep enough to show bone. He was quite damaged. Hansen felt it was a shame that he hadn't been able to get the last hit in on the Kirin, but he had managed to kill many king-class xenogeneics during that time. He was slowly filling up his king-class gene tallies, at least. Hansen and Meng Lai kept traveling. Hansen killed so many clouds beasts, but everywhere they went, even more of the crazed creatures showed up. Even Meng Lai, who was doing most of the killing, was getting tired hands. If I find out who is behind all this, I'm going to skin them alive, Meng Lai cursed in exhausted frustration. In the past, xenogeneics never came close to Meng Lai. They wouldn't dare to show themselves before him. Right now, though, even barons and viscounts were willing to attack him. He killed them, but it was infuriating that he even had to. They kept on fighting. The clouds looked like pools of blood in their wake. Meng Lai grabbed Hansen and quickly outran the pursuing xenogeneics. He felt sick from the massive amount of killing he had done. He didn't want to kill anymore. After traveling 100,000 miles, they saw another deified xenogeneic coming for them. It appeared right in Meng Lai's path. Hansen saw a huge, rainbow-colored bird that resembled a peacock. It was soaring through the clouds. Just the sensation of its presence would be enough to make most people cower in fear. The Tianxia Peacock King. Who the hell could control the Tianxia Peacock King? Meng Lai whispered, his face going pale. Is he strong? Hansen asked. It is the fourth of Tianxia's 7 gods. The Tianxia unicorn is at last place on that roster. So, what do you think? Meng Lai looked sick. Clearly, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Tianxia Peacock King in battle. Hansen looked at the Tianxia Peacock King in shock. It fanned its beautiful feathers, raising them in a semicircle behind it. Images that looked like eyes stared out of the peacock's fanned feathers. All the colors of the rainbow glowed inside those eyes. They became rainbow godlights that suddenly drenched the entire sea of clouds in a rainbow godlight. The moment the rainbow godlight appeared, Hansen watched the light fall to touch his body. And when it happened, his armor, skin, and hair started to look like dust. He was too stunned to move. Hansen's jade skin was unable to block the rainbow godlight's power. Hansen looked over at Meng Lai and saw that he, too, was melting into dust. With a teeth-rattling roar, Meng Lai became that gold giant again. He grabbed Hansen so that the gold color could spread across his body as well. The color dyed Hansen's entire form. When Hansen looked closer, he could see that the layer of gold was made of intricate substance chains. But even that layer of protection started to degrade under the power of the rainbow godlight. Meng Lai's gold body clearly couldn't withstand the Tianxia Peacock King's rainbow godlight. You need to leave now. Meng Lai threw Hansen away, then started running toward the Tianxia Peacock King. Hansen used the momentum of Meng Lai's throw to escape the rainbow godlight's area of effect. The Tianxia Peacock King, meanwhile, was occupied by Meng Lai and therefore couldn't give chase. F***ck. Even the terrifying Tianxia Peacock King was drawn toward me. I can't keep this thing, Hansen thought. He pulled the cloud out of Destiny's tower, tossed it to the side, and flew away. That thing had even managed to attract the Tianxia Peacock King. If Hansen continued carrying it, it would only be a matter of time before he attracted the rest of the Tianxia gods. The Tianxia unicorn, at the end of the roster, was already so strong. The fourth-rank god, the Tianxia Peacock King, must have been exceptionally scary. Even Meng Lai didn't underestimate a foe like that. If an enemy of a higher level came, they'd be killed in no time at all. After Han Sen ditched the cloud, he turned back. He went in a different direction so he could escape Meng Lai. After flying for a while, Han Sen felt a weird prickling sensation across the back of his neck. He turned around and saw the cloud chasing him. Oh sh*t. Why are you following me? Han Sen's eyes almost popped out of his skull. The thing hadn't stayed where he put it. The cloud didn't answer Han Senator, it just flew over to him and floated nearby. It didn't seem to want to hurt him, though. I'm afraid of you. Han Sen thought it was best to stay away from the strange cloud. He accelerated away, using his phoenix techniques as he fled. While that creamy cloud looked very slow, it somehow managed to keep up with Han Senator. No matter how many times Han Sen changed direction, he couldn't shake it off. Han Sen tried to punch it and send it flying away, but that didn't work for crap. The more strength he put into the blow, the faster the cloud would follow him. And when his punch landed on the cloud, it would become really thick and withstand all the force. After a short while of running, he met another group of cloud beasts. They were drawn to the cloud, following Han Sen. Fortunately, these cloud beasts were quite low level. They were most viscounts and earls. Han Sen got rid of them easily. If you bring me another deified, I will be very dead. There was nothing Han Sen could do to get rid of the cloud. He felt like crying. But then Han Sen thought about it. The cloud's area of effect was limited. If he didn't run, no more powerful cloud beasts would show up. Thinking of that, Han Sen stopped running. He stopped right where he was and glared at the cloud. He said to it, I'm warning you. Don't follow me anymore. Otherwise, I will kill you. Han Sen was trying to scare the black cricket or spider plant on the inside, as it was obvious that one of those two was behind the drama. You really think I can't kill you? Han Sen demanded angrily when the cloud didn't react. He walked straight up to the occupants of the cloud. Han Sen approached the cloud, but it quickly retreated so that Han Sen couldn't touch it. Han Sen felt so angry. He sped up and chased after the cloud. As he chased it, it continued to retreat away from him. But whenever Han Sen turned around and tried to move away from the cloud, it would follow. After a short time of this, Han Sen became incredibly frustrated. I was wrong to take you. I was wrong. Can you please stop following me? Han Sen begged the cloud, tears in his eyes. Unfortunately for Han Sen, the cricket on the inside didn't understand the common tongue of the universe. When Han Sen walked away, it followed again. Now, Han Sen's situation had become a little awkward. He couldn't leave, and neither could he stay. It was easy to invite a god in, but it was hard to send a god away. Do you really think you can bully me this easily? Han Sen was getting angry. Instead of going on its merry way, the cloud was creeping along behind him like a stalker. Han Sen decided to summon Spell and use her 2 pistols. He fired rapidly, and each bullet hit the cloud at high speed. The cloud didn't dodge, and the bullets slammed into the cloud's surface. However, an instant later, the bullets were bouncing away instead of piercing through the cloud. Han Sen had expected this result. He hadn't actually been trying to break the cloud. You are too weak to fight against Big Brother Han. Han Sen laughed coldly. He used his pistols to shoot the cloud again. Many bullets again hit the cloud, but this time, the cloud seemed to lose its bounciness. When the bullets hit it, it sounded like they were hitting a stone surface. Han Sen's first attacks earlier had been infused with Spell's solidifying power. He solidified the cloud, depriving it of its elastic resilience. Although the cloud was now very hard, the bullets still couldn't hurt it. But where the bullets struck, turtle symbols now appeared. It was Han Sen's turtle skill. After Han Sen fired at it for a while more, the solidified cloud was completely checkered with the glowing symbols of a turtle. When he was finished doing that, he cast an icy light, turning the cloud into a block of ice. I don't believe you'll be able to follow me after that. Hansen turned around and flew away. As he flew, he turned repeatedly to check on the frozen cloud. The cloud began to move despite being frozen, but Hansen was relieved to see that it was now as slow as a snail. It would be impossible for it to keep up with Hansen now. Hansen was happy about this. He left it in the dust, no longer looking back. It wasn't going to catch up. I finally got rid of it. Hansen changed direction a few times, and when it was assuredly gone, he let out a long sigh of relief. He was just going to keep flying, but he soon felt something come from up ahead. It seemed as if there were creatures doing battle ahead of him. The fight was happening very far away, and the shockwaves from the battle barely rocked the clouds around him. Hansen hesitated. He finally decided to fly over and get a better look at the battleground. Before long, he could analyze the shockwaves much more clearly. This sonic power is so familiar. It's Baoqin. The other power being used is a fire element. Wait, isn't that the little red bird's power? Hansen was as much surprised as he was happy. He accelerated toward the battle. The closer he got to the battleground, the crazier the shockwaves became. Before Hansen saw the little red bird and Baoqin, he saw the white whale positioned in the clouds. It was chasing 2 king-class knights from the Extreme King. Hansen was delighted. He headed straight for the white whale and the 2 Extreme King knights. The 2 Extreme King knights were fleeing in fear. When they suddenly saw Hansen in front of them, they froze. That momentary pause was all it took for the white whale's mouth to open and suck them in like a black hole. Daddy! After Hansen entered the white whale, Bauer jumped into Hansen's chest. She excitedly said, "Daddy! I captured so many people in the ship." Hansen looked to where Bauer was pointing, and he saw that the white whale's prison was stuffed with a dozen kings and half-neophytes. They were all Extreme King knights. Good job. Hansen glanced over the other people on the ship. The pirates and Fang Qingyu were fine. Only Ningyu was looking a little messy. She was sitting in the corner with dirted clothing. She seemed to be terrified. When Bauer explained what had happened to her, Hansen was momentarily stunned. That little green sword can kill a half-deified? There's obviously more to it than meets the eye. I wonder where it came from. It was an item dug up in Do God City. Could it have been a weapon left behind by the gods that did battle there? If it is a weapon of the gods, it could make Ningyu very rich. Hansen looked at Ningyu but was reminded of the state she was in. It made Hansen think that scamming her might not be a very nice thing to do. But Hansen remembered the story that Bauer had just told him. Although Ningyu's personality seemed overwhelmed and suppressed by the little green sword, it wasn't gone. On certain occasions, his real self could shine through. But the little green sword was too strong. Ningyu's will could only be activated under extreme duress for limited periods of time. Completely escaping the grasp of the little green sword seemed very difficult. Is the little red bird okay? Hansen murmured to himself, looking worriedly at the burning sky. According to Bauer, the little red bird and Baoqin had been fighting for a few days without a winner being determined. Bauer lifted her lips and said, "Don't worry, Daddy. Little Red will be fine. If he wasn't so small, he could have already killed that guy." Hansen nodded. He wanted to say something more, but his face changed. He glanced absent-mindedly out of the white whale, and among the numerous clouds, he saw a single creamy cloud heading toward them. It soon came before the white whale, and Hansen instantly that it was his stalker cloud. Oh my God! How could it catch up with me? Hansen saw that the ice and turtle symbols he'd placed on the cloud had now vanished. He didn't know how to get rid of the D*********. thing. Bauer, call Little Red back. We have to go. Now. Hansen's face looked dire. If the cloud was here now, then many more cloud beasts might be on their way. If a deified xenogeniac was drawn to them, they would be in big trouble. Bauer didn't know what was going on, but she did as Hansen instructed. She used the white whale to fire a crystal light at the battleground. Not long after, Hansen saw the little phoenix retreat. When it landed on the white whale, it returned to looking like the little red bird again. "Where are you running to?" Bao traveled through space. His body was blackened and bleeding in various places, and the harp he used was burned. Some of its strings had even been broken. It looked as if he hadn't gotten the better end of his battle with the little red bird. Hansen let Bauer use the white whale's controls to escape. Bao had been fighting for so long, he must have lost a lot of his energy. Chasing after the white whale now wouldn't be an easy feat for him. The white whale traveled away at high speed, and the creamy cloud followed behind them in close pursuit. Bao straggled along behind the cloud. They all traveled through the clouds quickly. Pang! They hadn't been flying for long when Hansen saw a rainbow light. It immediately covered the sea of clouds all around. "The Tianxia Peacock King," Hansen breathed, seeing the majestic bird appear among the clouds. The Tianxia Peacock King wasn't doing so well. Most of its plumage had been torn off, and only a few feathers remained on the bird's tail. It was like a plucked chicken, or a paper fan that had been mostly shredded. Wounds covered its body, and many of them looked severe. But no matter how badly injured it was, this creature was still a powerful deified foe. The peacock's eyes started to flash. It emitted a rainbow godlight substance chain, forming an area that shielded everything. Everything inside that area would be melted by the rainbow godlight. Anything inside the area would be reduced to dust, crumbling away in minutes. Hansen and the others were better off inside the white whale. The hull of the white whale was very solid. When the rainbow godlight shone on it, slow trickles of dust began to slide off the ship's hull. The process was obnoxiously slow. The cloud and Bao didn't fare as well. When the rainbow godlight shone on the cloud, it started to become dust. Bao armor couldn't withstand the godlight either. The armor's transformation into dust was very slow, but it was Bao self-armor. If it was injured beyond the point of recovery, his entire body would be permanently damaged. The Tianxia Peacock King's target was the cloud. Its eyes glowed with a godlight that seemed focused on the cloud. The cloud was scared, and it quickly flew forward. But instead of trying to escape the area, it just hid beneath the white whale. The Tianxia Peacock King's godlights fell on the white whale and almost pierced through the hull. "T. Does that bad luck cloud hate me this much?" Hansen whined. He turned to Bauer. "Go faster. Lose it." Bauer pushed the white whale's power to the max. The white whale released a whale-like call, and then it lurched forward as if it planned to leave no matter what got in its way. The cloud managed to close the distance, and again, it appeared beneath the white whale. The rainbow godlights fell on the cloud, and it melted quickly. Soon, the spider plant was revealed. The plant was very green, like flawless jade. The rainbow godlight shone on the spider plant, but the plant seemed immune to the godlight's power. Bao was running in the opposite direction. He took refuge in some clouds, and when he looked back, he saw the spider plant. He screamed hoarsely, "Holy area grass! That is the holy area grass!" Without a second of thought, Bao sent a swarm of substance chains toward the spider plant. The Tianxia Peacock King's target was the spider plant. When it saw that Bao was trying to steal its prize, the rainbow godlight fired a laser at him. Bao raised his harp to block the rainbow godlight, but the deified treasure was quickly annihilated by the peacock's powerful attack. Blurg! Dust rained from Bao body. He looked very upset about his loss, and his desire for the plant still showed plainly across his face. However, he was no longer willing to try and steal the spider plant. He ripped a hole in the fabric of space, teleported, and disappeared. After all, he wasn't comparable to someone like Meng Lai. Even with the Tianxia Peacock King being as injured as it was, he couldn't do battle with it. That would be a fight he stood no chance of winning, and he knew it. After Baoqin escaped, the Tianxia Peacock King's gaze returned to the spider plant. It wanted to eat the spider plant, but before it could swoop down on the plant flew away under some invisible force. It was being pulled to another location. The Tianxia Peacock King looked in the direction the plant was being pulled. He saw a little girl standing atop the white whale. A little gold gourd was clutched in her hands, and it was that gourd which was sucking in the spider plant. When he saw this, Han Sen's heart stopped. He didn't even know when Bauer had gone outside to use her gourd on the spider plant. The Tianxia Peacock King squawked with anger. Its rainbow substance chains erupted like a volcano, and the sheer volume of its substance chains appeared to shroud the entirety of space. It looked furious. Even when Meng Lai had attacked the bird, it hadn't been this disgruntled. That rainbow godlight was everywhere. It was like a rainbow sky had descended over everything. After Bauer climbed back into the white whale, Han Sen sent the ship rocketing forward. But no matter how fast the white whale flew, it wasn't fast enough to outrun the Tianxia Peacock King's rainbow godlight. The scary rainbow godlight landed on the white whale, and the ship's shell began to disintegrate even faster. The white body of the machine suddenly looked like a plume of gray smoke while it flew. A lot of dust and ash crumbled away, like some sort of ugly comet. The white whale's shell was melted by the rainbow godlight, revealing the bones of its interior structure. "We're going to die. We're going to die. I beg you guys. Return whatever you stole," Ningyu cried, gripping Han Sen's leg. Han Sen's eyes kept shifting around. With the rate at which the white whale's hull was being eroded, he also knew things weren't going to last. But after seeing how Baoqin's reaction to the spider plant, Han Sen realized that the spider plant must be very precious. He had never heard of the holy area grass before, but he didn't want to concede and give it up now. But the Tianxia Peacock King was still a frightening beast. The rainbow godlight it emitted seemed unstoppable. Han Sen and his companions weren't strong enough to withstand the might of such a creature. The pirates and the imprisoned Extreme King Knights watched all this with terrified eyes. They were all in shock. Their eyes darted all around the melting white whale. If the white whale was destroyed, not one of them would be able to escape all this. They would be turned into dust by the rainbow godlight. "Bauer, take the item back outside." Han Sen could think of no other way to deal with the Tianxia Peacock King. Although Bauer didn't want to, she wouldn't disobey Han Senator. She took the spider plant out of the gourd and gave it to Han Sen. "Tianxia Peacock King, take this item and let us live." Han Sen threw the spider plant out of the white whale, hurling it far away from them. The Tianxia Peacock King, upon seeing the spider plant, gleefully raced towards it. It was no longer interested in attacking the white whale. Han Sen probably should have thrown the spider plant further, but the Tianxia Peacock King was far quicker than he expected. It appeared next to the spider plant in an instant. It opened its mouth and swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. No one could stop the Tianxia Peacock King, and the spider plant vanished down the bird's throat in an instant. After the Tianxia Peacock King swallowed the spider plant, it moaned to the sky. The noise was so loud that it rocked the Tianxia system. Han Sen didn't speak the language of birds, but he could imagine how good that plant must have tasted for the bird to moan and groan in such pleasure. The bird moaned for a long time, but the noise was suddenly cut short by a loud burp. The Tianxia Peacock King had suddenly become so full. Han Sen was still trying to flee the area in the white whale, but before he could get too far away, he heard a strange noise. It made him turn to look at the Tianxia Peacock King. The bird kept burping and burping. It couldn't seem to stop, and it looked like it was suffering. The creature seemed to have eaten too much. The strangest thing was that its belly was swelling. It was like a slim lady had suddenly become 8 months pregnant. Han Sen was stunned, but as he stared, he had a sudden thought. With a shock, he said, "Is that black cricket doing something inside the peacock's belly?" The distraught Tianxia Peacock King flapped its wings wildly. It was blazing with rainbow light, and its power ripped haphazardly through the sky, tearing trenches in space wherever it went. Its efforts were futile, though. Its belly was still expanding. The Tianxia Peacock King kept crying. Han Sen and the others looked on in dumbfounded silence. Minutes later, the Tianxia Peacock King's belly was bloated like a balloon. And it was still expanding. Its skin was so stretched that it was becoming transparent. Everyone on the white whale began to wonder if the creature's belly was about to explode. Of course, the Tianxia Peacock King didn't disappoint them. Its belly ruptured, and the detonation was like thunder. There was a gaping hole where its belly had once been. A giant, creamy cloud emerged. It was the black cricket's fluffy white discharge. "It is that strong?" Hansen was shocked. He hadn't realized that the creamy cloud possessed much power, and he certainly didn't think it was strong enough to erupt from the Tianxia Peacock King's belly. The peacock was a ridiculously powerful deified creature, and it had just been ripped open like a plastic bag. You have to watch what you eat. The Tianxia Peacock King is a prime example of what happens if you don't. It swallowed a tasty morsel whole without first inspecting the contents. Now its belly has blown up. I don't know if it will survive this. Han Sen's heart leaped. He stopped the white whale and looked at the Tianxia Peacock King. After the Tianxia Peacock King's belly broke, the creature's rainbow blood was running freely into the clouds. The beast hung in the air, crying hopelessly. It fluttered its wings, wanting to leave the area, but its rainbow godlights were growing dimmer and dimmer. They were becoming difficult to see at all. It wasn't going to be attacking anything anytime soon. The creamy cloud ignored the Tianxia Peacock King and flew back toward Han Sen. "Here's a good opportunity. Take control of the white whale, Bauer," Han Sen said happily. He grabbed the little red bird and ran out of the white whale. He headed toward the severely injured Tianxia Peacock King. "Little Red, your time is now." Han Sen threw the little red bird at the peacock. The little red bird screamed sadly as its body turned into that of a fire phoenix. But it followed Han Sen's instructions and sent a stream of angry fire toward the poor Tianxia Peacock King. The flames covered the sky as its whirling inferno moved to incinerate the Tianxia Peacock King. Everything in sight took on a flickering, hellish appearance. The Tianxia Peacock King was already injured and on the brink of death. He was unable to withstand the little red bird's phoenix flames. The peacock cried as it burned, and it flapped its wings feebly. But sadly, it was simply too injured to move. It still had the injuries from its fight with Meng Lai, and now, it had practically exploded. Its guts were falling out. One of its legs was a ruined mess. If the Tianxia Peacock King could find a safe place to rest, it would probably recover in 1,000 years or so. If it had a powerful treasure or two, it might heal even more quickly. But it was in no condition to fight a deified elite right now. As the Tianxia Peacock King burned and screamed, its feathers and flesh turned a deep red. It was like a burning bar of iron. But it was struggling and refusing to submit to the cold prospect of death. It wanted to escape the little red bird's phoenix fires, first and foremost. Sadly, it couldn't get away. The little red bird continued to chase it and send crackling flames over its body. Its life force had become so weak that the rainbow godlight could no longer be seen. The Tianxia Peacock King's life force was almost depleted, and its wings ceased to move. Its body was falling in a raging fire. Han Sen moved up behind the little red bird and shouted, "Let go of the peacock." "Let me do it." Han Sen lifted his thunder god spike. He flew to the Tianxia Peacock King that had lost consciousness and took aim at its brain. With all his might, he tried to crush it. The thunder god spike struck the Tianxia Peacock King's skull hard, but the weapon couldn't penetrate it. Even so, silver lightning coursed down into the creature. The electrified Tianxia Peacock King lost consciousness and began to shake violently. Hansen kept striking it. The peacock's body continued to shiver and shake. Hansen had yet to hear the killing announcement, though. This kill has to be mine. Jade Emperor, Holy Buddha, Bodhisattva, you must give me a beast soul. Hansen kept smacking the peacock's head as he prayed. The Peacock King wasn't moving. And Hansen had yet to hear the announcement noise. He gritted his teeth and kept on smacking it. Xenogenic deified hunted, Tianxia Peacock King. Xenogenic gene found. Obtain Tianxia Peacock King beast soul. As Hansen wondered if the kill had been claimed by the little red bird, he suddenly heard the announcement. In an instant, Hansen felt as if he had been transported directly to heaven. The 180,000 pores across his skin felt so good, and he moaned in pleasure. Deified beast soul. I got a deified beast soul, Hansen grinned like a madman. Turning away from the Tianxia Peacock King's body, he went looking for the Tianxia Peacock King's beast soul, to see what type it was. A weapon, please give me a weapon. Just a weapon will do, Hansen's heart was screaming. Deified beast soul Tianxia Peacock King, soul armor type, broken. Soul armor type? Holy sh*T. That's better than a weapon. I'm rich. I'm rich. Hansen was so happy that he almost jumped on the spot. It was deified soul armor, so it would have a deified level defense. It also had the power buffs that came along with a deified beast soul. Although it wasn't like a shape-shifting beast soul, having the deified body buffs would make his attacks as fierce as a deified being's. Now that he had this peacock's soul armor, Hansen could challenge deified elites in battle. Wait, what does broken mean? Is it a broken beast soul? No. I've never heard of a broken beast soul before. When Hansen saw the word broken at the end of its label, his happy feelings quickly evaporated. He summoned the Tianxia Peacock King's soul armor, and a gray garment appeared on his body. It was made entirely out of gray peacock feathers. Technically, it seemed less like soul armor and more like a soul robe. The robe of gray feathers fully enclosed Hansenator, and behind the gray feathers, there was an image of a peacock. It possessed the face of the Tianxia Peacock King. Its feathers were closed, and its tail wasn't fanned. Hansen's heart jumped. A rainbow godlight was shining within the robe. It formed a silhouette of the peacock with its tail fully fanned. A scary power rose inside Hansen's body, and it became a rainbow substance chain that buffed every corner of Hansen's being. Feeling that scary power inside him, Hansen felt as if he could destroy the entire universe in one punch. Weird. The soul robe of the Peacock King isn't broken. It is a perfectly functional set of armor, so why does it say that it is broken? Hansen didn't understand. He believed that the power currently possessed by the robe was perfectly deified. Hansen brought the Tianxia Peacock King's body back to the white whale, and Bauer quickly whipped out the little gourd and absorbed the cloud inside it. The damage done to the white whale was pretty severe. It could repair itself, but being damaged that badly meant it would take a while before it was completely fixed. The ship could hardly move at this point. There were many holes that went clean through the ship, and the entire structure seemed on the verge of falling apart. Hansen, was that really the holy area grass? Might I see it? Fang Qingyu asked Hansen, his eyes gleaming with hope. You know what the holy area grass is? Hansen asked. Fang Qingyu nodded. I've heard of it, although I've never seen it before. Even in the Thousand Treasures Alliance, there are only a few tales and legends surrounding its existence. The details are scarce, and we don't even have any pictures of it. Does that mean the holy area grass is something very precious? Hansen was so happy. It isn't just precious. Even powerful factions like the Thousand Treasures would like the holy area grass. If this is the real deal, this holy area grass could be exchanged for the ownership of multiple systems. What is the holy area grass used for? Hansen asked with confusion. So far, Hansen hadn't seen the holy area grass do anything other than attract xenogeneics. Even if eating it could make you deified, it still wouldn't have the same value as a few large systems. I only know a few legends about it, but I don't know if they are true. According to the records of the Thousand Treasures Alliance, eating the holy area grass can provide access to a mysterious xenogeneic space known as the Holy Area. There is no sickness or death in that place, and when you enter it, it can make you immortal, Fang Qingyu said after a moment of thought. Upon hearing that, Hansen was rather disappointed. He knew that claim couldn't be true. If being immortal was so simple, then the sacred leader wouldn't have gone to such lengths in attempting to extend his own life. He wouldn't have spent so much effort trying to kill a god. Entering the holy area didn't sound legit to Han Senator. If eating the plant would let him enter some holy area, the black cricket would have been there already. Why would it still be here? Oh no, Bauer. Get that cloud of your gourd, Hansen hastily told Bauer, thinking about the black cricket. The black cricket was still somewhere inside of that fluffy white cloud, and Hansen didn't know if it had eaten all the holy area grass. So, Bauer released the cloud. Hansen approached it and saw that the holy area grass was still there. He brushed the leaves of the holy area grass. He soon discovered that the root of the holy area grass had something ball-shaped on it. There was a tiny hole in the ball-shaped thing. The cricket must have made a house in there. The hole looked too small to admit Hansen's fingers. He didn't know how to get the black cricket out of there without hurting the holy area grass. Brother Fang, do you think this is the holy area grass? Hansen gave the holy area grass to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu accepted it and examined it. After a while of observation, he said, "There isn't much information available in the Thousand Treasures Alliance, but this does look the same as the illustrations that I've seen. I cannot be entirely sure, though. If it is the real holy area grass, you are going to have to find a way to hide it. The holy area grass is very attractive to many xenogeneics, and they will do anything to claim it." Hansen's face looked glum. He didn't know if this was the holy area grass, but it had already attracted many xenogeneics. It had even attracted deified xenogeneics like the Tianxia Peacock King. Not even Destiny's Tower had contained its magnetic effect on xenogeneics. "Daddy, I will help you keep it," Bauer said, her eyes closing in a slow blink. "Sure. You take it for now, then." Hansen knew Bauer liked the plant. Hansen would never skimp on the resources that he provided to his daughter. Plus, he didn't know how to deal with the holy area grass for now, so there was no harm in allowing Bauer to hold on to it for the time being. Bauer was very happy about this. She put the holy area grass and cloud back inside her little gourd. "Bauer, inside the holy area grass is a black cricket. Earlier, it broke the Tianxia Peacock King's belly. You need to be careful with that thing," Hansen warned her. "Crickets are my favorite. I should get another one to make the crickets fight," Bauer said happily. "What I mean to say is that the black cricket eats the holy area grass." "Don't let it eat all the holy area grass," Hansen said with a wry smile. "We need to let him eat it. We can't eat the grass. It is only useful to us if he eats it," Bauer said. "You know what it is?" Hansen asked Bauer in shock. Bauer thought and then said, "I don't know why, but I do know that if he finishes all the grass, it can take us to a fun place called the Holy Area." Bauer must have some sort of prophetic power, Hansen thought. He knew Bauer wouldn't lie to him, but Bauer seemed to have the answers to the strangest questions. It was hard to imagine what sort of creature she was. Although the white whale was heavily damaged, they had earned a lot in their most recent adventure. Hansen had captured the holy area grass and the black cricket. He had also gotten the Tianxia Peacock King's body and the soul robe beast soul. All those items were priceless. He didn't know what sort of power Bauer's little gourd had. Ever since the holy area grass was sucked inside, though, no further cloud beasts came for them. The holy area grass was no longer connected to the outside world. Hansen found a chance to quietly transport the Tianxia Peacock King's body back to the sanctuaries. Right now, Hansen had no way of consuming the flesh of a deified xenogeniac. So, he had to just store it for the time being. Hansen drove the white whale through the rest of the Tianxia system. For a few days, it was smooth sailing and nothing bad happened. They encountered a few king-class cloud beasts, which were swiftly killed by Hansen. Whenever there was free time, Hansen kept trying to push the story of Jin's self-cogwheel. The story of Jin's self-cogwheel was the same as the Blood Pulse Sutras. They were separate and not connected to the other universal cogwheels. However, unlike the Blood Pulse Sutra, it couldn't connect with other self-cogwheels either. This cogwheel was completely independent. It had no connection to anything else in the universe. It was different from the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra connected to every cogwheel in the universe. The story of Jin's couldn't operate with a single other cogwheel. According to most theories, the fewer connections a cogwheel had to others, the easier it was to push. After all, it took power to move every cogwheel, so the more cogwheels that needed to be moved, the more strength was required. But with Hansen's power, he still couldn't push the self-cogwheel of the story of Jin's. It was as if the cogwheel was locked up, or maybe it wasn't supposed to be moved. Hansen used his Dongxian area and noticed that the cogwheel wasn't big. The white cogwheel also had weird symbols engraved across it. Hansen realized they were the same as those on Spell's forehead. They might have meant eternity. Despite countless attempts, Hansen never succeeded in activating the story of Jin's cogwheel. But now, things were different. Hansen had the Peacock King's soul robe. Through the buffs provided by the Peacock King's beast soul, his power could rival that of a deified. With deified power behind him, Hansen believed he'd have what it took to finally put the self-cogwheel in motion. After a few days, Hansen found the right time to do that. He locked himself in an isolated room and fired up the story of Jin's to get to work on his leveling up plan. He summoned his Peacock King beast soul, and the feathery soul robe appeared around Hansen. The peacock symbol on the back of the robe began to glow. Hansen's heart jumped. The rainbow peacock symbol suddenly became a Peacock King shadow. It floated behind Hansen. Many rainbow godlight buffs flowed into Hansen's body then. Rainbow-like colors shimmered through his aura, generating a substance chain. With that unlimited soul power, Hansen cast the story of Jin's and used the rainbow godlight to push his self-cogwheel. Catcha! The rainbow godlight that could destroy planets was able to push the story of Jin's self-cogwheel, but the cogwheel only moved a tiny amount. It looked like an old door with rusty hinges. It was only slightly ajar. Hansen was thrilled, though. He kept pushing the rainbow godlight power into the self-cogwheel. The soul robe allowed Hansen to summon a mind-boggling amount of power, and yet, it seemed to be fighting an uphill battle as it struggled to push the self-cogwheel. Such much power, yet it can barely move the story of Jin's self-cogwheel. If I used my own power, I have no clue when I would be able to get it moving. Perhaps I would have to wait until all my other Geno arts were deified before I could push the story of Jin's to king. Hansen was shocked. The self-cogwheel moved steadily, and after it completed one cycle, it started to move faster and faster. The spell symbol was getting brighter and brighter, too. In the end, Hansen was able to release his power, and the self-cogwheel was able to spin on its own. The door to the Universal Core Hall was opened for him. Hansen entered and discovered that he was actually someplace new. It was vastly different from the place he had expected to enter. Using different self-cogwheels to enter the core area spawns me in different places, and that means I can appear in 4 different locations. That is interesting. Hansen didn't stay for long. He proceeded to exit the core area. The Tianxia system was too dangerous, so now wasn't the time for him to kick back and have a relaxed xenogeniac hunt. The journey, however, was surprisingly free from strife. They traveled through the Tianxia system for another 2 weeks. Along the way, they didn't encounter any other deified elites. Hansen was able to deal with ordinary xenogeneics and kings easily. Little captain, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Captain, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Hansen and Bauer were playing old man. The pirates were watching. They kept shouting and clapping as they did. If people didn't know better, they would believe this was a television commercial. In that fun atmosphere, it looked as if they were having a simple competition. Hansen appeared relaxed, but he suddenly became serious. Bauer, guess which card this is, Hansen said with a smile. He was looking at Bauer's 2 cards. You guess. Bauer smiled and blinked at Hansen. You're getting smart, little evil. Not even I can see what you're thinking about these days. Hansen looked at the 2 cards, but hesitated. He couldn't tell what the 2 cards in Bauer's hands were. He couldn't tell which was the ghost card and which was the card that he needed. If he picked the wrong card, and thus ended up with the ghost card, he would stand no chance. Hansen looked at the nearby pirates. He wanted to see if he could read their faces to learn where the right card was, but he received no answer. Daddy, stop looking at them. They cannot see what card I have. You can't learn anything from their faces. Bauer smiled beatifically and said, this time, I'm going to win. Hansen smiled. He reached his hand out to a card and said, I want this card. As Hansen touched the card, Bauer's face changed. But it was only for a moment. Hansen suddenly let go of that card and picked up the other. He flipped it over to reveal a 3 of hearts. It paired with Hansen's 3 of spades. Why I lost, Bauer clutched her face, looking destroyed. She threw the ghost card down on the table. Ha! Ha! Your father is your father forever. Hansen laughed and stroked her head. Do it again. I'm going to win, Bauer pleaded while gripping the cards. Hansen coughed into his hand. I think I'm busy now. Let them play with you. Hansen quickly stood up and shoved a pirate down to play with her. This little girl is getting too smart. I almost got fooled by her. I cannot play with her anymore because losing would be way too embarrassing, Hansen thought, touching his nose. Bauer wasn't happy that she had finally found a chance to play with him, and she had still lost. She felt quite depressed because of this, and she took it out on the pirates. A short time later, the bodies of all the pirates were covered in stickers. Hansen went back to his room and summoned Spell. Ever since the story of Jeans had become king class, Hansen had tried to figure out what the story of Jeans area did. The Bloodpool Sutra's self-cogwheel didn't connect with any universal cogwheels, but it could still push the self-cogwheels of other creatures. The self-cogwheel of the story of Jeans was completely independent, though. It just kept spinning in place, all alone. It didn't connect with anything. Aside from making Hansen's body and Jeans stronger, he hadn't discovered what the story of Jeans area did. Spell had become king class when he pushed his self-cogwheel. Some of her abilities had gotten stronger, but otherwise, she had gained no new forms or powers. Aside from her body getting better, Spell was the same as when she was a duke. However, Hansen had been surprised to discover a self-cogwheel in Spell's body. Spell was just his Geno armor, much like the Dongxian armor. They were just byproducts of Geno arts. They shouldn't possess their own self-cogwheels. But Spell was like a real creature, and she had her own self-cogwheel. That really surprised Hansen. If he hadn't been investigating how to use the story of Jeans, he probably wouldn't have looked at Spell's body with the Dongxian aura. It might have been a long time before he discovered her self-cogwheel. Spell's self-cogwheel was the same as Hansen's self-cogwheel. It was like a copied version. Hansen was sure that it wasn't his own self-cogwheel, though. And that was because he was unable to control Spell's cogwheel. Hansen's eyes suddenly widened. Does that mean the story of Jean's self-cogwheel is designed to push Spell's own cogwheel? Seeing Spell's self-cogwheel, Hansen reached his hand out to touch her forehead. He activated the story of Jean's self-cogwheel. Catcha! 2 identical self-cogwheels were able to connect. They fit together perfectly. As Hansen's self-cogwheel started to move, Spell's self-cogwheel followed along with it. The 2 cogwheels accelerated together, becoming brighter and brighter with Spell. But because of the teeth of the cogwheels, the 2 cogwheels spun in opposite directions. One of them went clockwise, and the other went counterclockwise. As they spun faster and faster, Spell shone with ever-increasing intensity. Hansen and Spell's power was moving like crazy. They both had the power of the story of Jean's. Hansen soon detected that his power was different from Spell's power, but he couldn't discern exactly what made each one unique. Hansen guessed that the difference in their powers had something to do with the way the self-cogwheels were spinning in opposite directions. As Hansen tried to figure out what benefit the connection between the cogwheels provided, Spell's body suddenly began to change beneath his hand. This change was different from when she became the armor, the pistols, the sniper rifle, or the rocket launcher. Spell stepped toward Hansen and connected with his body. Hansen was shocked. This was a familiar feeling. It was the same feeling as when he combined with Little Angel. Of course, when Spell combined with Hansen's body, his body changed, too. His hair and his eyes changed to reflect Spell's colors. His body became softer. The strange symbols of Spell appeared across his forehead. This combination was different than when Spell became an armor set for Hansen to wear. It was more like the combination process and result Hansen had experienced with Little Angel. And Hansen's body had no armor. After combining with Spell, Hansen noticed he had 2 self-cogwheels for the story of Jean's. He could barely believe it. They were still active and spinning in opposite directions, but aside from affecting each other, they didn't connect with any other universal cogwheels. They weren't much different now than when they were apart. There were no area powers. But because they had combined, Hansen's fitness had risen higher. While Hansen was wondering about the power of the story of Jean's area, he suddenly felt a mysterious shockwave come from inside his sea of soul. Hansen had felt this shockwave before. And now, it was happening again. Hansen peered into his sea of soul and saw the black crystal armor. A symbol had appeared on the helmet of the black crystal armor that looked exactly the same as the one on Hansen's forehead. It was glowing with a gentle light. Hansen felt that his connection with the black crystal armor had never been this close before. It was as if he could control it with his mind. But Hansen swiftly realized that it was an illusion more than anything. He could see the symbiotic connection between himself and the black crystal armor, but he still couldn't control it. But this change made Hansen a very happy boy. Is the power of the story of Jean's meant to control the black crystal armor? The connection between me and the black crystal armor has certainly strengthened. If the story of Jean's levels up to a certain point, maybe I will be able to actually control the black crystal armor. Hansen's mind returned to the moment when the black crystal armor's punch had annihilated that statue. He would definitely like to max out the story of Jean's to be able to don such armor. But that also made Hansen a touch worried. The story of Jean's was invented by Sacred Leader and that strange woman. Its purpose was to kill gods. Why does the story of Jean's have a connection with the black crystal armor? Is the black crystal armor connected to Sacred Leader? The black crystal armor originates from the sanctuaries. If it is connected with the Sacred Leader, why did the Sacred Leader leave it behind in the sanctuaries? If the black crystal armor is an item the Sacred Leader created to slay a god, then did it fail? Is that why he just tossed it into the sanctuaries? He knew it was unlikely that the Sacred Leader would just throw the set of armor away like that. So, it was just a guess. No one knew the truth just yet. After learning what spell could be used for, Hansen felt depressed. Until he opened the black crystal armor, spell's area wouldn't help him much. Combining with her only made his body stronger. There were no special abilities. No way. The story of genes must be independent. That woman never said that the story of genes required a set of armor. What is going on? Does the black crystal armor exist because it was the only way for the sacred leader to learn the story of genes? Is that why they are a match? That idea actually seemed possible. When he first tried to practice the story of genes, he failed repeatedly. It was through the help of the black crystal armor that he was able to properly start practicing with the story of genes. If Sacred Leader and that woman created the story of genes and noticed that it couldn't be practiced, Sacred Leader might have found a way to do so through the synthesis of that black crystal armor. In that case, Hansen's experience with the story of genes might make sense. There was one thing that didn't make sense, though. If the black crystal armor was something that helped the story of genes, Sacred Leader must have carried it around with him like a treasure. Why would he leave it behind in the sanctuaries? And on top of that, why would he leave it in the first realm of the sanctuaries? Hansen didn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it and released his connection with Spell. Weird. When I combine with Spell, why is the process so similar to what I do with Little Angel? Hansen wanted to find Little Angel and try it again, but she wasn't here. So, that would have to wait. When Hansen returned to the control deck, the pirates were standing in front of Bauer. They all looked depressed. They were dukes and kings, but their faces were covered with stickers. They looked hilarious. He saw that the eyes of the pirates were pleading for help. So, Hansen put Bauer on his shoulder and said, "Okay, you should let them go back to work now. We should have a look at the Knights of the Extreme King." Hansen walked a few steps when he suddenly heard a pirate shout, "Captain, look. Something is approaching us." Hansen looked where the man was indicating, and he saw a giant battleship amidst the clouds. The battleship was almost as big as a planet. It wasn't rare to see a ship that big, but this was the Tianxia system. Most electronics failed to work in this place, so it was surprising to see something that large remain functional. As Hansen mulled over this oddity, the battleship came near the white whale. The enormous white whale looked like a tiny fish next to this monolithic battleship. Scion. Hansen's face changed. If there was a race in the universe that could drive a battleship into the Tianxia system, it would be the Scion. From an evolutionary standpoint, the Scion were probably somewhere in the top 20 high races in the universe. But due to their technological advancements, they were considered number 6 on such a scale. Even the technology of the Extreme King was lacking when compared to the Scion. When he saw the iron symbol representing the Scion on the front of the battleship, he could immediately tell that it was indeed a ship belonging to the Scion. Even without seeing the symbol, though, he still would have known. Only the Scion could fly a giant battleship into Tianxia system without impediments. Hansen hesitated, contemplating flying his white whale elsewhere. The Scion battleship fired a beam of light, but luckily, it wasn't an attack on the white whale. The beam of light stopped in front of the ship, and it presented the image of a creature clad in armor. It was a hologram sent over a large distance. "My dear Han Senator, I am Prince Albert of the Scion. My king has ordered me to invite you as a privileged guest of the Scion." The armored creature finished with a bow toward Han Senator. He certainly appeared very elegant. "Thanks for the invite, but no thanks. I'm busy, and I can't spare the time to visit you," Hansen said, from his position inside the white whale. Prince Albert heard this, but he went on to say, "Please do not fear, for we mean no harm. We only request that you bless our prince. If there is anything you need, please tell us. Perhaps then we can discuss a price for your service." "I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I can give you a blessing, but turning a normal creature into a deified elite is an impossible task," Hansen said. Prince Albert laughed. "We know that. Don't worry, we aren't going to force you to do something impossible. Our king merely wants you to bless a few princes. An increase in talent is all we expect and require. There is nothing else." "I see. But I really am busy. I can't visit you now." Hansen didn't believe anything Prince Albert was telling him. If that is really what you want, then we won't force you to come with us. If you are free at any point, however, please consider visiting the Scion. If you were able to bless a few of our princes, we would owe you much. Prince Albert continued to say, you are wanted by the Extreme King, so I'm afraid the road you traverse is not a safe one. I can make a path for you that will see you safely out of this place. After that, the giant battleship that looked like a planet turned around went forward. Hansen hesitated, but he still guided the white whale after the huge ship. If Prince Albert planned to force him to go to the Scion, then Hansen wouldn't have much choice in the matter regardless. So, he followed to see what they truly wanted. Surprisingly, the Scion really did just escort them out of the Tianxia system. Since the battleships of ordinary races couldn't enter the Tianxia system, the Scion had the large advantage of being able to do what the others could not. They knew that place far better than most people did. Plus, they had advanced technology. They could avoid many unnecessary troubles. In under a month, Hansen exited the Tianxia system under the protection of the Scion battleship. My dear Hansen, I hope one day you can come to see the Scion, Prince Albert said. After bidding farewell to Hansen, the prince's battleship sped up and departed. He didn't attempt to fight Hansen. The Scion are interesting. Hansen watched the Scion battleship disappear into space, surprised by the unexpected politeness. Mr. Captain is awesome. Even Prince Albert is so polite to you. He is one of their deified elites, practically a god amongst the Scion. Mr. Captain is so famous. I feel so blessed that I can follow Mr. Captain and Little Captain. The pirates were brown-nosing like usual, but they really were in shock. Hansen had killed an Extreme King prince and was thus wanted by the Extreme King. Despite that, he was being treated so courteously by others. His reputation seemed to defy reason. Hansen knew that Prince Albert and the Scion only treated him that way because of his blessing abilities. Hansen appreciated what they had done, though. If I have the chance to, I will go see the Scion. But it will be an expensive visit for them, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen didn't delay. He allowed Bauer to pilot the white whale through the systems of chaos. They put some distance between themselves and the Tianxia system, and their most dangerous time was behind them. Because the Scion had guided them out, Hansen had left the Tianxia system far sooner than he expected. Everyone looking for him would surely think that he was still in the Tianxia system. No one blocked Hansen's path, and he used the reprieve to travel safely through the systems of chaos. Traveling from Du God City to Sky Palace wasn't a lengthy journey. However, going straight to the xenogenic space of Sky Palace would have been too dangerous, and he would have been stopped easily. So, he had to take a very roundabout way. Clearly, that road hadn't been as uneventful as he had hoped. And the Tianxia system was widely believed to be much safer than the systems of chaos. The Extreme King had knights patrolling the systems of chaos, so reaching Sky Palace by traveling that way would be very difficult. When Hansen entered the systems of chaos, he figured that the Extreme King wouldn't yet know that he had escaped the Tianxia system. Intending to take advantage of the information lag, Hansen plotted a course that would take him deep through that realm. But after a short while of travel, someone was standing in space, blocking Hansen's way. Bai Wuchang. Why is he here? If he is here, then that means soldiers of the Extreme King are here as well. Hansen was shocked. Hansen, come on out. Don't worry, it's only me here. I'm willing to fight you now, Bai Wuchang called out to the white whale, still hovering in space. After a moment of thought, Hansen flew out of the white whale. When he was a little closer to Bai Wuchang, he asked the man, "How did you know where to find me?" He wasn't afraid of Bai Wuchang, and he thought that their meeting was strange. He didn't know how Bai Wuchang had managed to run into him here. It was way too much of a coincidence. I asked Teacher Ancient Abyss to calculate your path for me. He told me I could wait here for you. He was right. You are here, Bai Wuchang said. Upon hearing that, Hansen was shocked. He couldn't believe someone had guessed he would show up in this place. And not only that, but they had sent someone to wait there for him. That was too scary. Hansen mulled over how teacher Ancient Abyss could so accurately calculate his proposed escape route. Telling Bai Wuchang where to wait for Hansen might not have been all that difficult because teacher Ancient Abyss was a smart person. Especially since Hansen's journey hadn't been particularly leisurely, pursuers had been hot on his heels the whole time. It made him alert. Enough of this. Come fight me. I'm going to win this time, Bai Wuchang said, as the power within him exploded. His entire body took on a golden glow. It was his Ghost King body. What a strong power. You leveled up to become half-deified? Hansen looked at Bai Wuchang with shock. Bai Wuchang's leveling speed was too fast. Bai Wuchang coldly said, Extreme Mountain's life and death practice. I'm not the old me anymore. I won't lose this time. I'm sorry if this sounds too straightforward, but even if you are half-deified, I think you'll end up quite disappointed if you expect to beat me with just your Ghost King body, Hansen said while looking at Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang stared at Han Senator. He responded slowly, word by word. Come fight me. As I said, I'm not going to lose. Hansen didn't say anything. He just drew his ghost teeth knife. He used Fong and slashed toward Bai Wuchang. In addition to the teeth power in his knife, he also used spells eternity solidifying powers. Bai Wuchang's Ghost King body could ignore all physical and energy attacks. It couldn't block the eternity solidifying power, though. Fong Qingyu brought out the Wanjia Rubik's Cube that Han Sen had given back to him. He began filming the fight between Han Sen and Bai Wuchang. It was merely a recording, though. He wasn't streaming it right now. Fong Qingyu knew he couldn't risk exposing their location. If he did, the Extreme King would come, and they would all end up very dead. Bai Wuchang frowned upon seeing Han Sen slash. He reached out an empty hand and pulled a long blue knife out of nothing. He swung it to collide with Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. Han Sen saw the rival knife coming to hit Ghost Teeth Knife, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Instead of continuing his strike, he spun his Ghost Teeth Knife to shield his left side. Fong Qingyu and the pirates stared with wide eyes. They thought that Han Sen must have gone insane. Han Sen had chosen not to block Bai Wuchang's knife. Han Sen had no guard, and he just used his knife to protect the left side of his neck. No matter how they saw it, Hansen looked crazy. Blocking like that was bound to get him killed. Dong. But the next second, they heard the sharp sound of metal knives colliding with one another. Bai Wuchang had seen Hansen slashing forward, but then the knife had appeared next to Hansen's neck just in time to block Bai Wuchang's real strike. If Hansen's ghost teeth knife had been any slower, the attack would have come down on Hansen's neck. Fong Qingyu and the others were shocked, and their mouths were wide open in awe. They didn't understand what they were seeing. After that knife strike, Bai Wuchang used his other knife skills. His long knife was so weird, and it was pointless to follow the trail of the knife. Every time a strike was unleashed, it would appear in a different place. It was like the knife could teleport through space. Fong Qingyu wasn't fast enough to follow what was going on. He had to film it all, for now, so they could slow it down later. But he still didn't understand what Bai Wuchang's knife skills were. His knife could appear out of space anywhere. There was no sign of it coming, which made it scarier than a ghost. It was like the Reaper's scythe. It harvested lives before its prey even knew it was coming. Fong Qingyu slowed down the video, then he slowed it down again, and again, and again. But still, he couldn't determine how Bai Wuchang was using his long knife. The more shocking thing, though, was that Han Sen was able to block all of Bai Wuchang's attacks. Wherever Bai Wuchang's knife appeared, Han Sen's ghost teeth knife could show up in the same place to counter the blow. If Bai Wuchang's knife skills were an unpredictable ghost, then Han Sen's knife skills were those of a god. A god that knew everything. Bai Wuchang's body kept appearing and disappearing. He was a raging storm against the weight-breaking Han Senator. His knife flashed everywhere, defying logic and reason. Han Sen was hovering in space. He used his ghost teeth knife to block left and right. He moved smoothly, somehow perfectly anticipating and intercepting his enemy's knife. He was like a god that knew everything. Those weird knife skills didn't rattle him at all. Mr. Captain is too strong. If that was me, my head would have been off a long time ago. I wouldn't even have known how I died. Mr. Captain is like some omniscient god. How does he predict where that knife will show up? He looks like a prophet out there. He is too strong. This extreme king prince by Wu Chang, who is oh so professional and talented, is lame when compared to Han Senator. He cannot fight the big captain. Long live Mr. Captain, ah. And let us wish little captain a long life, too. Long life. Long life. The pirate, seeing Bauer stare at him, immediately added her praise. Through all of this, though, Bai Wu Chang was demonstrating a truly shocking amount of improvement. When he was in Extreme Mountain, risking his life, he had pushed his Ghost King body to the max. He had broken through under his own power and learned the real ghost knife skills. Those ghost knife skills could go through the underworld as easily as they did the real world. People couldn't predict when and where the knife would land, but Han Sen could see through the dimensions. No matter where the knife came from, he'd be there to block it. Bai Wu Chang pushed his ghost teeth knife to the max. He still couldn't hurt Han Sen. Bai Wu Chang suddenly pulled his knife back and withdrew. Still looking at Han Sen, he said, "You're very strong. You're much stronger than I expected. You aren't bad either." "You're getting good," Han Sen replied levelly. Normal people couldn't see the ghost knife that popped up through the fabric of space, but Han Sen's Dongxian area could see through all the cogwheel changes that transpired in an area. When the ghost knife came out of the nothingness, it would trigger the universal cogwheel that was connected to it. That meant Han Sen was being given a warning each time. So, Bai Wu Chang's ghost knife skill didn't work against him. If Han Sen used his Dongxian area to lock the universal cogwheels in their vicinity, Bai Wu Chang's knife would never reappear from space. Han Sen was curious about Bai Wu Chang's ghost knife skill, and that was why he had yet to attack. He let Bai Wu Chang keep casting his ghost knife skill against him so he could observe. Now I can use this skill without worry. Bai Wu Chang acted as if he hadn't heard Han Senator. He looked down at his knife. "Which skill?" Han Sen asked. "The skill I learned from the extreme mountain peak. It is the one that can determine life or death," Bai Wu Chang said slowly. His eyes looked like they were on fire. A weird power rose in him and his knife. "The fact that you studied on Extreme Mountain is none of my business," Han Sen thought. "If you want a risky fight, there are xenogeneics everywhere. Why pick on me? I killed that worthless Bai Yi, and now the Extreme King want me dead. But if I had killed this much-loved boy Bai Wu Chang, King Bai would likely come after me himself. Why am I considered the one who started all this?" But Bai Wu Chang wasn't going to give him the chance to stop fighting. The prince was raging more and more. The ghost-like body became solid, but something about it still seemed incorporeal. Looking at it was like looking at an illusion. Han Sen frowned. Bai Wu Chang's blue knife darkened to black. It felt as if some black substance chains were writhing just under the surface. "What kind of knife skills are these?" "They're going to produce substance chains, just like the black tiger I met previously. Although the substance chains haven't fully formed yet, if he can manage to do this, Bai Wu Chang has a 90% chance of becoming deified," Han Sen thought as he observed Bai Wu Chang. Bai Wu Chang's eyes were on fire. His gaze was invasive as it crept over Han Sr. The road up Extreme Mountain is arduous. There is a 90% chance of dying, and there is only a 10% chance of surviving. The Gambit's rewards, however, are very big. I earned Extreme Mountain's prestigious skill, called Big Universe Extreme Dead God Light. One hit can destroy everything, so you better watch it. Can I not, please? Han Sen asked, looking frustrated. No, when Bai Wuchang answered, he was already attacking. The black knife's light came at Han Senator, there was no stopping it. It was like the knife had never even moved. The moment the knife light appeared was the moment it was inside Han Sen's body. It is the same as the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel. It is a power that can affect the self-cogwheels of other creatures. Han Sen was shocked. Because it was used directly on his self-cogwheel, the strike was almost impossible to dodge. It was a devastating attack. But it was different from the Blood Pulse Sutra. The Blood Pulse Sutra pushed the self-cogwheels of others. Bai Wuchang's knife light destroyed the self-cogwheels of others. If the self-cogwheel was broken, that meant the person would be almost dead, and their life force would be gone. Dodging that blow wouldn't be difficult if he was farther away from Bai Wuchang. As the distance between them increased, the effect on Han Sen's self-cogwheel would be weakened. That meant the strike would be weaker. But Han Sen hadn't known Bai Wuchang could unleash a strike such as this. He was too close to Bai Wuchang. It was too late to dodge now, so he had no choice but to accept that hit. A power inside Han Sen's body moved. A self-cogwheel was spinning. That cogwheel was flashing with a weird symbol. It was the story of Jin's self-cogwheel. Bai Wuchang's black knife light went into him and struck his self-cogwheel, but it was unable to move Han Sen's self-cogwheel. The black knife hit the self-cogwheel and broke. It shattered into chunks of a black substance, then dissolved. "It looks like your skill is nothing substantial," Han Sen said to Bai Wuchang, who looked frozen. "No, impossible." Bai Wuchang stared at Han Sen in disbelief. Han Sen was at the perfect distance for him to use his big universe extreme dead god light. At this distance, Bai Wuchang believed that he could eliminate any being in the universe that was beneath the deified level. Even killing a half-deified would die as easy as chopping the head off a chicken. Both would die in one hit. But Han Sen had been hit by the strongest unleashing of his big universe extreme dead god light, and nothing had happened. Bai Wuchang could scarcely believe it. Although Bai Wuchang couldn't see self-cogwheels, he knew that the big universe extreme dead god light was a very mysterious and scary power. It ignored all types of defenses to kill the life force directly. Han Sen simply wasn't affected by the big universe extreme dead god light. As Bai Wuchang stared at Han Sen's motionless form, he stopped swinging. He just gripped his knife, unsure of what to do. "Do you want to keep going?" Han Sen asked, looking at Bai Wuchang. "I lose, but next time." Before Bai Wuchang could finish, Han Sen interrupted violently. "Next time, my F***king*****. Han Sen jumped forward. He leaped in front of Bai Wuchang and punched him square in the face. A scary power caved in Bai Wuchang's entire skull. Blood squelched from the mashed-in face and around Han Sen's fist. Bai Wuchang was sent flying. Han Sen followed after the soaring victim. His fists and legs were like a storm, raining down blows on Bai Wuchang. Han Sen was enraged, and there was no stopping him now. Bai Wuchang's flesh tore and his bones shattered under the assault. He couldn't even fight back as Han Sen beat his body to a pulp. "You're a crazy madman. You think you're so strong, don't you? You think you can do anything you want just because you're King Bai's son." Han Sen kept speaking as he punched. His fists kept landing on Bai Wuchang's face, utterly annihilating his skull. The man's eyeballs were squashed, and his nose was reversed into what was left of his face. Han Sen was still so angry. He kept punching like mad, breaking all of the other man's bones. Bai Wuchang screamed until he could scream no longer. Fang Qingyu and the pirates were all frozen. That was King Bai's favorite son. Han Sen had killed Bai Yi, which led to a universal APB being put on him. If he killed Bai Wuchang, King Bai would come after him personally. Bai Wuchang's ghost king body, his ghost knife skills, and his big universe extreme dead god light were so strong. But he was too focused on power. His techniques, his strength, and his timing with areas were shoddy. He was able to destroy enemies that couldn't defeat his powers. But if he met someone as strong as him, he would end up getting crushed. Han Sen grabbed Bai Wuchang and lifted him like a sack of wet mud. He carried the man back to the white whale. Han Sen tossed him down, and blood sprayed everywhere when the extreme king prince hit the floor in a boneless heap. Fang Qingyu and the pirates stared at Bai Wuchang on the floor. He didn't look human anymore. If not for his ghost king body, he would have been killed. All of the pirates were thinking, he could have offended anyone but this guy. I can't believe he even beat up King Bai's favorite son so badly. There's no one he wouldn't dare to punch. Lock him up. Take him as a hostage. If the extreme king people still dare come for us, I will cut his head off. Han Sen's face was as hard as granite. Rage still boiled through Han Senator. He had met many fighting maniacs in his time, like Lone Bamboo. But even Lone Bamboo had his limits. This Bai Wuchang, however, was all about killing. He didn't have a reason, and he didn't need one. It was all about killing for him. Fortunately, Han Sen's self-cogwheel was as hard as it was. And he had the eternity solidifying powers. The self-cogwheels of ordinary creatures would have been destroyed by Bai Wuchang's strike. If a person's self-cogwheel broke, then they were essentially dead. The state they were left in was worse than being a vegetable.